to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Today's matchup. KT Rolster. Rocks Tigers. Spenu Sonic Boom. CJ Entis. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1. Hello and welcome to Champion Spring here in Seoul, South Korea. I'm Monte Cristo. Joining me is Papa Smithy, and today's very special because we have our first barn burner of the season. It is going to be KT Rolster versus the Rocks Tigers to start off the evening, and this is going to be a very interesting matchup.
In just so many ways, Monte Cristo. Battle of the undefeated teams, battle of the two teams that stylistically have played very differently. It'll be interesting to see if the high-pressure comp versus the wave-clear outscale, who's going to come out ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've seen only 2 games from the Tigers, but they've been playing this composition with LeBlanc, Quinn, Kindred, and Alistair for some very high-pressure invades, very quick games in their 2-0 over CJ. KT, polar opposite.
Oh, boy.
Methodical, wave clear, like you said, 3 out of 4 games with Someday on Fiora, playing either a 4-1 split or a 1-3-1 split with Gangplank and Kassadin. So they've been going for 5 dragons, they've been playing it slow, they've been playing a wave manipulation game, and how are these styles going to match up is going to be the big question.
I mean, the average game time is probably about 10 minutes difference between these two teams just because absolutely the Rocks Tigers blew away their opposition, whereas, as you said, KT methodical but controlled. So I think immediately ensure that Someday's not in a position to outscale Smeb. And just on a simple level, it's Someday versus Smeb again. That's already pretty damn high.
Yeah, and the last time we saw this matchup was at the World
Exactly.
Championship, where Smeb really outclassed Someday. Someday had a very bad best-of-5, lost in the Darius to Fiora matchup to Smeb, but now he's the one who is prioritizing the Fiora. So what are we going to see tonight? We know that Quinn is often picked now in Korea as a Fiora counter. We know that both of Smeb's games this season are on Quinn. Is this going to be a matchup where Smeb plays better than Someday again?
I just don't think you're going to opt into the matchup. We're going to have the rankings, and it's not 2014, but Samsung is on the top very early in the season.
Yeah, and especially coming off of an upset victory over Longzhou last night, a bit of a surprise. Rocks Tigers having only played a single series, and this is a hard week. They play KT tonight, and then on Saturday they will go up against Longzhou Gaming.
Longzhou looking for revenge, but what a first best of 3. This is, as you said, the most exciting game of the season so far. But this is a season where, you know, after that, the way the first kind of games have shooken out, there's probably 4 or 5 teams right now, maybe even 6 that are battling for playoffs. Doesn't feel like we have really concrete top and bottom teams just yet.
Not yet. And Spenu Sonic Boom lost their first series and only series to KT. And CJ Ent is still looking for their first win after a brutal first week.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was rough. But as we get into this game, let's take a look at our first team over on this side of the arena. It will be KT Rolster, who dropped, of course, Peekaboo during the offseason, replaced him with Ignar and Hachani, took out Nagne, brought Fly back from China, and Fly's been looking quite good.
Fly has been looking very impressive, although largely untested in his last few games. He's been playing a lot of Victor, a lot of wave clear, playing good Victor, but he's been focusing not on lane domination, but just on wave clear wars with, I believe, we've only seen Victor and Lux out of him.
And Kassadin.
Okay.
But that was not the wave clear champion, obviously. Lucian, really the pick for Arrows so far, and the way they like to play it, just hold their turrets as long as they can, wait for Fiora to get huge, and then split push their way to victory. But score has really been the story.
Absolutely.
Over 4 games, 88.9% kill contribution, 100% first blood participation for this guy. He has been a monster in the jungle. And he's going up against Peanut here for the Rocks Tigers, who hasn't had anywhere near as much competitive experience.
Look, we don't award MVPs of the week, but Score was definitely the week 1 MVP in my book. And now we get 2 potentially aggressive junglers. Score has moved on to those AD carries in the jungle, bringing back the immortal Score days. And Peanut, he's had an aggressive streak ever since we saw him start on this stage.
Yeah, and double Kindred games. In fact, I would go so far as to say the only Kindreds that I have seen in the professional scene that I've been really inspired by have been played by Score and Peanut. So we could have a big Kindred battle here this evening.
Now you're making me disappointed there's no blind pick game. I want to see the blind pick top lane Fiora matchup, the Kindreds in the jungle. There's just so much to be excited about all across the map.
Right, there's Smeb in the top lane, looking smug. Smug Smeb, it's my favorite. Of course, he has a reason to be smug after their quarterfinal victory at the World Championship over KT, and largely that was built up by Smeb playing some excellent League of Legends against Someday, and what was one of the most premier top lane battles, and we get to see it again tonight. What a treat.
Yeah, both these top laners redefine expectations. Someday was always maybe the second best top laner in KT for a long spell. He was very young. He's grown into his role as a top lane carry. Smeb, his IM days long behind him. Both of these emerge as the top carry top laners in 2015.
Yeah, absolutely. So Score comfortable in this meta. Of course, as a former AD carry player switching to the jungle, champions like Kindred and Graves are certainly in his wheelhouse, coming quite naturally. We've seen 3 games of Elise, 1 game of Kindred out of Score so far. Coaches are in the booth right now, so we will be going into picks and bans very shortly.
Been watching his stream. Don't worry, he's been practicing the Graves, Monte Cristo. He can throw that one in there with the best of them. Will we see the control junglers or will we see the carries? Carry jungler versus carry jungler be a sight to see.
Would indeed. All right, into pick and ban already. Remember, guys, we are on 6.1, same as the LCS this week.
Oh, wow, Quinn, first ban straight out of the gates. Not going to willing to deal with that. Does that mean that a Fiora answer has to come? Because Fiora first pick, that could come through this draft.
I think absolutely that's what KT's drafting strategy is. Try and force a Fiora ban and maybe open up something else. Lulu taken away immediately, and there is going to be Kalista, so no first pick Kalista from KT, who definitely has been trending towards Lucian anyway, so that's not too surprising. While the Tigers do like to play Kalista, Prey was the only one who actually played a different champion between the Tigers' first 2 games. Started Kalista, moved to Tristana.
In general, Prey's move on to Kalista towards the second half of the summer season was really at the same time of his resurgence as a player. Honestly, towards the middle of the summer season, it looked like maybe his great 2015 start was going to come crumbling to an end, but reinvented himself, and it's looking once again like one of the top 80 carries in Korea.
Definitely, and it's been about his solo queue performance too, but
Sure.
consistently in the top 5 of Korean solo queue, so he has been really doing well there. Corki going to be banned, actually, by the Rocks Tigers. A pick we've seen with rising priority. And with 280 carries banned, what does KT do? Are they going to just take away the Lucian and try and put Prey on a different style of carry? Or are we going to see the Fiora, which remains available for play?
A lot of powerful picks available. The only 200% contested picks so far have been Ryze and Gangplank. Both are banned. We've talked about the Fiora. Someday 3-0 undefeated on that champion, but where will the priority come? Kindred's available too.
Kindred is available, but again, Score only 1 game on that. So I would say with the way the bans have gone and that Corki and Kalista band, I think Lucian may show up, but the Lissandra here would be certainly a bit of a change for KT.
Lissandra has been the matchup that KT has been facing. It's often been their Fiora versus enemy Lissandra. They show the Lissandra, and wow! That is a very quick lock-in of Poppy. And with the Alistar, support Poppy's already completely off the menu.
Yeah, top or jungle are the options left for Poppy. Probably going to be top lane Poppy, which we have seen more frequently in general. Score, considering this Kindred now, or the Graves, that champion that we've seen coming into Korea after thoroughly dominating the first week of play in China.
I really like the Alistar pickup from the side of the Rocks Tigers. Think about KT's game plan. It's been about outscaling in the top and just wave clear wars in the mid. One of the best champions to stop wave clear wars is Alistar. From level 6, can tank that turret for the full duration of the ultimate. So to break a siege, to break passive wave clearing, with all his engage options, Alistar rightly top of the priority for supports.
Yeah, certainly true. So Kindred and Morgana.
Oh boy, Fly has been talking about the mid lane Rammus. We're not going to see it, but I like the hover nonetheless.
So will be Kindred Morgana as an answer perhaps to some of this CC coming through from Poppy and Alistar.
I'm not willing to discount the possibility of Morgana mid. If you think about Fly's playstyle, it's been about wave clear.
True.
Doinby in the LPL loves to play Morgana mid, then roam with his aggressive jungler. Kindred's a jungler who can be empowered by a roaming Morgana, so it's definitely an outside possibility, but still one nonetheless for Fly.
And interesting that we see an Ezreal here. Ezreal has not been scaling well, but if you think about the way KT plays, a scaled blue Ezreal in the late game is terrifying. So if
it's not just a blue Ezreal, it's Prey.
Yeah, it's Prey.
If you've been
the
on
Ezreal
Reddit
player
and seen some of his plays, he's always been an extra Ezreal. That one highlight clip where he basically cancels every auto attack animation was out of this world.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot in solo queue to be sure. Always the outside shot that it could be Kuro taking that in the mid lane. And Peanut going on the Nidalee, not a surprise. Peanut, a player who likes these more aggressive jungle pickups.
6.1, Runic Echoes now in the game. Nidalee's jungle clear is just unbelievably fast. It was always blistering, but it's even got faster with the new jungle item.
I really like this. So KT hovering Tahm Kench and Lux right now, two champions that play very far back, but it looks like they're going for a protect the double AD carry composition, which, given the skirmishing nature of the Tigers and how effectively they have used Kindred, it does present an interesting conundrum in terms of the defensive style of play. KT just looking to outlast some of these fast skirmishes against the Tigers, and we are going to see that TF pick come in last.
Still definitely a pressure game from both sides, I guess, at this point. Twisted Fate doesn't let up the pressure either. Waiting to see what summoners he goes with. Teleport is a possibility. We saw Flash teleport Twisted Fate yesterday, but could also just go for the mass mobility with double mobility summoners. Really spicy draft coming through from both sides.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing from both teams. The Lucian-Lux combo from KT. Of course, the long-range catch from Lux does set up good ultimates from both Lux and Lucian to finish off the kill. They have two long-range roots in Morgana and Lux to actually set up snipes, which is pretty exciting.
The top lane matchup. Tahm Kench versus Poppy. When we heard it was Someday versus Smebs, not what we expected, but it's good to see Poppy specifically rise in popularity because this pick has so much potential. Now already undefeated in Champions over 2 games.
Yeah, and we've seen how strong it can be in China and Europe so far. Definitely made a mark there in terms of the team fight control that you have with that pick and, you know, dealing with some of the mobility of the enemy. You take that Lucian and you can stop a lot of his dashes, try and make him a little bit more vulnerable there. Exciting stuff. I'm really looking forward to this game. Both teams bringing something different to the table this game. And KT looking to outlast in a different way in team fights. So let's get into game 1. KT versus the Rocks Tigers.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody
Nope, nearly got the music right that time. It'll happen someday.
Wants to rule the world. That's what we've got here today.
So, our first match of today is a doozy, as two of the top teams this season are going head-to-head, both so far undefeated. KT taking out Spenu and Africa, and the Tigers taking out CJ. So neither team with what we would consider a top 4, top 5 opponent yet. And this is going to tell us a lot because those early wins, a little bit easy. little bit easy for these guys.
If I could pick a featured matchup for this series, it would be jungle. It'd be all about Score versus Peanut, both very aggressive junglers. Score specifically this season has pivoted towards more aggression with the Twisted Fate last pick. Twisted Fate's always a champion that from 6 means that whenever a Peanut goes to invade, you're going to expect Twisted Fate to be so much faster at rotating between the Ghost, Flash, and Ultimate onto any sort of counter jungling onto Score. And just from a different perspective, Score, of course, front and center on the OGN Spring 2016 opening video. He, of course, was around for the OGN Invitational in January 2012 when he was playing on this very stage. Peanut was a month away from his 14th birthday.
Very young, very different
14.
times.
Wow.
13-year-old Peanut. Maybe watching these games that Score was playing at the time.
As an AD carry, but we'll sweep that one under the rug.
He was great AD carry.
He was. The immortal Score, we'll never forget. And now he gets to play jungle AD carries like Kindred.
I love it. I love that we've gotten to this point in League of Legends where we can have Score playing those AD carries out of the jungle. Lane swap coming up here for KT as they send their duo to the top side. Both junglers starting on the weak side of the map. Tahm Kench someday actually falling back a little bit into the lane.
Not surprised to see most teams trying to lane swap onto Poppy. Poppy, of course, with her rework, does have some semblance of wave clear in her Q, but obviously very short-ranged and risky, so the evolving matchup between Poppy and Tahm Kench, that's not one I'm confident on, but it'll be exciting to track later on. But in the early game, is Achani.
Coming for the roam, gets the bind onto Kuro. Just a little bit of a trade right there. Gold card goes the other way.
He was hurried. If he had had more time, if there wasn't that ward to spot him out, it could have been a potential kill if Fly could have moved forward just as the laning phase had developed.
Yeah, level 2, maybe a bit of a stretch, considering there's no offensive summoners, but certainly could have gotten a little bit more damage down there. And in any case, Kuro forced to pop a potion early. Fly going with the cleanse, and Kuro under no pressure here. Will go ahead and take, like you said, Papa Smithy, those 2 summoners in terms of Ghost and Flash for the mobility, but no teleport, interestingly enough.
Very standard lane swap play coming through, the jungle follow ending, and the 3 or 4 man pushes respectively coming onto the top side, actually mirrored across the map. I guess slight advantage to Score in that he's actually picking up the marked Scuttle Crab. Nice when that works out in your path.
Especially when you start on the opposite side of the jungle, then you're nice and set up there at 3 minutes. Couldn't have worked out better. The RNG is strong with Score this game. And now...
in China too.
Yeah, in China too. Doing very well. Fun team to watch. I really like MLXG.
He is a solid Chinese jungler, for sure. An exciting talent. His turrets will come down.
Interesting. So they actually shared the gold on that side of the map. Everyone's sticking around and not waiting for the delay here to deny some of these minions. KT, ward will expire in the lane. They will give all the gold to Mr. Someday on that Tahm Kench. He will waddle backwards and start to deal with some of these other minions while Rox Tiger's faster on the swap back. But that means Tahm Kench probably should be getting out of there. He's going to ward outside of the Tri-Brush just to make sure he doesn't have any unpleasant surprises from Peanuts in Italy.
Yeah, we'll wait to see where defensive vision opens up. As you can see, very aggressive vision for the Rox Tigers onto the bottom side of the red side jungle for KT. Smeb is picking up a wave. We're expecting eventually the wave play was his Fly.
Yeah, gonna get gold carded. Cleanses immediately upon landing. Does light binding a little bit in defense, making sure that there is no follow-up, but has to burn a summoner as Gorilla with a nice mid lane roam. Tigers, 3 people down on the bottom side now. Peanut making moves to try and defend this turret, get some vision down. Score already here. Achani going to pink ward and then find Peanut as he pops over the wall. Takes out the ward in the river and then backs off. So not too much gained right there, just more vision coming in from KT as they look to get a turret advantage a little bit faster. Prey left by himself with a tier in the top side.
Allows Prey to scale up in a 2v2 lane matchup. Obviously, Ezreal will have a hard time trading or being able to cull minion waves against Lucian. Lucian has so much more minion wave control, so giving Ezreal solo experience, honestly. We've seen a lot of mid lane Ezreal. We're effectively getting mid lane experience onto Ezreal in the top side of the map for now.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting in a few minutes, but that may mean that they are going to sacrifice this turret. Poppy getting a lot of minions, though, from that wave. Wave slowly pushing back in Ezreal's favor right now towards his tier 2, looks like. So Tom Kedge denied just a little bit, but the tower pressure coming through from KT may find itself value in terms of taking that objective quickly. Rox looks like they're happy to play a very defensive game early. This is exactly the opposite of what we saw in the Tigers first series.
Worth knowing that Rox Kuro has just pinged level 6, so we're waiting to see if anybody's caught in rotation. Sounds like a sequel to Lost in Translation. But we'll see if the Twisted Fate, first Destiny, we always talk about it.
Prey gonna have to go on the run right here. Score gonna get in behind him. He's gonna dash forward, and how much damage is he gonna do? Prey takes about 50% of his HP. Score has to flash out.
No mana on Kuro.
As Kuro comes in, TP now going to be the follow-up here from Smeb. Someday is not gonna be doing much. Score actually doesn't get stunned right there by Smeb. He's still on the run. Tom Kedge gonna eat him, but there are 4 people here, and this could be 2 dead members of KT. Fly comes through, going to laser his way, but Score will be the first to fall with that first blood, and Someday follows soon thereafter. Fly just can't get there in time. Fly, now on the run himself, does have to flash up into his own jungle. That could have been finished sooner if Smeb had actually been able to land the heroic charge stun into the wall.
Just a really nice rotation coming through from the Rox Tigers to win it up. They just had the ability to get more members on the top side of the map. There was no way for Arrow to make that cross-map rotation. It was actually a clutch flash devour from Tom Kedge to pop the gold card in mid-flight. But still, overall, they lose those 2 members.
Yeah, nice patience there by Someday, but they still end up falling. Now a 1,500 gold lead accrued by the Rox Tigers. Let's see what they can do with it. It's nice to have that advantage, though, especially with a couple of assists on this Ezreal early.
Gorilla's not interested in any swiftness boots. He needs maximum speed right now. He actually rushes Mobies, despite the fact that has been certainly going out of favor among supports worldwide.
Yeah, it's true, but there's also not really a lot of slows coming in here from KT, so those boots do have a little bit less value.
I mean, at the end of the day, Lux has a slow. Tom Kedge, I believe the W slow.
The W does slow.
Score has a slow as well.
Compared to the threat of the real threat here is the double binding, which is going to be the long-range form of CC.
I actually like to think about it in a different way. This is about pressure for the Rox Tigers. Oh, they have the Twisted Fate. Now they have Alistair going to be able to make the first move. Gorilla, famously, is always the first person to rotate among enemy support. He's always in the right spot.
There we go again. He's going to punt Score back out of his own jungle. Prey is there, and into the arms of Peanut goes Score, and that will be another kill. Score with 2 deaths already this game before 8 minutes. Not having a lot of luck. And here comes Smeb. They want Fly. Spear is going to miss. There's the knockback. Gets him up in the air, and he's going to get charged into the turret. Smeb is going to trade 1 for 1 and actually gets 2 kills in the end with the help of the laser. What a turnaround there from Fly. It looked like such a good play. They hammered him into the turret and then followed up with the E, but he still managed to get the laser off.
I mean, everything about the volleyball play was great. They set, they spiked, but it was all under the turret. The return damage from Fly, who had his cleanse available again, was on point. So KT win that little trade, although it looks like Rox Tigers, with the pressure, is going to be able to pick up a dragon.
Yeah, they will, but that's going to swing the gold back to KT just a smidge.
A smidgen.
A smidgen. It's still a lead for the Tigers and that early dragon. Let's take a look at this again.
Just think about it in terms of volleyball. Watch this set, up in the air, spikes down into the turret. It was really nice, but the cleanse being back up, maybe that was a missed time, because that was what meant that they could get all that return damage.
The real mistake there was that they used the heroic charge and the gold card at the same time instead of waiting for the cleanse to come out. If they knew it was up, you hit 1 stun, wait for the cleanse, get the second one out, and then you can actually make that play. So a little bit of communication error there from the Rox Tigers means that they're not going to be able to do a whole lot with that, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, you make a bad 2-for-1 trade, but you still get a dragon out of it, so you're not going to be complaining.
The pressure game is so seesaw between these 2 teams. We were talking just a moment ago about what Gorilla can do with Moby Boots. Picked off another gank, then we just saw Hachani rotating through mid the moment that Fly finished the Frost Queen's claim. There's so much pressure because of the lane swap game. We've seen a fairly isolated Lux versus Twisted Fate matchup. But when these supports, globals, etc. start rotating through mid, it gets nice and spicy.
Yeah, it does. And when it comes to farm, too, the only big differential here is going to be Arrow with a massive CS lead over Prey, who has been a little bit more on the roam or fighting instead of purely farming like Arrow's Lucian has been mostly in the bottom
Yeah,
side.
we mentioned Arrow was the only person who couldn't rotate into that fight that got the Rocks Tigers 2 kills on the top, but as a result, picked up so much more CS, not needing to respond. When you're looking at 3 assists versus 29 CS, I believe that's still in the advantage of Arrow. But if the Rocks Tigers can use the map pressure they generated with those kills, with the deep wars they got out of it, then it might all be worth it.
Yeah, certainly could be. But right now, vision dominance asserted by KT, who have all 5 pink wards down on the map. Just a solitary pink here for the Tigers, which means it's going to be very difficult for them to make plays around this Twisted Fate. KT sets their sights on the Rift Herald, sends 4 members up there. Tom Kench already on that side of the Rift, and gonna get a reset just a little bit, unfortunate.
People always say it takes so long and it's so punishing to kill the Rift Herald. I'm not sure if it's worth it. It takes even longer in this situation. Lucian falls low, will have to back as well. People always, it feels like the jury's still out on Rift Herald, at least in its 6.1 iteration.
I mean, there was nothing to take on the top side of the map in the enemy jungle, and now Lucian's going to be able to get back in time to catch this wave with minimal damage to his turret. So honestly, I think that's just fine for the KT Rolster players. Not really too much that they're going to lose. Arrow will pick up that entire wave and be able to push out that much quicker.
In the late game, that's kind of where I see issues growing for the Rocks Tigers. Specifically, you're talking about Twisted Fate and Italy navigating team fights against the Tahm Kench Devour. We've already seen that used very expertly. Obviously, Blue Ezreal is going to be able to open up space, but I think it's going to have to be a macro game from the Rocks Tigers to really take it down, because it doesn't look like 5v5 team fights, barring some incredible mid-game snowball, are going to go their way.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And just the way that KT can play around vision with catches with Morgana and Lux means that it's going to be very dangerous for Rocks to face check objectives. Probably means they're going to have to burn TF ult if there's ever a Baron bait from KT. And that's not how you want to be using that ability, especially when you don't have TP.
Small solace is that on 6.1, warding trinkets, warding totems have been buffed. We will see more yellow trinkets. That means more permanent vision is usually available. We're going to see at least probably 1 more yellow trinket to go along with. Oh, interesting. I was actually going to didn't notice this. Peanut didn't go for the Tracker's Knife, has actually gone for the much more snowball choice. Makes sense given these 3-0 and 1, but that means we're going to need more yellow trinkets to be able to have as much vision as KT is going to be able to put out in the late game.
Yeah, Hachana here, slowed up as he wanders down to help out Arrow. The bottom side, Rift Herald buff still moving. That's going to be mostly cleared out by a True Shot Barrage. Kuro getting some damage down. Here's Someday, just as a bit of a threat right here. Does force the Ghost from Kuro.
Didn't have enough vision around the mid lane to know for sure how many people are rotating. So just pop Ghost, just as a preemptive measure. Has Distortion already, so summon a spell cooldown reduction from the Boots of Lucidity and the Distortion means that this is going to be very mobile Kuro.
As well. Here we go. Everyone collapsing, and there's a nice poke, and that's the combo right there. Gorilla has to use Unbreakable Will. Now they're going to TP in and cancel it immediately. Smart not to follow through with that. Poppy did not want to come in there.
It's not late game Poppy. Not enough tank items for quite that level of engage.
Yeah, definitely. And so we saw some pressure here. The Tigers, mostly full HP bars. In fact, pretty much entirely now that Gorilla's popped that potion. So shouldn't be too much more pressure from KT. Doubt they are going to get a whole hell of a lot. Too much wave clear right now, and we do see the rush here onto the Iceborne Gauntlet from Praise Ezreal, looking for the slow and some more AoE damage, at least on his Qs.
And Kuro's just gone full mobility Twisted Fate. I already mentioned the early Lucidity bits, but actually he's gone for the Frost Queen's Claim. No sight of a Sheen at 15 minutes for Twisted Fate. Feels like the old Twin Shadows Twisted Fate days where you would just prioritize movement speed, go for Ignite, and get that second gold card, and he'll be getting those repeated gold cards. He's going to need a lot of damage assists from his teammates because low damage Twisted Fate this early in the game.
Yeah, does have the Distortion enchantment though, so can do a few more chase downs, the lower cooldown on his summoners.
I mean, he's got all the chase. He's got the chase Twisted Fate build.
Yeah. They have to make it work. Now they can, of course, huge amounts of chase on this team, but they're going to come in right now. Someday just shows up with a TP. A tongue lash Gorilla.
His ult's still down, so has to be more defensive than you expect an Alistair played.
And that means Dragon now contested successfully by KT Rolster. They get number 1. And they still find themselves at about that same 1,000 gold deficit.
Right, both these teams having similar comps as Someday backs away. I think we're still unified in saying that KT do have that outscale potential with the Tom Kench Morgana, stopping any pick potential in the late game. So it has kind of reverted back to old win conditions. It's still a pressure game required from the Rocks Tigers to win, and KT looking to opt into the late game. Rocks started off really fast, had those 4 kills, had the early map control, but now that KT have picked up that all-important first dragon, showing they have those stats for the late game, it feels like the Rocks Tigers, they're the ones with the effective timer, so they need to start making assertive moves, because now all their vision is defensive, their map control has subsided, and KT go back to Lux wave clearing and feel great about it.
Yeah, they can. More moves need to be made. With this Twisted Fate right now, Kuro simply clearing waves in the bottom side to keep that turret up. Johnny here with the ultimate, though, is going to tag Gorilla straight into the binding. They're going to get the ultimate out once again. Unbreakable Will, they're going to try and burst him. That doesn't work, KT. And Someday is just going to get knocked right back into the turret. They finally are able to take out Gorilla, but it comes at the cost of Someday. Now Kuro joining his team in the mid lane, and there's Achani getting very, very low. Kindred ult is going to be popped, and Arrow tries to stick in. He's going to be the next to fall, though. Fly has to use his cleanse, and he dies too, and a mega dive from Rocks. Kuro can't quite clean up score, but that is nearly an ace off of a very poor commitment by KT Rolster.
And crucially, that was KT just gifting an ace effectively over to the Rocks Tigers. That was aggression started by KT. Just tried to force the pick onto Gorilla. They didn't have enough stacks of the Tongue Lash. They couldn't devour him and get him away. And once Gorilla saw the opening, flash headbutt into the turret, and the Rocks Tigers ran route after that.
Made it very easy. Again, just stacking that CC. So that they had the opportunity to use the one Unbreakable Will to break it.
You always question shot calling where Focus the Alistair was the clear call. They wanted to kill him before anyone came through. But crucially, Gorilla here, he ensures there's a 1-for-1 trade between the top laner and the support. And then Smep, in the right place at the right time, was a good flash on the heroic charge. But from this point, they have so much mobility. It's the Catch Twisted Fate build. It's Blue Ezreal. You're never getting away, whatever your health value is.
Well, it's not only Blue Ezreal, it is movement speed Twisted Fate. It's Nidalee. That is not a composition you can overextend and hope to get away with if they start piling on the kills. They are going to chase you down in the end, and that's exactly what happened. Very bizarre team fight from KT.
First shot calling mistake, or misstep, I would say, from KT in 4 games on this stage. This is their 5th game. That was a really clear call to kill the Alistair, who they knew his ult was up on. Very questionable.
Say the least. Prey actually has to use his flash right there as Fly lets loose a light binding. And now KT lost control of the vision. They're now hunting for it around the Baron, making sure they can't do that objective. They still have that late game edge, but with 5K in the hole and no mid turrets outside of their base. And Peanut is caught and destroyed. Maybe. We'll see. The ult is going to proc at the end, so Hachani does pick it up with the second part of his ult damage.
Does force a flash out of score. That's obviously a hollow victory. I want to touch back on the vision game. To me, it's all about permanent vision. It's all specifically about pink wards, and the Rocks Tigers pink wards are completely absent. They only have 1 on the map. They've just pushed up onto the enemy red buff. There's still good defensive pinks around the blue side jungle. It's all about translating mid-game skirmishes, mid-game team fights into permanent vision, whether it is those trinket wards or the pink wards. And for now, they've been slow to cement their advantage with vision.
Yeah, they've been very slow. Even in the early game, we saw KT 5 pinks on the board, only 1 for the Rocks Tigers at that point in time. So they have been lagging behind. Now it's cleared out. There's only 1 pink for either team right now.
Pink wards are just overpowered, Monte Cristo. They're so cheap.
They are very good.
They're so powerful. They must be contested. It feels like fights between pink ward vision specifically are what wins you games. It's what I've seen so far doing VOD review of the games we've had so far this season. So I think pink wards just really need to be first and foremost what you're practicing in scrims and outside the game, because if you keep that vision line up, it's so hard to come back.
One of the things that I'm really surprised that Riot didn't change about pink wards with the vision changes is the 5-hit HP, because it sounds like a stupid thing to talk about, but you consider that that's an extra, usually for most champions, 2+ seconds that it takes to clear out a ward, and that could be an eternity in a game where 1 CC ability can catch you out.
I think it's nice that there's such a big difference between, the once overpowered, now kind of inline blue trinket 1 hit to the 5 hits for pink wards. Of course, they're visible. But there should be titanic battles over them, because if you can double pink around your mid lane in the first, say, 5 to 6 minutes of the game, you're basically impervious to any sort of gank. You can overextend. Vision around mid lane in the start of the game, then obviously more aggressively onto buffs, is what wins you games, what cements advantages that you get from the mechanical outplays that we all love to see.
That we do. Well, Score actually does get that buff, I think, in the end, or the Grump in the end. We do see Kuro opting for the Zhonya's Hourglass second, so Rox really committing to some team fighting plays here with this Alistar and with the invincible Twisted Fate. Have a lot of dive opportunities available.
I just don't like it, though. You're opting into diving Tahm Kench, Tahm Kench, Kindred, Morgana.
Yep.
It seems really low value. Why not go for the split push that so far the pressure game has been what you picked for? It feels like a Lich Bane at this point. I just don't know what they're opting into with Frost Queen's claimed Zhonya's against the lineup you're facing.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that the only option here for KT is to answer a split push with a Tahm Kench. Gorilla caught out once again, but this time he may actually die through his ultimate, and yes, he will. Score finishes him off. And the rest of the Tigers now looping back around, trying to defend their mid turret. Peanut trying to get behind, but there's not a whole lot of HP left.
Second Dragon, for giving up a lot of pressure in mid, I don't really like it, to be honest. It feels like Second Dragon stats are fairly irrelevant. Now these games have been going late, so maybe the stacking will matter. It's Prey.
Prey almost dies, and yes, he will. Lux Fly grabs it as Prey tries to use his heal. Didn't have his flash available to get out, but a nice CC from KT Rolster, and they continue moving forward just briefly. Now they fall back to their side of the map. We have the respawn from Gorilla.
It's all the flow-on effect of Gorilla giving up his life for the Second Dragon. You saw the deep pink ward going down. It's going to be cleared instantly, but I feel like map pressure and aggressive wards versus Second Dragon, it's almost a no contest.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Especially if it had been the Second Dragon earlier in the game, or if there weren't any dragons for KT yet. But at this point, going for Second Drag, 22, 21 minutes in, you're still looking at a long scaling time at that point. So not really worth it. Peanut, too, going Rod of Ages into QSS. QSS now complete for Prey, so he will not fall to those same long-range bindings again.
But all we can say is that if you look down the list and see double QSS and a Zhonya's Rush, seems like Rox won a team fight.
Yeah, absolutely, but they're not finding those opportunities ever since they picked up the big kills. Now KT pushing this turret down is going to get a Poppy right next to him. Smeb wants to take out the rest of this minion wave and prevent the turret from falling, which he will easily do. The Tigers still firmly committing to controlling Baron vision right here and forcing KT to play around that.
Smeb's actually changed back to a warding totem. There was no warding totems among the 10 players a few minutes ago. He's gone back to the warding totem. I'm expecting at least one per team. Depending on how the top lane is playing, I think that might be the champion to pick it up, but feels like warding totems are certainly here to stay after the little adjustments in vision in 6.1.
Yeah, definitely a big improvement and equalization among some of these trinket items.
We might even see, early blue trinket into warding trinket change, or multiple changes. Maybe there will be more gameplay around when to change from a blue trinket to a yellow and vice versa over the course of games as they evolve.
I'm glad we actually have more trinket parity now.
I'm just happy it's not a min-max, right?
Yeah.
This is what everyone does. Everyone has 4 reds and 1 yellow, or 1 blue, or 4 blues as it was in the previous patch. I like it when it's situational, where we're a siege team, this is our win condition, we'll get this type of trinket, rather than just, this is the best one.
It always was interesting to me. I think there was more variance in potential trinket usage even before this season. That wasn't really explored by a lot of the professional teams. But it's nice to see that the balance change is actually forcing that issue.
I mean, in the best case scenario, it's going to be rock, paper, scissors, right?
It is,
This
definitely.
beats this. When they have sweepers, I want to go for the blue trinket to get spot vision. That's when it's at its most interesting. And sometimes in 50, 60-minute games, you see the flow-on effect. We're seeing a bit of information about what a late-game scrap between these two looks like. And for now, Someday, he's pretty happy with it.
Holding his own. We have Poppy here, presumably moving into an Iceborne. Peanut,
Peanut here too.
now on the side. He's going to land the spear, but not going to follow that one up. They didn't see any other members of KT on the map, and they just don't have the vision in that side of the jungle to commit to that play.
It's also 2-stack Rod of Ages, QSS Peanuts.
Uh-oh, now they
no
may.
damage.
Someday going to come around, and he's going to get stunned by Kuro on the port. Knocked back by Poppy right now. Someday watches as he gets hammered in the face. And Hachani there for some reason. Interesting choice.
That was
Definitely not where you want to be on the map right there. Easy kill.
Blast from the past, a Hachani moment.
They knew he was coming because they had TF ult tracking his movements, so you're not going to surprise anybody. You know you're alone. Final Spark used to clear out the wave for the most part. Culling will pick up the rest of it. They're still going to face tank this.
Smeb doesn't take damage, just to be clear.
Yes. At this point, especially that physical damage, not likely. Sunfire Cape and Dead Man's Plate.
Smeb's W, the charge ability that of course blocks the movement position effects, also gives bonus armor and magic resist, so it gets double scaling on a lot of those defensive stats. Not 100%, but obviously improved scaling. Means it's just pretty damn tanky.
Well, there's your Lich Bane, Papa Smithy. On to Kuro at long last. It's been a while, but it has been a slight seesaw here when it comes to the gold lead. Tigers now back at the 5K they earned after their last big fight win in the mid lane. KT closed it. Now back once again to a bit of a deficit.
Both teams have made some missteps. Not trademark of their early games, but of course we're so early into the season. The question just becomes that when you've already opted into QSS as this Nidalee, does the siege game from the Rocks Tigers against very strong wave clear from KT mean that they'll ever actually be able to pick up these turrets? They obviously want to break the base, and it just looks like, given some of their more defensive itemization, it's going to be tough for them to actually push forward a game-winning advantage.
All right, Someday and Smeb still scrapping on the bottom side. Both TPs up and available, so each team not really willing to commit to much right here. Twin Shadows follows in. Someday, like he's just slowly taking damage and spitting Smeb around. Kuro now finding a use for his Lich Bane as he split pushes in top. Everyone else from the Tigers moving over to take another tier 2. It is now 6 turrets, all turrets outside the base destroyed for Rocks. Meanwhile, KT is still sitting at 2. If they can take out the rest of their towers, they will be pretty much even in gold, but this is a Baron attempt here.
That double pink wards around this area. KT aren't responding. It's down to 5,000 health already.
Yeah, they're just going to get it right here. Uncontested. KT late to this fight. They're going to come in, but nothing really going to happen. Score. Face check Smeb, and here we go. Kuro just going to show up with a gold card, and he's going to get saved by Someday. Someday slammed into the wall now by Poppy. Gorilla low. He's going to engage with his ultimate. Fly also falling quite behind, and there's another kill coming in. Hachani taken out. Support for support this far in the fight. Arrow trying to kite out Smeb. KT Fly still alive, and now in the end they trade just 1 for 1. Somehow we see Score get out of that.
Yeah, Kuro really low on mana, had to stop with the CC, but this is immense turret damage already. Get this inhibit if they want to force, but no, with the respawns, they back away.
I mean, Final Spark still available. Not going to want to stick around while Lux can get a big ult on you. Kuro low on the mana, so they are just going to change over to that dragon, continue stacking up. 3 now will be secured, and late Final Spark.
We should return to the jungle matchup that I featured in the early game. You have to feel it. The one game we've seen where Score has fallen behind, it kind of reminds me of last season where Peekaboo didn't successfully get his roams off, or the Peekaboo Score synergy and aggressive plays and map domination fell apart. So did KT. This season, it's been all about Score just as a solo, and he's fallen behind, and Chani's got caught a bit. And KT's map control has gone from one of their strong suits, something that's allowed them to play these game-delaying wave-clear matches, now that Peanuts had the ascendancy in the 1v1 jungle matchup, KT, Vision game specifically, kind of fallen apart.
I don't know. I think KT definitely has been defensively warding well throughout this entire series. When it gets into the river, yes, they made mistakes around that Baron, but for the most part, they've had more wards, more pink wards, everything out on the map, and they've mostly seen everything that the Tigers are doing. But sometimes doesn't help with Twisted Fate in the game and how much that champion could do to catch people off guard.
Punishes rotations of any kind from the enemy. If you're just off by a moment, if the vision is slightly in the advantage of the enemy, just a Fate, global ultimates, being able to respond almost instantly. It's always been something that's been really difficult to play around for even the best teams.
So Baron buff charging down mid lane once again with the Tigers. They're trying to set up a split push right now, Poppy, but it's going to be really hard to actually finish off this inhib in the allotted time. Unless they totally commit to it. KT is still going to be very powerful. We haven't really seen that big 5v5 yet from KT where they can fully utilize all of their abilities to save their carries. And there we go. Prey just going to work right through it. The Lichbane and the Iceborne Gauntlet doing work.
Yeah, they're going to back away. They got successfully the objective. Smeb, split pushing with fairly impunity. He is eaten though.
And he's going to spit back out, but Smeb just going to respond with a heroic charge right back to his allies. He heroically retreats.
Yeah, that's where that name falls apart a little bit. Kuro is smart, holding onto the gold card basically as a zone, saying, okay, you've got the Devour onto Poppy, but no one else can focus fire, denying any sort of single target focus onto the tanky Smeb, and they just get away with half HP on the top turret, and of course the mid inhibitor down.
Yeah, so win right there before the Baron falls. Strategic withdrawal there from the Rocks Tiger.
I believe it's called a tactical retreat.
Tactical retreat. All right, so Someday now perfectly capable of tanking up some of these members. Smeb now spit back out. Here comes Gorilla with a big engage. Kuro going to be following up. Gold card is going to move through the enemy team. Arrow trying to kite this out. Big ult from Fly, but it's just not going to do enough damage. They're working on Someday right now. He's got a lot of gray health. Arrow starting to turn this fight around. Fly right behind him. Here comes the charge of Arrow. There's the Spooky Ghost going to get the slow. Prey has to pop over the wall with the Arcane Shift. But when the dust settles, 3 for 1 and maybe more. Arrow is here. Prey has to use his heal to escape. Ardent Blaze not going to find a target, and Prey will just barely escape this fight. Arrow showing the power of all that protection he has with this composition, managing to make the play, score the only one to die from KT.
You can see during this fight, they get a really nice pick on the score. He's completely deleted, but watch Arrow in the back line. KT have so much defensive shielding that means that Arrow free hits this whole fight. No one goes anywhere near him, and a free farmed Lucian just deals with everyone else. There isn't the follow-up CC, and there is the protection of the likes of the Black Shield and the Devour. That means if Arrow can free hit, he is empowered to do so much more damage than Prey.
Well, Rocks also, when it comes to their engage, once that Pulve combo is down, there's no other threat.
Heroic charge and Pulve down, they have
and
literally
the engage
nothing else.
Too, because when Kuro came in, comes in with the gold card, Pulve is down, Smeb is nowhere close to him, so Arrow is perfectly free to walk up right there and deal as much auto damage as possible. So great timing from Arrow, knowing when he can go into that engagement. Have a little bit more luxury in terms of how he team fights now that his QSS is available.
He's got the damage triumvirate of this season and the QSS, 40% CDR, and a lot of right-click auto attack damage. Probably going to be a Last Whisper item coming out from the last. Of course, Last Whisper saw, I believe, a slight buff in this patch in terms of percentage armor penetration. I might be misspeaking on that, but I believe that was about 5% buff. All
to
matters.
Bonus armor, though, still. So.
Still to bonus armor, of course,
Yeah.
but a lot of bonus armor on the side of Smeb in particular.
All right, Smeb back leading the charge right here. Throws a buckler at Arrow's face. Shield bash. Throwing shields at people, not fun.
Does it quite frequently. Which is still on. Smeb's trying to buy space. They just want this inhibitor to
Prey
get
doing
out.
a really good job, but he's going to miss the true shot barrage. Smeb now finds score, smashes him into the wall, and Peanut has to use his QSS to get out of the bind. Now Smeb is going to be falling a little bit low. Meanwhile, Someday is soloing Kuro and not going to get the kill as both summoners burn from the Twisted Fate. They want to burn this inhibitor and run, but they are low, and Kuro is in a bad position. Can KT save this? Just a couple more hits left, but both teams very poke heavy around this objective. Question is, Tom Kench gonna come through with the Abyssal Voyage. Peanut has to flash now, and here's Gorilla. He is a tasty target for Someday, who is black shielded. And here we go, Gorilla. They're just waiting on that ultimate to end, and they burn him down one more time. KT making a strong defense score, not enough to finish him off with a true shot. Barrage lives with about 200 health.
But crucially, Someday was able to outduel Kuro in a spare lane. Even though Kuro had both summoners available, only just was able to get away. And now Rox turns onto the Baron.
Yeah, they are. Here we go. Going to go for another Baron this game. Tom Kench nearly there, but no one else from KT. Free Baron again for the Tigers. KT just doing a very poor job of sensing when Rox can actually go for that objective. Meanwhile, KT may be able to get a dragon out of this and halt the stacking of the Tigers.
Hollow victory, but one you'll take. The second buff, as you mentioned, is no big boon, but denying the 5-stack at potentially 50 minutes into this game. Burst down quickly. Both these teams have so much mobility, both offensively and defensively, that these team fights can turn on a split call. Both these teams instantly disengage and re-engage, depending on how the side waves were going, and Kuro being completely outmatched is what forced Rox to have to retreat.
Well, inhibitor back up now in mid for KT, so 2 naked inhibitors, 1 still protected by a turret.
Should just be categorically better reenactment of what we just saw, though, as the Baron buff means there should be happier times in both the top and bot lane push for Rox.
Yeah, but apparently Someday is capable of dueling Kuro down here, and he has started to take attack speed, reflex bow now, in addition to his Thorn Mail, so...
The recurve is going to maybe a Wit's End, maybe a Blade the Ruin King. Interesting.
Yeah, one would think Wit's End here, but we'll see. Blade would definitely not be a bad item. I like the choice of the offensive item to shut down some of this split push. Kuro now on the run into the mid lane. Smeb trying to take down this mid lane turret. Prey still poking with that Iceborne Gauntlet, and they are going to get this top inhibitor, and they're going to get mid at the same time. Kuro managed to get their first big minion wave, so now KT down 2 inhibs. We saw a comeback from this yesterday by Samsung. They managed to turtle long enough against Longzhu.
Worth knowing they, of course, had the Dragon Ascendancy. They were always stacking towards a 5th. In this case, KT are behind in the Dragon stacking.
Very true, but they also still have the better team composition when it comes to some of these team fights and have been repulsing Rox with some efficiency. And Smeb's going to knock this Tom Kench out and make sure his team gets the turret. Baron buff still up. Arrow about 50% HP and still trying to deal some damage to Smeb. True Shot Barrage once again swings wide.
So hard to get onto Prey. Alistair trying on headbutt duty. Some days, angular damage.
That's a big laser across 2 members. Good job on the binding, but is it going to be enough? Ajani now low is going to stop Prey in his tracks for the moment. Someday still trying to face tank most of this poke. He's going to get Smeb, spit back out, but there's the heroic charge, and they're going to get the kill onto Tom Kench. Gorilla still at his ultimate up to provide the front line as his back line collapses onto Someday.
Really good use of the CC. It meant the gray health couldn't be popped. Tom Kench dies.
And here we go. TP now into the mid lane is going to keep that up. Smeb immediately rooted. Well, Gorilla comes in. He's got no mana for any more abilities, and that's going to be a snipe on him. No ultimate, so they take down the support, but this last turret falling very low. Lots of super minions in the base. Score going to get hammered into the turret, flashes away. Now we have the on the base, and that's going to be it. The Nexus falls in the end. Rox Tigers take game 1 in a shade under 40 minutes.
A game decided by 2 Barons. The first decisive one with double pink wards in the area. We talked on and on about the power of pink wards, but double pink wards meant that they stole out a Baron without even multiple members from the enemy dead. And from there, they basically kept on the pressure, even though the split push between, say for example, Tom Kench and Twisted Fate was starting to look like it was creeping it towards KT. Second Baron decisively taken, and the game there for the Rox Tigers.
Absolutely, and KT looked like they were controlling it. They didn't fall too far behind, but that disastrous attempt onto Gorilla in the mid lane certainly caused them to fall at such a deficit that they were forced to sort of lose 2 Barons due to lack of mid lane pressure from losing both Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets. And that was ultimately what gave the Tigers the edge in the end. So we'll see if perhaps they will make less of a foolish call in game number 2. But I like what we saw from the Tigers. More scaling that game, less of a early game blitz, and more about methodical poking and objective control.
Controlled pressure rather than just raw aggression, and played to a treat.
So we'll see who gets the MVP from game number 1. Remember, this is a best of 3, so we have more awesome action between these two teams in just a few minutes. Nofe in the booth right now with his team, and interesting adaptation. See how KT changes their draft in the next game. Fiora not even picked. Bit of a surprise, not banned either. Will that change in game number 2? We'll find out in just a few.
the world.
Time to announce our MVP, and it is Mr. Gorilla with a staggering 1.0 KDA, but he certainly made the plays that game and was always seemingly in the right place at the right time, and that's really how Gorilla has been for the last year, almost a sixth sense of where to play the map.
He's made his name as the best roaming support in the world. This guy, boots on mobility or no, is always in the right position.
Speaking of supports not in the right position,
Hachani returned to his old Hachani phase, 2014 Hachani rearing its ugly head.
yeah, not doing well right there. And Gorilla, too. This was the big misplay by KT, but you have to give it to Gorilla, who turned it on its head and started the follow-up here, powered up by the blue build Ezreal, just slowing everybody.
And just after this, the Baron soon followed. The pressure lost from KT from this one particular play was a snowball. With this whip push, there's so little they could do in the late game.
It's really good use of Alistar ult. I mean, he saves it for a hell of a long time in this fight. Zones out efficiently, allowing his backline to collapse on the top Kench.
We were talking about the fact that how do you ever get to the backline of KT? Gorilla was literally the sole disruptor for the Rocks Tigers, but he did the work of multiple people.
Excellent game. See the finish right here as they slowly work down the Nexus. Million minions helping him out. And there we go. Gorilla comes back and takes an MVP for his performance. Well earned.
Just a really interesting seesaw game. The Baron calls were really the only thing that separated the two teams. Score for once was kept well in check, and Peanut on the Nidalee really powered around the jungle, got a good kill score himself, but was part of the pressure game that has been the hallmark of the first three matches for the Rocks Tigers this year.
Hey, what about that? We're talking about an early pressure game from the Tigers. That is something that we do not associate with this team, but Peanut seems to be the missing piece to that part of the puzzle, and the Tigers looking like a devastatingly strong team early in this season. They've got one more game to close out their second set in what is going to be a tough week as they face KT today and then have to go up against Longzhu on Saturday.
It's a weird and wonderful world where you plug in two junglers, Ambition over to Samsung, Peanut over to the Rocks Tigers, both of them struggling on their old teams, and suddenly both of them look like competitors.
Funny how that works, allocating talent wisely. Well, Lux, China could learn something from that. Anyway, Lux going to be the first ban by the Rocks Tigers. Fly did well on that pick in spite of the loss for KT, and they have a little bit more freedom. So Rocks mixing it up. The Corki may be what they want for a first pick right here.
I thought Hachani, we noticed it in the replays, had certainly one of his off games. Now, he hasn't had many missteps this season, but despite the fact they have a support chomping at the bit to play, Ignar was one of the lone bright spots of Incredible Miracle last season. Hachani returns his place for Game 2.
Well, we don't know really what they need. Obviously, we know that Peekaboo was a major voice in the shot calling alongside Score, so if Hachani is filling in that gap, then it may be more valuable to have him than perhaps a player that performs a little better mechanically. So Lux and Lulu, L champions banned out here by the Tigers. And are we going to see the Corki ban this time is the major question. Kalista and Corki banned last time around in Italy.
On the red side, maybe it's the return of the Fiora that we were so surprised made it through picks and bans in Game 1.
Especially with these two players, Smeb and Sunday. A Fiora making it through a draft seems almost inconceivable, especially when the Quinn, the main counter that teams have been using, was banned.
Yeah, the only other champions that kind of do decently in lane, Tom Kench probably does fine, just given his tankiness. Kennen has a pretty good laning phase and in general can get away with his suite of CC, depending of course on the repose timing, but those two are the only other champions that really can hold a candle to the lane dominance that is Fiora, in the late game at least.
Well, GP up, that's going to be a fast grab for the Tigers. Kalista still an option here.
I think you take Fiora early and say, all right, if you're going to play Gangplank, it's not going to be in the top lane, and just deny that because you do not pick Gangplank into Fiora.
I think you take Kalista Fiora here, absolutely. They banned the Kalista, one of Prey's more dangerous champions in the last game, and so you pretty much, if this is going to be your strategy, are opting into this.
And let's return to this. You take the Fiora, suddenly Gangplank top's really not a thing. You cannot opt into the matchup against Fiora. And from there on, you force Gangplank in the mid lane. Gangplank doesn't have a lot of lane pressure. We saw Coco just wailing away on a mid lane Gangplank with Corki a couple of days ago, and suddenly your pressure game for KT has already got a huge kickstart just from picks and bans. I'd be surprised to see them go with the Mundo priority out of nowhere.
Yeah, but they may go for an Elise, and they're going to take that with Lucian, actually. So again, KT really liking the early wave clear from Lucian. Lucian obviously a strong pick right now, but no one prioritizing that pick as highly as KT does. And they grab Elise over Rek'Sai. Worth noting that KT has yet to play a Rek'Sai game this season, so this is going to be Score's 4th game on Elise. So clearly they like that pick better.
But Alistar and Kalista both available. Prey has been defaulting to Kalista where possible, so we expect to see him pick it up here. The Alistar Gorilla just did so much work on it. There's of course no need to rush the pick, but Kalista Alistar sounds like pretty much the perfect second round for the Rocks Tigers.
That would make 4 out of 4 games on Alistar this season for Gorilla, and that's what it's going to be. Why take it away when he performs on it every game? This time, however, the Kindred will be in Peanut's hands.
Score's going to have to be worried because every time we see a Kindred, we see early invades onto the Elise blue buff. We've seen so many times that Elise have been killed at their blue. I guess it would have to be red depending on where the starts come through. It's a mirror of where we've seen this Kindred versus Elise matchup, but still, early dueling potential from the Kindred.
Famously, Bengi sacrificing the first blood right at
Bengi.
level 2 in a 1v1. But yes, pathing from Kindred can be devastating to an Elise early. And Lissandra, the lock, alongside Shen, which I imagine will be played support by Hachani. That is one of his preferred support picks.
It's a good pick into the Alistar. You don't have to worry about the laning phase. You can just dash away if any headbutt Polv comes in. The Lissandra's a spicy one. Will it be a top lane Lissandra? Because that would really invite the Gangplank matchup.
Fly, I'm sure, can play it in the mid lane, and that means that we're going to see full lanes from the Rocks Tigers before KT is forced to reveal their hand. Tahm Kench here with GP, Kindred, and Ezreal would be pretty great for some better front line and good saving potential.
Very physical damage, heavy comp being mulled over by the Rocks Tigers, but worth noting that between the blue Ezreal magic damage and of course Thunderlords and some incidental damage from the likes of the Tahm Kench, there still is a smattering of magical damage.
Yeah. And Prey on the Ezreal, and you know, for the most part in leagues around the world we haven't seen very successful Ezreal play. Blue Ezreal just seems like it takes too long to scale in the current meta, but Prey really did a great job on it in the last game. Started out 3-0-4. And now the Fiora, this is your time to shine someday.
This is the someday carry performance on a platter in a great matchup for the Fiora. I'd be super surprised to see them pivot away from it.
I think you definitely go for a 1-3-1 right here. You have the Shen ultimate too for another global. If you can pull off a split push, you're going to be in a really excellent situation. But of course, Rocks Tigers probably going to be using double teleport too, but they should have a stronger 1-3-1 with the Fiora.
The only reason to pick Nara is engage. Obviously, you could have potential for amazing wombo engages between Lissandra, Nara, and of course the Elise and Shen duo.
Well, you have a lot of harassment options in
Sure.
lane 2 against the Tahm Kench. Really no way that Tahm Kench can effectively trade, so they may just try and take it for the laning phase, but of course Fiora not going to have too many troubles against Tahm Kench either, so someday really changing up. After 3 games of Fiora and 1 game of Gangplank to start this season, A little underwhelming. Tom Kench and Gnar going back to some tanks tonight for KT and not sticking with their scaling split push strategy seemingly at all.
Yeah, so of course, neglected to mention that because we saw the Tom Kench lock in, there was no potential for the Fiora Gangplank top. That was off the table. Gangplank mid, specifically here, the big question is, can Score and Fly have a rebound game? They have Lissandra Elise as a mid lane jungle skirmishing duo against Gangplank Kindred. So if Kindred gets away with her shenanigans despite having such a pressure discrepancy in the early game between Lissandra and Gangplank, that's a big issue for KT. They should be playing around massive pressure advantage in mid.
Yeah, and Rox is going to very much want to lane swap out of this situation, help this Ezreal scale like we saw them in the last game, start stacking that tier early, because having standard lanes, not great for their Tom Kench or their Ezreal.
All three lanes, actually.
Yeah.
Pressure going to be well on the side of KT if we see standard lanes. Expect fireworks in the early game to see some of those deep wards.
Well, we're going to start game number 2, Rox Tigers versus KT Rolster. Can the Tigers get a sweep?
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to.
What do they want to rule, Papa Smithy?
We're never going to know.
Everybody wants to rule the insert blank here. All right, KT looking to rebound from a close first game, stretched out to 40 minutes, made some overextensions, and they let the Alistair through once again. So Gorilla gets 4 games in a row to start off his season on this pick.
And the only way for the Rox Tigers to get through the early game, we've talked about lane swaps, just on a simple level, obviously, Ezreal wants to swap out of this Lucian Shen lane. But let's just take the flow-on effect of a successful lane swap. If we see a repeat of the previous game, Ezreal can be swapped into top for an off-lane 1v1 matchup, allowing Gorilla to do Gorilla things, pick up Moby Boots, roam, and create the pressure that innately these lanes lack. You will see Gnar pushing in Tom Kench. Lissandra has complete control over Gangplank, and 2v2, Lucian Shen wins every day of the week. It's on Gorilla once again to create the pressure that Rox Tigers did not draft for.
And that's the issue. If they play like they did in the lane swap in the last game where they leave Prey alone, certainly they turned around the gank with the Twisted Fate up there. That's not going to be an option this game if Lissandra and Gangplank both show up early. So Prey has to be super careful. They are going to get swapped on as we see KT with their duo in the bottom side. And this means, too, that if they try and freeze it, like they did when the first turret went down, that the pressure coming in from KT might be overwhelming, and they could trade some stacks on a tier for a turret, which be quite painful for the Tigers.
Super interested to see how level 1s evolve as the season goes on, as that's actually a really good trade for Kuro, just popping the Corrupting Potion and having a big potion advantage over Fly. But I just have to wonder, I just feel that the early game jungle follow is so unpredictable. Teams get away with blind swaps more than they should do. Of course, that's a lot to do with timer changes and just how the game is flowing right now. But I can't see this being the reality come playoff time.
Yeah, something's got to give here. We also have seen, you alluded to level 1s earlier, but those very passive level 1s, we rarely see deep wards coming in anymore. So Prey and Gorilla starting to push up as we see KT mirroring that in the bottom side of the map. And this will be Chani rejoining his AD carry. We'll see, of course, someday, and Smeb also walking up there to get some turret damage down. So standard as standard could be so far, but the real question is, what is Prey going to do after this turret goes down? Because they did get an advantage because of the TF in that situation last game, but normally you would not get that advantage.
And look, Gangplank has non-committal global assistance. Obviously, it's not a Twisted Fate Destiny, but he can stay in lane and also throw out a lot of damage. Peanut's sniffing around mid, but Fly's still at half health. One of the reasons that they're doing this, of course, we talked about how we expected Lissandra to have a big pressure advantage. That level 1 chunk, Fly has no potions and is sitting around half health. He is in a bit of a dodgy position, just given how the level 1 trading went with Kuro.
Yeah, certainly is. Prey here with Smeb, both top laners. Actually, Interesting. So that was a interesting choice, canceling that recall just to get some more damage. Prey and Smeb also sharing gold on that tier 1 turret.
I believe it was just they didn't have enough auto attack damage and just how the minions would have broken. He just had to call in the AD carry for one last salvo of damage. So doesn't get the selfish gold, but still necessary for the reverse push.
So setups for both top laners here, of course. Smeb is going to be quite delighted to see that minion wave pushing back towards him. Same thing with Someday. Fly has the mana. Kuro running short on that resource, and there is Hachani lurking in the topside brush. Lots of pings going down, and the crab looks like it will catch Hachani as he walks back up into lane.
Look who's going bottom to get his 1v1 matchup. It's Prey once again. Tier into just stacking up the tier. No pressure, don't have to deal with the Lucian trading. This is the lane assignment that we saw last game, and they get it once again, Rox Tigers.
Yeah, interesting that we do see this twice in a row. So they have definitely practiced specifically for a blue build Ezreal. And look at KT's reaction. They're actually going to go for a very fast Rift Herald to try and increase pressure and therefore punish Prey for freezing deep and try and take a turret on the top side as a response. So very interesting adaptation. Why did Score take the buff? No. Give it to Hachani.
Hachani gets nothing.
I thought for sure they would be going over so they could apply pressure to the top side.
Hey, who's to say that Elise doesn't walk into lane NASA style and just try and AoE down waves? It's possible.
Well, Score's going bottom side, so I suppose it isn't possible, actually. Instead, Someday just going to play very aggressively.
I like how the Rift Herald gives you literally nothing at dealing with these jungle mobs at all.
Wow, that is one of the more confusing Rift Heralds I have seen taken. I thought for sure Hachani would get it, walk back in there, and at least get some more damage on top. But nope. Herald down, and that'll be Score wandering around. I guess he just wanted to look purple.
Lulu approves.
Score going to walk right by a pink ward in the river without checking it. They know what's going on here. Kuro going to get engaged on Fly, actually. Going to pop his ult on himself in response to the GP, but there's Gorilla, forces the flash. Smeb also joining the rest of his team, courtesy of a TP. Hachani now trying to zone out. They're not going to catch Lysandra, but a very good read by the Tigers, turning the gank. But they do blow a teleport for it, and the GP ultimate. So that's going to be a lot of pressure relief. Meanwhile, Arrow gets some free time with the top lane tower.
Not a brush that Gorilla or Peanut want to face check. One thing I want to say though, Peanut in position for a really smart counter gank. Nice to see the communication and the pathing from Peanut, already levels ahead of anything we saw from him on Najin.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't look anywhere near as reckless as he used to in past seasons. KT now decides that
all
they're
the
going
buffs.
you're going to use their pressure advantage and the Rift Herald buff on the Dragon. Good job.
Shen support, of course, very, very tanky. Has at least 1 point in the W. Can just tank up the damage. Between Elise and Shen, they're so tanky. And then, of course,
Here we go. Peanut going to come back in. Fly going to eat out. And there's the death. Wolf gets the first blood. Combined with Kuro. Looks like it was actually a passive tick. I may have finished that off as Wolf went in for the kill.
It's concerning for KT. The pressure around mid is what they picked themselves for. But Peanut, both defensively and offensively, has been all over Fly, and now Gangplank actually has the snowball advantage in lane.
Yeah, very surprising. Goes back, of course, for his first buy and did pick up that Sheen, so choosing to do more damage in this lane, not actually getting an early Ruby Crystal. Most of the time you see GP as he builds into Trinity Force in mid lane, take the Ruby Crystal and the Sapphire Crystal and play defensively. Not this time.
You haven't been watching some of these games. Obviously, these players have been watching the LPL, as you point out, the, of course, Hex Drinker for a bit of defensive choice from the Gangplank. But in the LPL, we saw a top lane Gangplank go Sapphire Crystal start into Cull.
I watched that game.
they took away the Poppy. They haven't quite gone for the greed Gangplank.
So tell me, did that Gangplank win the game, Papa Smithy?
I don't believe he did.
No, he did not.
But he got a lot of cool gold. Cull is the best, worst item ever.
So terrible.
I know, but if you get the 100 stacks.
No, Papa Smithy. Just no.
Well, you lose the game before you get the 100 stacks,
Exactly.
unfortunately.
That's the reality of Cole. It does as advertised. It culls you right out of the game. It culls the good players from the bad players.
Useful in that way.
It is quite useful.
But will we see, I mean, the question is though, like Avarice Blade was seen as a noob trap and then became the cornerstone of most AD carry builds much later after its introduction. There's probably a world where Cull becomes relevant.
With buffs, sure.
Okay. Avarice Blade, I believe, got 1 extra GP10 as a buff at some point during his livelihood. +2 to +3.
It also, Avarice Blade also builds into things.
Cull builds into selling it for something else?
Crucially, Avarice Blade builds
That's
into,
true.
Builds into other
It
things.
did, okay. I forgot about that. Maybe Cull will build into things.
Maybe it will, Father Smithy. Maybe it will. That would be probably the biggest improvement they could give it. But KT starting to chip away at this tower, getting those big advantages that they did lose at least a little bit in the mid lane. Fly still just trying to wave clear as best he can. Score comes through with the buff, but not actually going to see the ward right there. He gets seen, and there's the GP ultimate. Well timed, not only to keep the turret up, but to dissuade any dive. Someday now finds Peanut in the river, and that's going to be a 3-stack. Someday's getting very close to Meganar. Peanut doesn't want to fight this. I don't know what he's doing, and he's just going to get jumped on by Someday. They're going to get the kill maybe with the Ignite.
It's not going to kill him.
And it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Score gets found out in the top side. Kuro is here, and Hachani, the last victim, left alone, flashless in the enemy jungle, and Prey comes through with the true shot barrage, finishes off Someday as he recalls under his turret. His eyes on the shop, no doubt.
Prey, this is his Ezreal. He is the premier Korean Ezreal player in Champions, especially now that Deft has left.
Hey, there's still Faker, come on.
Okay. If he was stealing a buff, it'd be all about Faker.
Score and trying to punish Smeb right here. TP coming back, and that will be canceled in the end. Kuro has to use his summoner spelling, but guess who's here? It's Someday hopping forward, does get the proc, but is he going to burn through the health? The answer is yes. Probably. Once this shield is slowly destroyed, Someday barely lives,
Kindred's
but it's
on the
enough.
chase.
Kindred coming around, but Score and Someday are here, and it's just Peanut. And there is Someday with a Meganar. Cocoon goes through. Peanut a little in a tough place, and here comes Someday. Rock thrown, smashed into the ground. Kindred ult. Gorilla's here with a 3-man knockup, and it true shot barrage goes past, but it just can't finish up. Peanut again caught out by the KT lineup.
But it was just a hair's breadth away from the Prey triple kill there if that heal hadn't come through. It's actually going to be a second Rift Herald. Prey picks up the bot lane turret, but across the map, Rock's losing pressure slowly.
All right, well, let's give it to Score again.
Well, Shiny doesn't want it, clearly. Let's watch here. All right. Take the buff.
No!
Score's like, thank you.
It's like, if I can't have blue, I'm taking this.
Back to the jungle.
With his sweet purple shield. Great times. Well, top lane turret falls. Leaves us very close at 12 minutes into this game that has featured quite a bit of action for a lane swap.
Big factor though, Kuro in a bad matchup in the mid lane. With the help from Peanut, a lot of babysitting in the first 10 minutes. He's actually ahead in CS and 2-0 up. The effective goal difference, remember, Gangbang of course gets all the extra goal from Parlay. The goal difference between him and Fly is going to be already quite big.
Yeah, it is. Someday, too, has a couple of kills, but has fallen behind when it comes to farm, surprisingly, as the Gnar. They've been leaning against each other for quite some time now. He'll catch up after the next couple of waves.
A lot of kill involvement, though, at 2-1 and 2, so...
Definitely.
Gonna be
in fact, 100% kill participation.
Wow, that's the most possible.
That is the most possible. There aren't more percents than 100.
But I gave 110% in my cast today, Monty.
You can't. You lie.
All right.
And also never say that.
That's fair. I think I lost points.
That's
for that one.
that's the worst cliche in the world, and there are a lot of terrible
But
cliches.
everyone gave 110% today.
You can't do that. I'm sorry.
I'm taking it 1 week at a time.
I'm only giving about 80% right now, in fact. All right.
Why are you tanking?
KT going to be slowed up there by the Iceborne Gauntlet once again. Prey really opting for that item very early on.
A shiny pink ward's nothing.
That's how you do. So, yeah, a lot of these blue build Ezreals we see not rushing the Iceborne and instead trying to stack up for the Muramana faster. There's an engagement. Smeb comes from the flank, but he gets taunted. Hachani starts to try and delay him, does get eaten, spit back out, and that'll be a kill for the Tigers as they get one on the hard engage. A plethora of wards popped over the wall.
With the changes to the cooldown reduction mechanic from the Q, it's been evolved into the Iceborne Gauntlet Rush. It allows you to control minion waves well. The poke is there. I mean, just the rush for the Muramana, it feels like people are happy to delay that to the 25, 30-minute mark.
I think it's just such a good tool for the mid game here and just stalling out KT and preventing their engages. So why not take it early? You're going to get the Muramana eventually.
Exactly. The AD just doesn't really mean much from Ezreal. His minion wave control, or lack thereof, outside of ultimate has always been the pitfall of him as a champion. It was only when Runeglaive was introduced that finally mid lane Ezreal had wave control. But Iceborne Gauntlet Rush, you can just watch these minion waves. They die consistently.
Prey takes a culling to the face. Out of mana right now, but Kuro has begun some split pushing antics in the bottom side. They do have this turret somewhat protected right now, but Prey's here, no true shot barrage, not much wave clear left over without the GP in mid lane.
Gangplank ult is down, so don't have the emergency wave clear that provides. Gangplank, Trinity Force Hex Drinker. Basically, this is around the Trinity Force timing, maybe a little bit fast, but the snowball Hex Drinker from the kills means that suddenly the 1v1 kill between the oranges and the Hex Drinker shield, almost impossible, and that's magic resist against both score and fly when it comes to any sort of skirmish around the mid lane.
Yeah, and the 15 minutes, like you're saying, is definitely the benchmark for a Trinity Force in a solo lane. And so having that, like you're saying, and the Hex Drinker really shows the advantage that he's been able to build in the game. And especially with the extra gold that he's getting as a result of his parlay, he is in a very good place.
Just worry about the late game team fights where Na, Elise, Lissandra, Lucian, all these champions are mid-range to short-range champions opting into Gangplank barrels. They're going to be impressive barrels as someday. Bit of a blast from the past has actually rushed Frozen Mallet looking for just trying to track and slow down Smeb in a long lane.
Yeah, that's a very different build than we've seen from other Nars in this season.
Now the big factor here, I think this is a build that's hyper related. Now you're going to expect health stacking from Smeb. So in mini Nar form, if someday can just auto attack away, and of course he will be able to slow down the fairly immobile Tahm Kench, that hyper procs, once you hit level 12, 13, get 5 points in that ability, suddenly actually has not necessarily kill pressure, but ensures that if there's ever a teleport situation, he would have built up a bit of enough Nar bar to be in Mega Nar, and Smeb is going to be chunked out 50 to 30% health.
Yeah, absolutely huge, and that also shows how KT wants to play this. Not really going for the team fights yet, but that's going to give Kuro more time to scale.
He doesn't need that much more time.
He doesn't need it, but without the forced team fights from a more team fight build Gnar, could be quite interesting. Of course, 2 dragons already over to KT, even this early into the game, and perhaps they're looking to extend to 5 dragons. We've seen KT do that on several different occasions this season.
KT Rolster opting into outscale top lane matchups, very, very successful. In this match, in a situation where they need to apply pressure against an outscale comp. And speaking of pressure...
Oh yeah, they're going for the Rift Herald right now. Smeb, gray health already about 50%. And here's the TP as Sunday's going to go into Mega Gnar form. Score punched out of the fight by Gorilla. Peanut now over the wall. Here comes the E though. Big Gnar into the wall. 3 people. And they're going to catch Prey on the back end of this fight. Prey still doing damage though. He is going to eventually fall. And now Peanut going to come in. Nice pull here by Gorilla as the Trinity ult is dropped, but that's not going to be enough as Peanut's still alive, but he is going to get knocked down by Arrow, who takes a double to end the fight. And that is going to be an ace and a large overcommitment for the Herald. And guess who gets it anyway? It's Someday.
Someday stole it and picked up the buff as the fight was going on. Crucially, KT finally fought with their earlier power spikes, and notably, Kuro doesn't have enough barrels to actually keep this fight going. The first one misfires on them. Despite having all the gold, Kuro's doing relatively nothing, and the engage from Fly and Someday with a massive scoop is what won KT this fight.
That was absolutely brilliant. Someday just waiting for his Mega Gnar on the buff and then hopping over.
And despite the fact that Kuro is basically unharassed 2-0 gangplank, because the fight keeps moving quadrants all over this river, never is there a massive barrel combo. The fight's never on Gangplank's terms, and he's fairly irrelevant despite having all the snowball gold and picking up a couple of extra kills.
Yeah, the taunt's also a major factor on that GP. Hachani landed one at the end, which kept Arrow in the game right there, and Arrow actually finishes that fight with pretty much full HP. So 3-0-2 now. Someday still with that 100% kill participation at 4-1-5. Picks up a lot of gold. Oh, Gorilla, you can't deal with this.
There's a mallet.
A mallet doing work. And this is actually, we saw Gorilla in the last game, boots of mobility. Well, you may not want the boots of mobility against a frozen mallet Gnar. Because
He's not a swiftness boots believer as far as we can tell.
That might be a better pickup under these conditions.
Already paid gold for the distortion boot upgrade, so I guess not looking to pivot right now, despite the fact, as you mentioned, the chase power from Someday is massive. In KT, they finally got the fight. We were worried that they were going to get outscaled, but get the mid-game fight they were looking for. Need to keep them honest. Gangplank's looking for the steal.
Yeah, not going to get it. Does chunk them just a hair, but that's 3 dragons now by 20 minutes. Very fast stacking. So we're looking at 32 for a possible 5th dragon from KT, much earlier than we typically see, but of course the lane swap making that possible. That's not going to land there. True Shot Barrage misses from Prey as Fly dodges out in the mid lane.
We get a new data point, Monty, because we expected KT to use their earlier power spikes to play around mid lane. Instead, they monopolized Rift Herald and Dragon. So what does a late game team fight look like? 5 dragons against a free farm Gangplank? We're probably going to find out.
That's going to be quite interesting. KT, they've been playing around the Dragons so much already this season, and they've been quite successful at it.
Do you reckon they read the patch notes, or they were just like, 5 dragons, that's the way to go?
That's a really awesome buff. We need that. Doesn't matter how long it takes.
I mean, to be fair, double everything is where that 5th stack is just insanely powerful. This should never be achieved in a normal game, but whatever we were told about Season 6 has definitely been thrown in its head.
Well, the Poke War is being won here at the turret by the Tigers. They chip slowly away at the members of KT. Looks like they may just abandon the mid turret after this prolonged push. Arrow's still there, but no culling left to clear the wave. And oh, they may just look for an engage right here. There's the cocoon. That's not going to find a target. And meanwhile, Tigers now going to be forced to back off as the flank is threatened. Someday about to hit that Mega Gnar, but that'll cause him to back off as he was usually just having that boomerang and auto harassment to turn this around.
Rock's Tigers have been really cheapening out on pink ward vision around their flanks. In general, they are not really adequately warded, at least when that 5v5 standoff was happening in mid 2 minutes ago, to force down this turret. With Gnar opting into the top lane, it looks like they've given up fighting for this mid lane turret, but
oh, Culling's almost back up. There's the Gangplank ult dropped. That might leave them vulnerable here to an engage, and without that ability and without the mid turret, they are not willing to move forward. They know that there's a possibility that with the pink ward dropped by KT, someone could be in the topside river brush.
everyone on the side of Rocks has an open slot for a pink ward. They desperately need them. Someday's really overextended.
Flash taunt onto Prey, there's it, straight to Cocoon, and Someday is just waiting in Mega Gnar, trying to save him with a Kindred ult. That's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Arrow gets himself in a nice position. Gnar is eaten and killed, actually, by the Tahm Kench. Chani now backs away, but the siege can still come in here from KT, and nice ult. Smeb gets caught out in the front line, and this will be another turret for KT off of a top laner for a top laner and AD carry trade.
Fly was really smart to hold the ult till they had enough damage to burst through before the CC dropped and the gray health could be popped. Tahm Kench's tankiness is conditional on not being under a CC effect. It's a really nice push after an aggressive rotation from KT. And now the mid game is starting to be observed. That's what they needed to do, and they're doing it. And 2 team fights in a row. Kuro has been largely irrelevant. Now the bounce was really nicely stopped by Smeb, but it's all about, again, another big Gnar ultimate. We haven't seen many of these from the Gnar players, but the Gnar play from Sunday has been on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Arrow 2 just untouched in this choke point. Sure, they get the kill, but the follow-up crowd control, get the taunt onto Smeb, and then the cocoon straight as he walks into the brush.
Look, the Grey health, massive. Was actually his whole health bar could have been popped for Grey health, but CC at the right time. Good communication between the KT members. This is more what we expected from KT. It sets up potentially a mouth-watering game 3, but again, 2 team fights, 2 misfires from a Gangplank perspective. We always have seen consistently since post-Gangplank rework, 1 barrel combo can win a game.
Yeah. Force somebody off one of those objectives, chunk them out, take the Baron in return, get that kill. Gorilla eats a ton of damage and isn't going to have to use Unbreakable Will. Does hold off on pulling the trigger on his ultimate.
Smeb with teleport up, with ult up, isn't opting into the empty lane with Someday, which might tell us a bit about how effective this Frozen Mallet build has proven to be.
Yeah, it's a bit of extra damage too from the Sterix Gauge. So who's going to stop him right now? Kuro can't with his lack of TP as we speak. So we'll be Tahm Kench. Smeb merely falling back to the tier 2 turret.
Sweeper actually spotted out Gangplank. Recalling, but KT going really tricky here with a 2-man Baron attempt. There's no information to Rox. This is almost a polar opposite of the last game. Oh, spotted out.
Yeah, Score nearly died. There's the GP ultimate. Not going to be enough to secure it. Score has his finger on the smite. Hits it, and they'll get out. So a lot used right there. 2 ultimates from Rox, who correctly suspect where KT Rolster is on the map. But it's not enough to stop the Baron going down. So KT, this game taking that Baron, 30 seconds until Dragon number 4. This is looking very good for KT.
This is the cleanest objective play we've seen this season. Monopolize the early Dragons to even set that up as a win condition at a very early time in the game. Rift Herald barring 1 monopolized, winning in turrets as well. It's PvE performance, A+ from KT.
Yeah, and you said it before, but the armor is going to be incredibly effective against the Rox Tigers in this game. We see that, of course, Someday now is moving into an armor-heavy build with the Randuin's Omen. Already the Zhonya's done on the fly, and without relevant magic damage, sure, Gangplank's strong, but the itemization is this efficient is a bit of a worrying sign here for the Tigers.
Even just health as a stat helps against the Gangplank. Of course, ignores 40% of regular armor. Basically has old Last Whisper.
What was like freaking out there on the edge of the circle as you see Arrow just poking his face in.
Rox have to play so far away from these waves. Someday's bringing up a Baron buffed minion wave of his own. Smeb doesn't have much wave clear, so not much he can do in this situation either.
Yeah, just has to spit some minions right back at the wave. Make as much of an attempt as he can. Someday about to hit that Mega Gnar. So he's not going to be able to prolong this push on this wave. Doesn't want to walk into melee auto range if he can avoid it. Hachani takes a barrel over the wall, but the siege will continue. Nothing done yet by the Tigers to break it.
1 barrel there, 600 damage, no more to fly, so still able to keep pushing. Only Kuro has the gold on this team. Everyone else is way behind their lane opponent. It's kind of showing.
Now Smeb, huge amounts of damage as he walks forward just to clear. Has to go back to the fountain now, but there's no way for Someday to work with.
You could see that Smeb was walking up to allow time for Peanut to walk around, but in the action of walking up, took basically 3/4 of his life and had to back away. So much pressure coming on from Someday.
Yeah, still gets there, back for the next wave with full HP, but Someday here takes a big chunk of damage and doesn't quite finish off the top inhibitor turret.
But the moment he gets chunked out, smartly KT back as a 4-man unit. They're not looking to fight on even or uneven terms, and irregardless of that, they're playing around Someday. Just smart to see, and you know, we think always about the combat stats that 5th Dragon provides. Just think about that same split pushing matchup with, what is it, 16% extra damage to turrets. Those turrets will explode.
Not to mention just the poke damage from the true burn that you get. It's a lot easier to force people back into fountain so you have more quality alone time with your turret.
Alone time with turrets. cornerstone of a one League of Legends game.
It's very true. It's how you crack the base.
Indeed. We'll leave it there.
We'll leave it there. Well, KT, I think, smart to disengage. They've only got about 3 minutes until the next dragon spawns, so...
They're dictating every part of this game. They're pushing to the enemy turrets. They've monopolized Dragon and close to that on Baron and Rift Herald. Every fight this game will, from here on, will just be Rocks opting into uneven vision, poor terrain. They just have so few options apart from just responding to whatever KT decides is their safest course to victory and closing out this game and extending it to a second, third game series.
It's really shocking to me how good KT is at Dragon Control. It was a hallmark of SK Telecom's play last year. But when you think about that in this early part of the season, if they get Dragon number 5 here, I think they will have gotten it in 3 out of their total 6 games, if not 4 out of their total 6 games. And that is a very high 5th Dragon rate.
It's definitely the approach they've taken. That is their zero-sum way of winning League of Legends games in the 2016 season, has been to go for the late game, which, again, atypical of so many other teams. A score might be caught.
Has to jump up right there. Does have Peanut isolated, but Someday on his own. He's very tanky. Fly has to ult himself to get out of that Smeb. Again, tied up with the taunt. Someday now on the backside. They have to use the Kindred ult just to keep him alive. Another great ultimate and a huge taunt and stun from Hachani, and Someday is just going to absolutely wreck the Rocks Tigers. What a good answer to that Kindred ult. Incoming quadra kill from Arrow. Doesn't get the penta, unfortunately, but a quadra will be good enough as they push into the enemy base.
Monte Cristo, Arrow completely beast mode of that fight. He literally did the thing in solo queue you're told not to do. He skipped past all the tanks, 1v1'd Prey, killed him in the backline, and then pivoted when Someday pulled off that big engage and cleaned up the fight.
Yeah, they were really scared of Someday, though. Everyone on the retreat using the Kindred ult just to try and survive. He is so fed.
Just think of AD carry play in previous seasons. Stay back, use your attack speed, armor penetration, and AD to kill the safe targets. It's season 2016. Everything is different. So after score comes down, just watch how Arrow plays this fight. He knows his Prey's on the back line, sees that Smeb's tied up, and just goes around that and assassinates Prey, despite the fact that there's another side to fight.
Watch Hachani right here, too. Double taunt already into the stun that was set up by Someday. Just great team fighting from KT.
KT's team fighting is what Jat highlighted in one of his videos, how smart they play team fights. That was a different type of team fight than I've seen, but executed with communication, everyone firing on all cylinders. That's KT playing at their best.
And they're justifying that early Lucian pickup here. It has been their priority, and Arrow has done well on it the majority of the games this season. He's a player that hasn't been the strongest AD carry in Korea, but on this pick and in this meta, he is looking very strong.
The narrative about the KOO Tigers at Worlds was they were the best late-game team fighters in the world, but that was apologies to KT Rolster. They were always neck and neck with the KOO Tigers during the champion season, and just that little bit ahead, at least in this game in particular.
Yeah, now Someday resuming the split push. That turret has regained some health, but it's still going to be pretty low. Thornmail also picked up by Someday right now, and it is going to be very low, in fact. It'll take about 3 autos for Someday to kill us. 4, excuse me.
Smeb realizes that any sort of split push war is not in the advantage of the Rocks Tigers. They need to be grouped as 5 to instantly collapse on whichever objective they want to go for. They're not going to try and pick up a denying Dragon. They're going to look to fight a Baron. They're going to lose at minimum an inhibitor.
Yeah, KT has to pull back as Smeb comes in with that Abyssal Voyage. Lots of poke. Still going to come through. Gorilla starts tanking up the Baron. There's the GP ult drop. Can they burn down the Baron and turn this around? There's the Baron secured by Prey. Now they have to turn this fight, but there is a giant Someday who nails Peanut to the wall. Score now fighting inside the ultimate. Rocks Tigers going to take the first kill of this team fight. And can they turn this around? They get 4. Only Someday left up. He has to hop over the wall right now. He's going to get away, looks like, just barely, but Rocks and Gorilla turn that fight. Gorilla walks into the pit to keep tanking. They lose an inhibitor, but they get 4 for 1 and the Baron.
The decision to stay grouped and not just have Smeb watch himself lose the turret is vindicated. They win the fight around Baron. That's off the menu. They're going to pick up their first dragon. 6% stats at 33 minutes are massive, and suddenly they get 6 minutes to push out their waves, control the game, and potentially fight the next fight on even terms as we see this replay.
Yeah, Arrow gets chunked at the start of the fight, not going to be very helpful, but the zone here, so good from the GP ult.
Watch Gorilla now score at the very last second. Can't pick up the steal. It's a big initiation, but Peanut doesn't die, crucially.
And the biggest part is Lysandra did not use her ult. Came in with the E and then used the W for the crowd control. Got bounced by Gorilla and bursted. So pretty big misplay there from the Lysandra. And that is going to be the Rocks Tigers making at least a statement, and if not a comeback into this game.
I mean, that point, that split-second CC from, you have to imagine, Gorilla stopped both Zhonya's and ult from being channeled, died instantly, won them the fight.
Huge, absolutely enormous. So Gorilla once again coming up with a play that...
Smeb's very overextended.
Yes, he is. Going to deal some damage to Score. Now they're going to TP in with Kuro. Fly is here, and they're actually going to get a kill. There's the True Shot Barrage coming on through. Fly has the Shen ultimate on him, but there are 2 kills as Arrow adds a little bit of insult to injury with his arrival in that top side. They lose Score, but that is a worthy trade for both solo laners. No Cannon Barrage now available to help save this base as KT walks forward.
They're walking forward. Is there enough wave clear on the side of the Rocks Tigers? How much is KT willing to commit? They have that 2-member advantage.
Why not commit at this stage? You have a TP up too. There are no objectives to be taken. You have enough turrets left that even if they ace you, they can't really win the game.
Well, KT decide to play much slower.
I think you just go for it right there. Why not?
Well, the death time is now at 15 seconds. Did not want to commit to the teleport on Fly. We have to expect them to make some sort of big split push play, but Smeb still has his teleport available, so not really much gotten from holding on to that cooldown.
That's a curious one. Very conservative from KT. Like I said, even in the worst case scenario where everybody dies and they don't give up kills, still 20-second death timers on the Tigers, so you're going to get that back. No imminent. Oh, they're going to catch him someday. Still here, turns around, gets a stun, pops over the wall. No harm done, really, besides a delayed recall. Like I was saying, you go in there, okay, you all die. Well, 20 seconds still left. You have 30 seconds where all 5 members of the Tigers are up. No imminent Baron, no imminent Dragon, tons of turrets still. No way for them to close out the game, so you might as well try and end it right there.
Now, the only reason that I might give them the benefit of the doubt is that because they have so many win conditions banked between 5th Dragon and Baron, they thought better safe than sorry, but I agree, there's a level of safety that's just a misplay. It's just too conservative, so I think that was just one hair's breadth too conservative from KT.
They find themselves in a situation getting chunked out by some GP barrels. Someday about to hit Meganar, but he's at 50% HP. Smeb doing some damage. Hachani walking forward. Arrow takes a chunk. True Shot Barrage not going to hit. Nice pull there, but he is going to get tied up by the Ring of Frost. Gorilla now, the next target, GP ult falls onto Arrow. Arrow has to reposition. Hachani's going to die right here. Can they kill Gorilla in return? The answer is yes. Arrow now on top of Prey, has to back out, flashes into the back line, but they're going to live. Fly now and Score still trying to work with this someday, kiting Kuro, but he gets hit by a parlay. Fly still alive, but Prey is there with Smeb to take him out. Only Score left up as the defense from the Rocks Tigers holds. 2 members remaining, but they lose a Nexus turret.
It holds, but as you can see, barely holds. Kuro on your screen did a lot of work, but the big story there, Arrow tried the heroics again, used his E aggressively to get onto Prey, but the trade damage, that time the call was clear to attack him as he came in. He was taken down during the fight, and that was the big difference from the last massive team fight.
Yeah, they went in after they chunked out Peanut. Fly with a nice zoning ultimate. Someday punts 2 back.
You see Arrow with the Brock there trying to get in, but he takes so much damage, just dies to the Tahm Kench AoE overall, and Smeb, he's the one providing the zones that allow Prey to do consistent chip damage in the backline.
And Smeb really was the biggest part of that team fight because he was able to work Someday down to about 50% HP at the start of that, and then there wasn't really any damage taken by him because he's playing Tahm Kench.
It's true, and man, this game is so close. It feels like KT should have found just an unassailable win condition. Look, they broke the base. That's what you're normally looking for teams to do in 2 different ways. but specifically losing out on both Baron and Dragon has meant this game is suddenly very much on the knife's edge.
And particularly when we consider that both inhibitors are now up, so no more super minion threat as this dragon spawns. KT still on the cusp of a 5th dragon stack, but it may be traded for a Baron if the Tigers can delay. Last time we actually saw KT prioritizing it seemingly the Baron over the 5th dragon, which is an interesting call.
Feels like 5th dragon is providing so much more. Obviously very similar in the split push sense, but the team fight, I think from the 5th dragon is what gives it a little bit more of an edge. Rox Tiger is going to get some of the standing gold. They only have 2 turrets almost 40 minutes in. So that global gold helps. They're only 7,000 behind. And again, with Gangplank banking so much, one team fight could turn the game.
Someday here, poked out. The start of the fight, Fly ready for a TP flank. They have good wards on the edge, so they're going to fight the Tigers at the Dragon. Kuro there, loaded up with a barrel, gets a nice first proc. And here we go. The TP's coming into the back line. Someday on the flank. He's not Meganar Fly. He's going to use his claw to get into this fight. No, he doesn't take it on the retreat. Meanwhile, Kindred ult drops. Someday going to punt 2 into the wall. Gorilla has his ultimate, uses it right now. Kuro in the front line. Is Kuro going to die? The answer is yes. But that's a 1-for-2 trade for KT. They lost Peanut. They lost Kuro. But they still have 4 members up. Achani low. Arrow needs to get some HP, but Smeb is just so damn tanky. Someday here in Mininar. He's going to get eaten and pushed back in. Someday is going to die as Prey comes over the wall with the arcade shift. Achani, the next victim of Prey, but there is Score on top of him. Arrow has to work through Smeb right now. Score with a Zhonya's Hourglass is going to be the next one to die, as Smeb has actually been getting most of the kills in these fights. Dash forward. Arrow wants the finisher, and there's the shield. Tongue Lash not going to hit.
Oh, he did it!
He turns around on the bush face check. Smeb on the highest damage Tom Kedge anyone has ever seen, and he finishes the ace. Holy cow.
That health scaling, just the Q auto attack exploded Arrow. That was an insane fight. Fly tried to find the big initiation. Couldn't quite find it. You notice he didn't take the initiation. Gorilla's on zoning duty. The big head scratcher for me is Kuro. He's fighting 1v3 in the back line.
He was taunted.
He was taunted. But his first move was forward. He got taunted. That just exemplified it. But fighting away from specifically his tanks and disengages. Arrow's just lifestealing this whole time on the back line. But how this fight ends is just insane.
Yeah, Someday here just trying to get the auto harass, but he's not going to be Mega anytime soon.
Musing, Arrow has to periodically stop auto attacking because of the Thornmail damage coming out from Smeb. Prey is able to do Ezreal things, as we're seeing in the picture-in-picture. The Baron attempt by the Rox Tigers. Smeb's heroics in this fight. First eating and killing Score, but this last outplay was insane. Man, the Baron is pretty important too. It's falling super low. It is picked up.
Tigers
by the
get
Rox
both
Tigers.
the Dragon and the Baron. Let's take a look at this. So Q misses, Arrow dashes forward.
The world's biggest auto attack from Smeb. There was definitely a proc from Deadman's play in there as well. Crazy damage, and they pick up the Baron as well. This defense is still on.
It is. So the Tigers looking to make that comeback. We saw a 2-inhib successful comeback from Samsung yesterday against Longzhu. Tigers now in that position. They have taken away the 5th Dragon twice and the Baron to keep themselves in this game.
Just feels like Fly is totally irrelevant this game. Doesn't have a Void Staff among his 6 items. Okay, one of those items, a Pink Ward slot. The burst has certainly been outscaled by the impressively tanky builds, the likes of the ultimate coming through from Gorilla. Of course, Kuro has the oranges and Peanut has his ult. Specifically, Fly has not managed to make much traction in the last few fights. And Rox Tigers ever so slightly edging ahead in the last few.
Well, it's just so interesting to Score with the Zhonya's Hourglass this game, opting for some more magic damage because they really need it. And here we go, Someday with the initiation. They find Peanut. Peanut in the Kindred ult. He's going to die. 2 members caught up. Prey is in the front line. Peanut's still alive, but everyone collapsing. Got a double kill for Someday. Gorilla here now in the middle of the team fight, and they're going to chase down Smeb eventually. Gorilla turned on by Hachani and Fly. He is going to die. Smeb now stunned twice. Boulder toss. He's not going to live much longer. He wants to take out Arrow, but Arrow just going to back off, and that should be it. Gorilla, though, is actually going to get a kill on to Fly. Where did Hachani go in all of that? I guess he ulted out.
Arrow with the stylish culling there. He knows this game is over. Prey died in the front line. Smeb wasn't even Groot in that fight. For once, Rox's team fight positioning completely lets them down. And we're going to a third game.
What a thrilling final game. Gorilla gets taunted. No more ultimate. So KT wins the last team fight. Someday ends up with a 30 out of 32 kill participation in a very dominant Gnar game. But what a fun one, both Smeb and Someday with some great outplay moments.
And Fly, I was dogging him, and then the last fight got the flank around the back, caught up Prey and Kuro in the middle of the fight. They cleaned them both up. Smeb showed up late at full health. Still scary as the Tom Kench, but in no way able to deal with Arrow, who'd been free hitting throughout the fight. And wow, KT finally take it down. It was a difficult one. It was super close, and that makes the third game all the juicier.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at that right now. Fly, great use of the Zonias.
Prey, Peanut, 0 health, very early into the fight, and Smeb's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, definitely over-aggression from Rox, and it was taken advantage of by that TP from Fly, who gets his ult off, gets his Zonias off that time, and it makes a world of difference.
Man, 2 games in, it feels like we're in playoffs already. That's how serious this series has been played on. You think second week, maybe we'd see some roster adjustments, maybe we'd see some fun. Nope, everything is deathly serious in this battle for points.
Very, very fun evening. We've only just begun, third game to follow, and another best of 3 after that between Spenu and CJ. Really great series so far. Be sure to come back for Game 3 in a few.
into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
It's time for the MVP, and it will be Arrow. Arrowed out of 12-3 and 12 performance, 75% kill contribution, 472 GPM, and that puts him up with the likes of Faker and Score at 200 points.
Now, Someday to me was the man of the match. You'll see some amazing plays for him, but Arrow, this is what he did both games. Great cleanup job around the backside as Lucian. They're really justifying the early rotation Lucian picks because KT, both from a wave clear perspective and other series, and just in terms of pure damage this series, they're making it work.
Yeah, he was untouched. Now, a lot of that was some fantastic initiation by Hachani and Someday. Take a look at some of Arrow's play again. This was the big team fight for him. Nice flash.
This is where he skips behind the front line, just gets the assassination onto Prey. Won on this fight, because on the other side, it was a much more even fight between front lines, and he was healthy, he lived, and he could outscale.
That was such a good team fight from KT. Every aspect, really. The taunt from Hachani into the ultimate onto Arrow after the setup from Someday.
This is KT in the late game. This is the one fight where we actually see in the backline a big initiation play from Fly. He had all that flight ability power. And Menelot, an Arrow skips around, Smeb shows up late, and that means that it's another one-team fight, and this would be the game for KT Rolster.
Yeah, they finally are able to take Smeb down last. Arrow doesn't want any part of getting eaten, turns around, dashes back in to help out with a bit of damage there at the end. So a close game. The Tigers holding on for a surprisingly long time. And there's Arrow giving you the staro. And they got Fifth Dragon twice in that game to stop KT. They got Baron, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough. Almost epic comeback, courtesy of the Tigers.
Look, if we learned anything from the 2015 season, it's get those 4 dragons, get the Baron control, and the fight comes to you. And because you have to keep fighting at that 5th dragon every 6 minutes, you might mess up one team fight, you might mess up 2, but a strong team fighting team like KT eventually got the initiation they want, and they won the game from it because Rock's Tigers had to fight without fail every 6 minutes.
They did. So game 1 over to the Tigers. Game 2 taken by KT. Both Tom Kench picks losing tonight.
Tom Kench, I mean, Duke also lost with it the end of last week to Jin Air, so Tom Kench, for once, starting to fall away. Purely a top laner at this point, not much Tom Kench support.
I mean, Smeb did do pretty damn well on that Tom Kench in spite of the deficit.
I don't remember anything.
Okay. The loss is all that matters, right?
It's all about the crosses and noughts, Monte Cristo. You either win or you lose. Loop is the best top laner in the world.
Okay, great. Glad we got that out of the way. So Quinn banned for the 3rd game consecutively by KT.
So they don't have a plan to play around all the pressure that Quinn provides. Smeb already showed that, and even yesterday, Trace with his Ignite top Quinn. Pressure, pressure, pressure.
So mix up in the draft this time. TF banned by KT, who didn't play very well against the TF Global Pressure in the first game, and it was last picked by the Tigers.
I mean, that's the full mid lane matchup, just to fate Lux. Both of them banned away, so trying to move players away. I'm still waiting for the zigs from Fly. He talks up a big game, he plays it on stream. I know it's a really risky proposition, hoping for zigs and champions, because the track record definitely a bit iffy when it comes to game times, and KT already takes it late.
Yeah, they do, and it's been a late game series for the most part already tonight. So KT, last ban now. They banned Quinn, Kalista, and Ryze in game 1. They did not take the Kalista. Kalista not taken by anybody in game number 2 in spite of that ban.
They're expecting the Ryze ban to finishing off. Ryze has been 100% pick ban. We've actually only seen one pick. It's only got through once, and it was a victory. So the Ryze premium has certainly been very, very high, but Rocks are really waiting to the last minute to make their decision.
Well, Corki has been their ban, but they're going to leave up either Ryze
Ooh.
or Corki or both. Kindred, not an option for KT.
With so much available, where will KT go with their priorities? Score is an excellent Elise player, but Corki has, as you mentioned, been the big ban.
It has been, and it's honestly come as a bit of a surprise considering that it hasn't been a priority, but the Ryze seems more likely for KT and their split pushing shenanigans. Corki, Elise.
Instant answer.
Instant answer, indeed. So now Score is going to have to play a new jungler for the first time this season. He has only played Elise and Kindred so far.
Tracking back his play, of course, excellent control jungler. He was always very, very strong at the Rek'Sai. So Rek'Sai, given how popular she's been this season, would be an understandable pick, especially when you're dealing with Ryze, who in early laning phase going to reach the ire, whether he's top or mid of the enemy jungler. So the information that you get from Rek'Sai always been super, super important, and just amplified when you have some of these more weaker laners that are privy to the turret dives.
A Lucian would be no shock once more as KT continues to put a lot of emphasis on that particular AD carry.
And will Fly just be on Victor duty, or will we actually be seeing the mid lane Ryze come through? I guess that's a question we'll find out in the last rotation, though. Rek'Sai, again, expected jungle pick here for Score, but a pivot from the more damage-focused junglers he's been focusing on this season.
Yep, so Rek'Sai for the first time for Score, Lucian once again for Arrow, and now we are going to see what exactly Rocks have up their sleeve. They have a flex pick in that Corki. We've seen it mid, we've seen it AD carry. Operates very well in either of those positions.
Sandra certainly wasn't a cornerstone of the game plan from KT, but has definitely been one of the big champions given the flex pick nature of these drafts. So frequently have we seen it only last rotation that the roles for champions comes through, just given how many multiple role flex pick champions exist. Varus being hovered over. Probably be a mid lane Varus if we were to see it.
Could go for a big poke composition. They have Alistar and Elise for disengage.
Kuro is a noted mid Varus player,
Yes, he
so
is.
that makes sense. I'd be surprised to see anything other than Varus in the mid lane. The unique thing about Varus is that he has AD poke that does line wave damage, so he can wave clear and poke AD-wise. And between Corki and Varus, that's massive mixed damage poke.
Well, and as you like to point out, there was the change on 6-1, which makes Varus a more interesting pick.
Yes, so with the change to the Masteries, the Storm Raiders Surge with the 75% slow resistance, every time you get that 30% damage, which of course is the usual poke from a couple of AD item Varus, when you're charging up your next Q, you won't be slowed, self-slowed. So the self-slow is actually the relevant one there. So Storm Raider Surge will be the likely Keystone Mastery pickup from Varus.
Yeah, so it's the first time we are going to see this pick this season. Kennen, another strong disengaged champion to round out their poke composition.
KT, they've gone for the Lissandra. The moment you see Varus, you expect him mid. Lissandra's one of the best champs to get in there, lock him down. It's going to draw out cleanse you'd expect. Now, when Athena played forever in the IEM Cologne, he did take teleport, I believe, against Lissandra, against specific double engage comps, just for the flexibility of teleporting around. But against Rek'Sai Lissandra, taking that cleanse seems very, very necessary, and he does change.
Yeah, curious. So, all right, we are going to see some Coup Tigers, or, well, technically, right, Coup Tigers staples here with Kennen and Varus and Corki from last year. All these players definitely known for these particular picks. They've put it together into a pick composition.
But it's not Tank Wars up the top this time, Monty. Ryze versus Kennen.
I like it.
Kennen as an answer to Rise is interesting. I mean, you can see the potential. Elise and Kennen get their CC off. Burst damage will be real. But this is going to be a spicy one around the top lane. Expect to see Score and Peanut rotate extensively around Someday and Smith.
True, and Fly, eyes on him too, because how are you going to stop this poke composition? The answer is through the use of Lissandra, TP, and flank, and that's something that Fly was very inconsistent with in the last game. He managed to close out the game with it, but only after a few missed opportunities.
Teleport flanks with the Shen riding as well. Could be interesting.
Could be. So a good game on our hands. KT wants to team fight this one out, scale with that Rise, and Rocks Tigers, they want to siege up early, disengage with all their CC, try and poke down some objectives. I'm looking forward to watching this one. We are about to get into the final third game of this very exciting series between KT and the Tigers. Let's get into game 3. Third time's the charm, Papa Smithy.
That's what they wanted to roll. We've been wondering this whole time.
Okay. Game 3, KT Rolster Rocks Tigers. To round out our first series of the night, more Korean League of Legends to come with Spenu versus CJ Entis.
And look, we're back to the traditional Monte Cristo poke versus pick. That's what we're seeing.
Love it. Lots of strong targets for Score to gank.
Peanut also. CC in mid lane after level 6, then obviously very early from Smep. Will we see the standard lane swap that has been the story in the first 2 games? With Arrow walking top lane, looking likely.
I think we will, Papa Smithy. I think we will see yet another lane swap, but these lane swaps have been pretty exciting compared to some of the other ones we have been witnessing here in Korea in the early parts of the 2016 season. Fly and Kuro having a fun stare down. Kuro actually not using the Varus skin. He usually uses the Cupid Varus skin.
He's all business today.
What is it, Heartseeker Varus? That what it's called?
Heartseeker Varus, yes, that's correct. Look at you.
I don't know skin names.
He says, after correctly saying the skin name.
But I had to guess.
Your knowledge of both the skin names and the lore betrays you, Monte Cristo.
I didn't actually know that. I guess it was Heartseeker Varus. I just know what Riot rips things off from.
What do they rip it off from?
Cupid.
It's public domain, right?
Yeah, at this point, I think the authorship of Greek and Roman mythology is probably copyright free at this point.
If you had the trademark on that.
2,500 years later.
If you had the trademark on that, you'd be doing well. So when we saw Athena playing this mid Varus, he was definitely the one to bring it back on this preseason patch, I guess now season patch 6.1. He was playing it into the Lulu. It was all about the fact that you could match the line wave clear that Lulu has with her Glitter Lance just with your Q from safe range as you get levels. And just it was a very safe laning phase. And Lissandra, again, short range, but has good wave clear. And Varus can match that, doesn't feel pressured with the cleanse, theoretically can get out of ganks. And then in the late game, does that damage wave clear and poke from off the screen and potentially really outranges Lissandra.
Yeah, and couple that with the majority magic damage coming out of Corki, and this is a very difficult poke composition to itemize against.
Health is about your best bet.
Yep. And KT, not going to have a whole lot of tanks this game. Certainly no tank in the top side. So Someday there now, alongside Hachani, will be working away on that turret. Smeb joining up with his 80 carries and support in bottom lane. Deep ward already placed for the Tigers in between the turrets, so they can keep eyes on whomever is coming their way and what the timing on the transition back into the bottom lane will be.
The big thing for KT, once we see these outer turrets go down in top and mid, so top and bot, sorry, is denying blue buff from Corey. If you can take away blue.
Peanut walking up, Cocoon not going to miss. Quick sidestep from Fly.
This the Q as well from Kuro, so actually surprisingly healthy from Fly as turrets go down in top and bot, but the mana costs for Kuro are the big thing. Even if you pick up Tia, you need blue buff control to make Varus have the ability to spam down that wave clear. So if KT can contest Kuro's blue, that might actually give them that little oomph to actually take the mid turret and deny Varus from just safe farming from out of range.
We'll check on that as an objective as the game drags on. Kuro using that rain of arrows there, trying to get some zone presence and certainly winning the HP battles. Fly actually going to trade the Ring of Frost and then an E just out of range of the piercing arrow of Kuro.
You might be wondering how he can opt in such aggressive trades. The Corrupting Potion against both pots already being used from Fly means that he's just winning the auto attack trades with the bonus damage from the Corrupting Potion and just the War of Attrition with the extra sustain he had picked up.
Yeah, very nice. Forces an early TP, so one less option for a possible dive here in the bottom side. Score seen out by a ward. He doesn't know that Hachani is lurking in his Tri-Bresh. Score will drop a pink and clear it out. Coming back for the Tri-Bresh himself. Smeb, only level 3, and here's Hachani. Sees him, dashes out, and flash for flash. But a good trade for follow-up dives against Smeb.
Now Smeb, slightly more easy to shut down. Before level 6, he's not able to ult and run away, so now he only has the speed up that he gives from his Lightning Rush. Push down some outer turrets in the top and bot lane, Monty.
I love it. This is my favorite part of League of Legends.
Yay! Turrets die and nobody else.
That's right. This is the perfect game so far. 0 kills, only turrets dying.
To really work through, maybe I should recommend a psychologist to work through your anger at turrets.
My anger at turrets?
You just don't like them very much.
I just love champions staying alive. I would rather see structures destroyed than human lives, Papa Smithy.
Well,
and also the lives of spider people and minotaurs.
You do seem to be the pacifist compared to Doa's bloodthirstiness, so I guess that makes sense.
It's okay. Yordles can die, though. I don't care about them.
We do have Smeb in this game. That's why when Kennen was getting dived, like, just kill the Yordle.
That's right. Corki and Kennen, whatever. I don't care what happens to them.
So, biased KT fan as always.
Yordles aren't people, Papa Smithy.
I'll remember that. As Kuro, low on mana, hasn't had time to go back and get his blue buff. Because of the cleanse, he doesn't have the ability to go back and get topped up so easily. So, finding a lot of punishments. That's a lot of members in mid.
Yeah, not going to actually land damage, however, just covering for Kuro, who hasn't had the time to recall quite yet and was running quite low as a result of the pressure applied by Fly going back for his items, refillable potion among them, and the teleport. So that's going to net him a little bit of a CS advantage at the end of the day. Everything else pretty even. As we look around to our various lanes, Arrow finding slightly more CS, but this wave pushed up means Smeb is going to get a little bit. Score there once again to try and deny it the wave. But Chani going to come in. Peanut has to flash. Chain of Corruption coming over the wall, but there is Smeb. Goodbye. Right into a chain CC. Hachani drops Smeb in the end. Gets the kill even though he doesn't have Ignite. Fly now on the backside. Fly's going to pay for this as Kuro comes around. No chain of... Oh, and Hachani the pulve right into the cocoon.
Gorilla's understanding of the range of pulverize was super impressive there. He was not directly on top of his enemy, but knew the range, got the kill. It was really good to see them walk past the kill. They knew they'd got on Fly and look for more, and that's the sign of a top team. You're never going to take the minimum. You're always going to push for that extra edge.
Yeah, and just great reaction there from the Tigers. Looked like they wouldn't have been able to do much after the early chain of corruption, but they punish the dive play. They correctly read that KT would be gunning for Smeb after trading flashes a little bit earlier on, and now we see Prey pushed up. Does have a few wards. Gorilla and Peanut there to protect him. So only Smeb dying, but Rise needs time, and with the game as close as it is, and some nice farm that he got solo on the bottom side while his allies did the work.
Really want to see Rox Tigers take a page out of Longzhu, and specifically his Chaser's book. You remember Longzhu vs Jin Air on the second day of the season where So1 picked Fiora and they just mercilessly ganked her and played around her lack of presence in the early game. Rise is still at very much the formative stage. There should be no safe farming for Rise if Rox Tigers is really on their game.
Well, there's going to be safe farming for Rise, at least for now, with 4 members of KT in the bottom, and they get a transition it. There's the package. Fly gets out of there, the double Valkyrie.
What about using the package onto Lissandra, of all people?
And here we go. Score going to come in from the mid lane. Will be turned away As you see Kuro, and now here's the dive from Gorilla. They get the kill right away. Hachani left by himself in the mid lane is not going to fall, and here comes Someday. Exhaust dropped on him, but he takes a kill onto Prey. Hachani nearly dying right there, trying to gank over the wall. Kuro burned his flash pretty quickly, but they turn it around 1-for-1.
That's 2 games in a row where Fly has died with ultimate availables. Ult Zhonya's last time, only ult this time, but needs to be a bit quicker on that trigger.
Absolutely. He has been surprised on a couple of these occasions, but has to be able to hit his ultimate. You know, having a binding the self-ult on Lissandra when you play her, usually a pretty damn good idea. Makes it quite fast.
Looked like for a second there Someday might pick up a blue buff, but no such luck. Fly picks it up.
Who needs to stack tier anyway?
Nope.
Smithing.
No stacking allowed.
So Someday actually went in for a pretty early tier this game. A lot of time we see Catalyst into tier just for safety, but considering the lack of threat on Rise, and now the fact that he has a kill to go with it.
But you get the story of this game encapsulated in the item pickups. Double stacking from Someday, rush of the Sorcerer's Boots from Smeb, so he's got damage quick.
Yeah.
He's looking for that first ult to really ravage a team fight.
Yeah, gotta take that edge right now and keep on running with it. Fly once again over the wall with his Glacial Path.
Probably going to see quick distortion boots as well. Kennen is a very flash gated champion. He really needs that flash to be able to get in, get the right positioning on the ult, specifically before level 16, where popping your ult has enough bolts to actually CC a team on its own rather than actually having to get a weave of spells in before you get that CC effect.
Yeah, and with the siege coming down, crashing now into KT's mid lane turret. Attempted a clear there, but they get some chip damage. And we really see the story of this game told in who is getting the side farm. Look at this, Prey, early power spike, looking for the Trinity Force, trying to catch up and even exceed Arrow right now. In the meantime, Someday freezing by himself. And like you noticed, Papa Smithy, that Sork Shoes betraying an early game from Smeb, and that's going to be echoed in Corky's build too. So even though they have this tier, which needs some time to scale, he's still doing some decent poke. Hachani once again caught out in the front line.
The base damages from Varus are massive. He's not even level 9. He doesn't even have the max ability levels in his Q, but the moment he hits level 9 and gets blue buff, he'll just continue to rain harass. And the Rox Tigers, they know what they need to do. They need to open up an advantage before the scaling from Someday is confirmed, and drawing out teleports is a good start to that.
Get the teleport right out of Fly, chunk him immediately as he lands in the mid lane.
And the next time we see that siege around mid is going to be with a Trinity Force Corki and a no-stack Rod of Ages Rise, and that's definitely landslide in the advantage of the Rox Tigers.
Yeah, smart play. They're going to take a Dragon too, so they can start putting the clock on that particular objective. Herald will be the cross-map answer here from KT. Score once again getting it.
Score is the master of the Rift Herald.
He's like, I have to get this 10% movement speed buff. It is so valuable to me right now.
Wait to see who actually picks it up. Has been Jungler's Paradise for some reason.
He's like, I need to farm faster, guys. Sorry.
He got it. He got the Rift Herald. Thank God that Score picked
up
the Rift Herald.
There is an argument to be made that with the wave clear on the Rox Tigers, that Rift Herald actually isn't doing anything in a lane. So maybe you just go ahead and give it for that quicker jungle clear, but I still think that 3 Rift Heralds on Score so far this series has been a bit excessive.
That's, I think, a fair point. Absolutely. Smeb, Bissell Scepter, Sorcerer's Shoes is what he's looking for. And look at this, a really fast rush. Now, some people might wonder, why is Varus back? Because you think, okay, Last Whisper, objectively nerfed, almost a non-factor in most games. The build used to be Mana Moon into Last Whisper, very cheap build. You get armor penetration now from this more Malmortius. It also gives you very useful stats when the shield is popped. You get that attack speed, lifesteal, and spell vamp. So it just actually fits Varus really well. And then Ghostblade also is a big factor. It's Hachani smelling around for a flank in the back.
Yeah, it does see Hachani get found out right. He walks into a brush. Hachani is just dead as he face checks a brush with a pink ward in it. And what can only just be described as the most Hachani thing possible. Had a nice flank there, and then it all fell apart, and that means mid-turret goes down for the Tigers.
Started off the season with a face check, and in this game here, this series had 2 quintessential Hachani moments. We don't have OQ moments anymore, so Hachani's filling that void for us.
Of amusement. Arrow there, dashing over, puts some pain onto Prey. Smeb now, they're looking to smoothly transition this into a top lane inner, their first tier 2 of the game here, and that would be quite quick at 15 minutes, but Someday eats a huge amount of damage as the Tigers keep on rolling with their poke composition. It's perfect timing. Prey with a 14-minute Trinity Force. He went back and got it with that all the minion gold he got from the freeze, as well as the kill and the assist, and is now immediately translated into pressure. This is a fantastic execution of poke from the Rocks Tigers.
Keep going.
Goodbye, Hachani. Oh, does escape. But here we go, another turret. Sub 15 minutes, 4 down now for the Tigers. They are well on their way, and what an excellent power spike by the Tigers.
And we talked about KT stealing away Kuro's blue buff. Nope, it's the other way around. Rocks Tigers have had all the control. They're the ones controlling the enemy blue buff. And it's just so hard to communicate how powerful Varus's poke is this early in the game. It's so hard to itemize against Trinity Force Corki and this Varus because the turret damage is confirmed with the Trinity Force procs, and each Q, you're doing what? A third of everyone's health in a line physical damage that can wave clear, that can poke multiple people. Varus is the only champion that can do that, barring maybe the most opportunistic of EQ combos from a Jace.
Yeah, and Smeb finally getting some farm in this game. He has actually surpassed Someday though, and Fly gets knocked around. There's a TP coming in. Prey actually gonna come in with a package. Gorilla has to tank part of that culling, but here's Peanut, drops onto Hachani and grabs the kill. Gorilla on the follow-up, and Smeb just destroys Fly, who gets caught within the slicing maelstrom and is sliced.
And there's a minion wave and a turret. Goodbye, turret. Goodbye, second inner turret of the game.
This is just excellent play from the Tigers.
It's turret genocide, Monty.
Oh God, poor turrets.
They never stood a chance.
Actually, I don't care about the turrets either.
I know, you made that very clear.
If anything, Rocks Tigers have gotten too many kills this game.
It's not clean enough for you.
It's not.
Bring back Jin Air.
It's too dirty.
Bring back Jin Air versus SKT game 1.
That's right. I only accept 1 kill every 5 minutes of the game. This is too many.
Really? That's actually progressive from you. You were a 1 kill every 10-minute man beforehand. Adjusting expectations.
I have adjusted my expectations to the new patch, the new season, which does bring slightly more kills with it, with a downgrade in the vision. But speaking of vision, this is probably the Tigers' best vision game so far in this series.
Look at that conga line between the enemy base and the dragon. That is a lot of vision. Of course, there was a lot of fighting and skirmishing around there. Smeb picking up a kill. One thing I want to touch on with KT's itemization.
Gank top. Sorry, Papa.
Oh,
here we go.
Smeb's,
Score. And Someday are easily going to kill Smeb.
He was
Someday.
He was really in a bad way.
Yeah, he was in a very bad way. Caught out with 0 vision. So just as I praised the vision, that's a Smeb overextension.
Should have stuck with the conga line.
Yeah, gotta be by your conga wards.
But I mean, in terms of itemization, Rise, quintessential scale champion, tier and Rod of Ages coming through. You look down at Lucian, 1 item power spike of the Essence Reaver is minimal. It's all about that second item, whereas Abyssal Scepter, instant damage upgrades coming through from Rocks.
What?
Oh, flashes.
That was a mistake. He was probably trying to type out a timer right there on the flash.
He actually takes a Q and E as a result from Kuro.
The rage use of abilities by Kuro.
Maybe they were having
he was trying to make him feel better. He's like, oh, I accidentally used my Q and E, so that Gorilla wouldn't have to say that he accidentally used the flash.
I like to think they were having a running race, and because he has distortion boots, he gets that extra movement speed after he flashes. So credit,
nice.
Got there first to the middle of the mid lane. This poke damage is insane.
Yeah, fortunately for Gorilla, actually, as far as Alistar's go, he doesn't need his flash that badly because he's mostly just playing defense.
He's
in
the
this
goalkeeper.
game. Yeah, he doesn't actually have to go in.
He's
so
absolutely.
It's not the end of the world if he doesn't have his flash. It's a lot less meaningful than if he had to engage.
Well, squishiest double AD backline to fend people away from. Waiting for the flank. Oh,
Johnny's on a mission, so is Fly. Fly coming around with his CP. This is it. They're going to go in on this. E over the wall. Not going to be taking Gorilla. Ready to pull.
Chani has flash. Taunt flash is a possibility, but the scaling items means that opting to team fight is so risky from KT. They will lose the majority of their base if they misfire.
Yeah, can't do it. So instead, they buy themselves some more time. Their turret about 50% right now, but the Tigers undeterred. They keep moving forward. They still have a lot of wards on that right side flank, so they're going to see Hachani, and they're going to see here Lysandra coming in, but nope, no action. Smeb actually gets chunk low, very low, but the Chain of Corruption stops Arrow from getting into it. Fly with the engagement, ults himself, and as the Ring of Frost already down, Fly going to fall before the Shen ult can continue channeling. So they trade 1 for 1, and there's the final shot. Sniped. Now Peanut comes through. The Flash Cocoon doesn't hit as Someday flashes that in return, but KT will survive through that without losing an inhibitor turret, which is probably a win in this situation.
Definitely some misfires on the side of Rocks, but they get the extra kill, but as you mentioned, not the all-important inhibitor turret. That's going to start to heal ever so slightly as Score's coming in gangbusters fast.
Yes, he is. Ult used. He's going to get stunned up, so no follow-up to that attempt. He still wants to take a little more damage to his face.
Waiting for more people to come around and try and take away this dragon that would deny an early 5th dragon stack from Rocks. You know, get that answering dragon, get those 6% stats, hold out the game, buy more time. The longer this game goes, the closer Sunday's going to be to his 6-item stage.
Yep, they get that dragon. So no more quick stacking here from the Tigers. Fly moves in to clear out these minions. He's working himself towards, of course, Ezonia's Hourglass. Just skipping the Frost Queen's claim this time, going for Morello Nomicon first.
I gotta say that moving away from the Victors and Luxes of the world has proved very painful for specifically Fly. In the last game, he did have a very good engage to end the game, but was again struggling in terms of the KDA. This game, 0-4-2. Maybe he's spent so much time practicing at those 1100 plus range champions that when it comes to Lysandra, well, you have to be so much more specific. He's been slow on the self-ults, he's been slow on the summoners, and been punished by the Rocks Tigers.
He has. He's also been camped by Peanut, though, so there are other aspects to his play. In both games, he suffered quite a few mid lane ganks. And a lot of focus, of course, with the poke composition from Rocks on the mid lane in this one. So instead, the Tigers will switch it up, move over to the last remaining Tier 2 turret, try and take this easier objective down instead. Gorilla with the face tank on the culling to keep his wave alive, and that'll be enough to take one more tower for the Tigers. And now this is where it gets tough for these poke compositions. 20 minutes.
How tough are you sure about them, Monty?
They're getting a lot of damage, I guess. No one actually going to be going in, so they're just going to give it up. All right.
No clear call from KT. They didn't want to initiate. Lysandra didn't take in the Glacial Path, and they're going to watch more objectives fall if they don't do something quick.
They have to do something right now, but the poke is still doing so much. Another E threatened, but Gorilla every time is standing on the end of the claw. There's the Chain of Corruption. Achani eats a big piercing arrow, and that's not going to work either. Actually gets it that time. What a great reaction from Gorilla. He gets it right at the end. Achani onto Kuro in the back line, but this is not the fight that KT wanted. Goodbye, absolutely everybody. Ace for the Tigers, and they have played a stunning poke comp in this game. And that is going to be them pushing onto the inhib turrets at 22 short minutes into this game. What an incredibly executed game from the Tigers.
Can you ask for it to be any more clean in that last team fight, or just over the course of this 23-minute dismantling of KT Rolster? They made it look easy. They returned to the pressure comps that looked so good a week ago, and even against much tougher opposition. It's clean, it's great, it's wonderful from the Rocks Tigers.
That was one of the best strategic executions that I have seen in League of Legends, Papa Smithy.
The timings with the Trinity Force Corki, we talked about Trinity Force Corki. Rise shows up with a Rod of Ages with one stack, watches turrets go down. They played around Rise, 100% picked or banned, 1-0 before this game. Suddenly, 50%, and if you have the game plan, play around the Fiora, play around the Rise, because you can make it look easy.
How did Gorilla know that Fly was following up on that E? His reaction was incredibly fast after all the other ones.
If anything, it was the least likely one to follow up because the objective had already gone down.
Exactly, wow. Gorilla again playing a game specifically around the Lissandra, doing a beautiful job tonight in terms of his engagements, but that time knowing exactly what his job was and zoning out so that his poke line could do the maximum amount of damage. What a beautiful game from the Tigers, and a close series tonight, but ultimately Rox takes it 2-1. KT gets their first match loss of the season.
2 close games and 1 stomp, so you have to say the Rox Tigers, think of the momentum they take out of this game. They are now 2-0 in game score. KT rolls to fall to 2-1. The middle of this table, the top 4 are so close. Anyone can beat anyone after Jin Air took out SKT. And that just means so many more exciting games after some real lack of parity in previous seasons in 2015.
Yeah, and for the Tigers, first tough opponent this week cleared out. Longzhou will be their second on Saturday. Up next will be Spenu versus CJ, so stick around for our concluding best of 3 of the evening. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Coming up next, Spenu Sonic Boom, CJ Entis, Bote Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 1.
안녕하십니까. 위클리 LCK 온중이 당군입니다. 제 생각에 분명히 지난주가 이제 마지막 방송이 되지 않을까 그런 생각을 했었는데 놀랍게도 저희가 살아남아서 여러분들 다시 한번 만나게 됐습니다. 지난주만 하더라도 연락이 없었어요, PD님이. 그래서 이대로 끝나는 것이 아닌가 라고 저희도 마음을 놓고 있었는데 다행히 이렇게 녹화를 하게 돼서 여러분들 계속해서 만날 수 있게 됐습니다. 롤챔스가 발전하기 위해서는 이런 비판하는 프로그램도 필요합니다. 그리고 경쟁사도 좀 필요하고요. 이제 경쟁사로 들어오게 된 네. 더 이상 언급하지 않겠습니다만은 앞으로도 현희준이 그리고 우리 용준 친구만 기다리지 마시고 위클리 LCK도 많은 성원 부탁드리겠습니다. 시장 경쟁 체제 승리, 경쟁 사회의 선두주자까지는 아닌 것 같은데 아무튼 우리 롤챔스가 달라졌다고 합니다. 많은 분들이 느껴하셨을 텐데 게임 시작부터 4D 영화를 보는 듯한 입체감. 저도 깜짝 놀랐어요. 야, 이런 게 되는구나. 그럼 되면 진작에 좀 하지. 예, 이제서야. 그리고 여기저기 CG도 그렇고 뭐 화면 구성도 그렇고 막 선수 캠 화면도 계속 잡아주고 표정도 계속 잡아주고 저도 정말 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 이게 할 수 있었던 거죠. 그동안 안 했던 이유도 굉장히 궁금하고 하지만 이게 늦게서라도 하게 됐다. 얼마나 중요합니까 이게. 심지어 여러분들 경기 중간 한타 장면보다도 솔킬보다도 더 소중했던 여성 팬 잡기. 이거 고질적인 문제 아니었습니까? 드디어 이번 시즌 모두 사라졌습니다. 현장에 여성 팬분들 분명히 있었어요. 근데 잡지 않고 있습니다. 근데 과도하게 안 잡아요. 너무 안 잡습니다 여러분들. 아 너무 슬퍼요. 미인분들이 계셨거든요. 예, 좀 잡아줬으면 좋겠습니다. 예, 많은 남성 팬들이 공감하실 거예요. 한타 장면 아니라 그 막 지루한 장면들에 좀 잡아주면 좋을 텐데, 예, 여러분들 여성 팬분들 이제 앞으로 놀러 오실 때는 나 카메라 잡겠지 하고 너무 긴장하지 마시고 관람만 편안하게 하시면 돼요. 어디에서? 플라스틱 의자에서 이런 식으로 계속 갑니다. 그렇다면 지난주 롤챔스에 무슨 일들이 있었을까요? 개막과 함께 샤이 선수가 미드로 포지션 변경을 했다는 놀라운 제보가 들어왔습니다. 사실일까요? 보십시오. 분명히 보이는 이름 이샤이. 자세히 보니까 가운데 글자가 H가 아니라 K였습니다. 아 이거 낚일만 하네요. 자 그리고 창단과 함께 기회를 한껏 모은 아프리카 프리스가 전 코치 하찬이에게 참교육을 당했습니다. 그동안 연습하면서 코치님께 본인의 챔프뽀 나 이거 못해요 이거 잘해요 저의 약점은 뭐예요 다 알려주었던 선수들이 결국에는 이렇게 통수를 받게 됐습니다. 댓글에 막 이런 게 있었어요. 아프리카 프리스가 아니라 이거는 아프리카 프리시에스가 아니냐. 아 굉장히 안타깝습니다 여러분들. 개인적으로도 굉장히 안타깝고 꼭 좋은 경기 부탁드리겠습니다. 진에어가 SKT를 2대0으로 승리한 경기는 지난주 최고의 이슈였습니다. 28살 1989년생 노장 인간 그레이브즈 몸매가 굉장히 비슷합니다. 엄격, 근엄, 진지 그 자체 참동단 우리 트레이스가 진정한 형님 파워를 보여주며 2대0으로 견인차 역할을 수행하게 됐습니다. 개막주부터 흥미진진한 이슈가 참 많았던 롤챔스 스프링. 스프링이라고 하기에는 굉장히 지금 날씨가 추워요. 저도 얼어 죽을 뻔했는데 여러분들도 건강 조심하시고요. 아무튼 위클리 LCK 다음 주에는 더 과감하고 소신 있는 발언으로 다시 찾아오겠습니다. 댓글도 좀 많이 달아주시고 댓글이 뭐 10개밖에 안 된다고 하는데 현희준이 용준 친구만 찾지 마시고요. 여러분들 위클리 LCK도 많은 댓글 악플도 좋습니다. 욕도 괜찮아요. 욕하지 마세요. 고소할 거니까 욕은 하지 마시고 예, 무플보다 근데 악플이 나으니까 많은 비판 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음 주에 더욱더 잘근잘근 LCK 씹어먹도록 하고요. 저희는 다음 주에 꼭 만나도록 하겠습니다. 다음 주에 다시 만나요.
Welcome back to Champion Spring. Your MVP for Game 3 is Kuro, reprising his role on Varus and racking up another 100 MVP points to tie him with many others at 200.
One of the reasons we see Varus coming in is that it just does something a little bit different. It feels like the itemization that on first glance might have slowed him down, it actually seems to help him specifically against AP lane opponents and just rain down hell from range throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, you see the nice chain of corruption there onto Hachani, who was walking into that brush with his face and no vision. So Fly just pop over the wall right there. Prey with an interesting choice of package of Valkyrie.
Prey's mispositioning on Corki last season. Now can be aided by double Valkyries.
Really good flash from Smeb there to catch Fly out and finish off the kill.
See how far behind he was. Just a couple of bolts took out Alessandra.
Johnny goes in for the taunt, has to flash back to his teammates. Fly zoning out, but he finds himself in a world of hurt as Johnny's shield quickly bursts through, and then Johnny soon thereafter. Oh, that play from Gorilla was magnificent. Prey 2 dropping the P-bomb on the end of the claw.
Robbed of his second MVP of the series, but we'll still get an interview with him, so that's all right.
I agree, was robbed. I think he was amazing in game number 3. Not to say Gorilla was bad, but Gorilla really did a lot of work. For the MVP interview, we are going to hand it off to our translator, George. So we'll hear some words from the Rocks Tigers. Take it away.
All right, hello Champions fans. This is George. So today's match versus the Rocks Tigers versus the KT Rollsters. After a very competitive match, Rocks Tigers were able to beat KT Rollsters 2-1. It was a very good match between the two. And today's MVPs are Gorilla and Kuro. Congratulations. So, it's been a while ever since you had an MVP interview. How do you feel about it? I really didn't expect to get the MVP for the first game, and I will practice harder even. I know it was a League of Legends World Cup rematch between the two. So how was your practice? There was no focus on practicing, but we just practiced really hard. We because a lot of players were changed, and so we just try to focus on that to get the good chemistry. Was there a coaching staff's pressure on the win? They actually told us to. They actually told us to lose because we were doing very well before, so they kind of wanted to teach us a lesson, but we actually won it. So, what was their reaction after you guys' victory? After the first game, you know, it was a really good match. They said after the second game, they also cheered us because it was a really good match. But after the third victory, they were really happy, and we were all happy as well. And the first game's ban pick. After the opponent's ban on Rise, what was your expression? Our coaching staffs actually guessed all the opponent's bans, so we actually were very surprised because of their expectations. So
Impressive.
we're really happy. It was really lucky guess, I guess. I guess it also contributed to the victory as well. I know when Tom Kench came in, there was a team fight in the mid lane. I think that was actually contributed a lot to your victory. How was it? So we actually, when Tom Kench came in, we actually wanted to just kill him first, so we just killed him. And then after that, we were able to beat the team fight. I know opponents' Lux actually played very well, even if they didn't play. The whole team didn't play too well. How do you feel about it? Lux played really well on the first game, so we had a little bit of a hard time, but we were lucky for getting the victory for the first game. I know it's pretty early season, so please tell us about your goals. We will always practice hard, and we're trying to become a very good team. Please cheer for us as well. That was interview for Gorilla. Next will be Kuro. I know you guys actually were able to beat KT, who is a really good team. I know we say that there are 3 very strong teams, and one of them is KT. So we always. I know a lot of people didn't consider us to be a very strong team before the World League of Legends Championship. So, but now it kind of changed. So I'm really happy about it. After last week's, it is your second consecutive MVP. How do you feel? I know all of our teammates play very well. so I didn't expect to get the MVP, but I'm really happy because I received it. I think I got it because of the coaching staff's help. Because after I picked Varus, coaching staff, I was really nervous, but coaching staff actually helped me and supported me. Was Varus a pick you practiced to play against KT? No, not really. It's just how we practice as a team, as a comp, as a very good comp. So I think we were able to beat the opponents.
Agreed, it was a very good comp.
Yeah. Did you actually think about how to play against the 2KT and the opponent mid laner? I always thought of only winning the lane fight, I guess, and I just didn't worry too much about it. During your third set, you actually finished the game with 505 KDA. Are you satisfied? Yes, I'm very satisfied because I got a lot of dealing damage to the opponent team. I know Alistar, there was one point where Alistar uses Flash. Please tell us what happened. To tell you the truth, nothing actually happened. It just happened. So we were just like, what's going on? So I kind of asked him. So, but then he said actually back to me. He was talking back to me. I was trying to type something, and then I accidentally didn't press enter. So actually used Flash. And then he actually told me, "Are you focused right now? You have to focus." But so it was just an accident, I guess. Yeah, that was a very funny moment. So next games will be Longzhu. You guys are going to be playing Longzhu and SKT. How do you expect the games going to be? I hope we win it, I guess, because they're a really good team. I know a lot of your fans will be expecting that, expecting your victory as well. Please tell something to your fans. After last game's win, we were doing the fan meeting, but there are actually 5 times more fans than last season, so I was really surprised. Just please support us for the next games as well. Thank you. All right, that was it for the MVP interviews. Back to you guys.
Thanks, George. And we are going to go into our second game of the night. Now that we know that the Tigers have quintupled their fan base post-World Championship, which I suppose you could expect. They performed much better than expected there. And that results in many more bandwagoners.
What a bandwagon to be on, because this team, with their roster change, is only looking better.
Yeah, looking great. Took out KT 2-1 tonight in an exciting series, especially that last game being very, very well played by them. And we've seen a lot from the Tigers tonight. We had the question, okay, we saw the skirmishing in their first series. Then they started to play some more team fight-oriented stuff, and they round out with a poke comp. So we really have seen a large breadth of strategy across only 5 games.
And none of the other teams that have won have shown just so much of a large bag of tricks. So it's exciting to see a team with multiple speeds already, just a couple of weeks in.
That's right. Well, let's get into our second match of the night. As we move over to this side of the arena, it will be Spenu Sonic Boom, who lost their first match 0-2 to KT, playing a couple games of Lysandra, but they coupled Lysandra with Quinn and Jace, which kind of led to a lack of wave clear and some pretty easy turrets from KT as they scaled up into the late game.
One of the last teams to have their second series being played. Of course, only that one series played so far. Flawless in particular seemed a bit awed by the stage he was on. He had a really poor series after, of course, building up such a name, specifically with his game in Spenu's relegation match towards the end of last year. There's a lot of hype around this jungler, but definitely a misstep to start off his career. And both these teams, actually, 6 games played, 0 wins for either CJ Enters or Spenu Sonic Boom.
Well, somebody's got to win a game now, Papa Smithy. Oh boy, the loss streak will be broken by either Spenu, who of course again only played against KT, so understandable. CJ on the other hand, coming off some tough losses in that first week of competition.
Checking the calendar, it's still not March.
It's still not March? Okay, well then we know that BDD and Ghost aren't playing yet, which means that CJ is going to struggle. They're starting again with this roster: Untara, Bubbling Sky, Kramer, and Madlife, which has not looked great. Bubbling has been caught out quite a bit. Untara has performed well on Maokai, but it's a bit of an off-meta pick, and Sky has been really underwhelming.
Well, Madlife got out of Space Prison. Now he's just in CJ Prison.
He's in Sky Prison, which actually is closer to the ground, so maybe he'll return to Earth someday.
That's a fair point. Again, calendar, March is looking better.
That's right. That's when the Sky Prison break occurs.
And he's in a ghost prison?
It's a ghost prison.
What's that even like? Sounds really dodgy, actually. Well, that makes sense. He started off in space. He's graduated to the sky, and then he's going to be in the ground in Ghost Prison.
I got it. All right. Makes sense. We'll see how Ghost is. Obviously, a lot of hype around these two CJ players that, especially BDD, CJ has spent the last year cultivating until he can turn 17.
And look, that hype train has definitely not left the station. We're still waiting for March. Spenu had a lot of hype as well. This was a scene expected to be competing for top 4, top 5. Playoffs was a realistic objective for Spenu. Didn't look like they had it together against KT, but that was against tough opposition. They are expected to win this and win it comfortably, and anything less would be a big underperformance from Spenu fans.
Yeah, they need to take a series here and prove that they have actually significantly improved from their disastrous initial season of competition, but they've got some interesting young talent. They have Flawless, who has been rocky. We've seen amazing games out of him. We've seen him play like a solo queue jungler in their last match. And of course, Sassen and Nuclear dramatically improving in 2015 and finally looking to spread their wings in this 2016 season. So Twisted Fate, the ban targeted at Sky.
Flawless, I want to see on some comfort. Elise wasn't his number, at least in that last series. I want to see the Lee Sin. That's the one he built his lore on. That's the one he built his very glowing reputation on. He is a Lee Sin god. I want to see it.
Yeah, I would love to see it too. Rise will be the next ban. So Spenu not looking to first pick that particular champion. Callista taken out so that we don't see Nuclear take over the game. Nuclear, previously really known as a Jinx main, but obviously in the current meta, not going to be picking that one up so much.
And then you have Sassen, who seems to be a main of all the champions no one else plays.
I love that about him.
But he's not on the red side, so the counter pick has to be a little bit more conservative.
Or flexible. Poppy mid, please.
Oh boy. The Doyen B special, Scion mid?
No.
No? I won't invoke his name again.
Thank you. You know, you are a big lover of Dade, so shouldn't you not be so appreciative of Doyen B right now?
What is this world where Dade and Uzi are on the bench of a team that's winning?
What is that? I agree. Okay, so Corki rising up the old priority list. Again, a first pick. We saw a lot of Corki bans in the last game. Kindred will not be there for Flawless.
It's also a bit of a blocker pick for some specific mid lane champions. Gangplank's banned this game, of course, but we saw Coco completely demolishing a Gangplank in yesterday's series. A lot still up. Fiora, amazingly not spotted in the last series, is available.
But the Quinn up, which was available, or which was banned rather in the last series. So that may be a Fiora deterrent, at least for the moment.
You don't have Coco anymore. Put that Jace away.
No more Jace. Well, they did play Jace before, so there you go. Spenu played it, but it'll be Tom Kench and Elise, who for the moment and for these teams seems to have replaced Rek'Sai as the dominant jungler.
Again, just the reality of early parts of the season. There isn't a global meta yet. There isn't 6.1 solved to the degree that we saw the 2015 season patch solved by the time World Championships came around. So
well, I don't think anything was solved by Worlds with the introduction of Juggernauts and
I don't remember.
sweeping
What are you
changes,
even talking
so
about?
I'm just
No,
going
it
to
was
go ahead and
settled
disagree
meta.
with you.
Everything was fine. We had lots of video. What are you even talking about?
Definitely no Darius falling off towards the end of that tournament.
Definitely not Darius. There's a skin I want to see. Oh boy, the insta-lock.
So Lee Sin for Flawless. We get to see it. Of course, he did so much work on that pick during the promotion relegation match for Spenu. Absolutely took over the game. Alistair once again for Secret. Now CJ has to decide what they're going to be doing with their support. Madlife has only played Alistair and Thresh so far this season over 4 games, but it will be his Bard coming back, which was one of his better champions in 2015.
I believe, and I might be misspeaking on this, I believe he's 2-0 lifetime on this champion. He played it a little bit. You've got some time to find stats. I'll fill the time, but he played it sparingly, but looked good when he did play it as, oh boy, I have to compose myself. I see the sight of Vel'Koz.
A blind pick Vel'Koz.
Where they already have 2 AD carries they're mulling over. The dream is probably not going to happen, and Cogmore's another one I really want to see come out. Nuclear mousing over some of his famous champions. You mentioned the Jinx before.
Ever since he was back on Prime Optimus and his name was Zet Engine, he has been a Jinx main.
Zet Engine. That's a name.
That is a name. It actually comes from the fact that there is no Z sound in the Korean language, so in Korean it is represented by the J sound.
So that's Jet Engine.
It was Jet Engine, but it was interestingly translated. So I'm going to go ahead and check on Madlife's Bard record right here. It will be Ezreal and Lysandra.
It was almost the pivot to the Riven. From memory, I believe Saw was a Riven main.
Yes, he was.
Doesn't get to play it this time.
Like so many others.
It's true. So one, Saw. Getting to play their Riven recently, at least.
Yeah, Bard 2-0 for Madlife. Good memory.
What can I say? I remember the Bard players. The sweet Bard, though, never observed.
It's a secret that will ever remain closed
I feel like I should just watch.
Che suddenly gets swapped out again for Sweet.
I feel like I just watch Sweet solo queue and then like David Attenborough style narrate one of his Bard games. Like, there's the Sweet Bard in its natural environment.
Rarely seen.
Never seen.
Never professionally photographed.
No, never.
Only amateurs photographing it. It's like Bigfoot, really.
Does it even exist? We've heard tall tales of it. Madlife. Looks like he'll be locking in a mid laner. He's been holding on to the LeBlanc for quite a while. Sky has shown not much, let's be real, but he's really struggled to harass or really control enemy mid laners, and now opting into, it looks like the Corki matchup. Interesting.
I find this Tom Kench paired with LeBlanc and Elise and Bard very odd. Of course, still going to be useful for saving the Lucian, but everyone else has a large amount of disengage or mobility to escape from these situations. So the Tom Kench seems a bit unnecessary here when you could have gone for, I don't know, a Gnar or something along those lines.
Well, I mean, you could also look at it the other way and say it was a first rotation Tom Kench, and then the team comp didn't really come together to complement their first round of picks. And then Spenu, they're going to walk up to a turret. Corki and Ezreal will rain hell from range, and some very situational engage for CJ to stop the siege.
Well, a similar situation to what we saw from the Tigers in the last game, except instead of a Kennen, they have a Lysandra for disengage, but functionally the same. They have the Alistair, and they also have the Lee Sin, another high disruption jungler. So it's basically Spenu trying to replicate the Tigers' performance from Game 3 in the last series.
And on the other side, CJ, a little bit confused.
That is a confused composition. That is a confused draft, Papa Smithy. I agree with you. If they can get some picks, maybe it can work out. They've got a lot of mobility for ganks. I suppose that is an upside, but other than that, no clear strengths to the CJ composition. We are going to get into game number 1 right now. Spenu versus CJ.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to.
Oh, cut off again. What a tease, Papa Smithy. What a tease.
There's always the potential to rule the world, but sometimes I'm just not clear on that.
There's always a potential for Riot to give these teams base banners, but I wonder when we're going to see that happen.
It's a long season, Monty. There's time.
Korean teams, they really don't deserve base banners. They've only won Worlds for the last 3 years. Sorry, they have the trophies. They don't need the banners. in the
Exactly.
game. They have the skins.
You're going to be on a hit list with comments like that, Monty. You need to calm
I already
down.
am.
It's
I
true.
already am.
It's true.
It's okay. I've learned to live with it, Papa Smithy.
It's tough to rule the world, Monte Cristo.
Gotta constantly be watching your back,
Sassen is just,
having a ball.
he really is. He always looks like he's having a good time, whether he's picking the off-meta picks or trying to flank people on Quinn mid. He enjoys his time in the booth, and you needed that last season for Smenu, given all the losing they were doing.
Yeah, but things turned around. You really saw development in this team over the season. And we thought the addition of Flawless might be the missing piece because Catch was easily their worst player last season.
He's off in Japan now, I believe.
Yes, he is.
Sassen still rocking out in the back line with these minions.
Calling you a Whiskey Delta. in
David
Korean.
Bowie reference, of course, and that's in with Corky as well. Rest in peace.
Yeah, so sad.
It's not been a good year for celebrity names.
It's a young year, but true enough. Okay, so Spenu versus CJ. We have the lane swap to start off this one. Lane swaps in all of our games tonight, actually.
Peculiarly, Untara wasn't interested in the jungle follow. He just showed up in lane. It feels like communication around the lane swap was scattered after so many clean lane swaps in our previous series.
And again, we are going to see weak side starts from every single jungler and top laner.
I mean, the theory is that you start on the weak side, unless there's some sort of double or man invade, you should be able to pick up the buffs. And then by the time you clear, you time that precisely with the minion wave pushing from your duo lane and then start for that fast push. But
Right,
CJ were not quick on the timer. They are behind in that this game.
If you start on the strong side too, you may not even get a chance to farm out one quadrant of the jungle if the enemy starts on the weak side, because their jungler will move into that side after the top laner comes up. You'll be pretty unsafe if you try and double back over there just as a jungler alone. So these are all reasons why weak side start is preferable as long as there isn't an invade.
I believe there was actually a display of how not to do it. I think it was Chaogu versus either Vici or RNG, I forget, where Chaogu basically just let themselves get 3-buffed watching it on in the LPL last week. So just go for the most likely strategy to pick up the advantage or at least trade objectives evenly, and that's what we see in this game.
Indeed. Well, standard starts from each of these teams in the lane swap. Soar, of course, will be getting the solo gold, patiently awaiting the minion wave's death. Oh, he got impatient. Time to push it down. And Untara and Kramer will split on the bottom side as they back off Madlife now. Recalling, and where will he go? He will go into the top side with Kramer for the push on the wave reversal, followed by some more glorious turret swapping.
Yay!
That's your favorite. Actually, we
turret
may see Spenu play around this Ezreal the same way we saw the Tigers do it in the previous series. He's down there alone right now. And Secret, nope, he's not going topside to save his turret. Instead, he is going down to split XP. I actually really like the way the Tigers played around the Ezreal. I think that was smart.
Getting the Ezreal to level 6, just throw that cross-map burst was actually relevant multiple times during the series. Untara's overextended.
Yes, he is. Yeah, knocked around. Untara takes some poke right there. Shield popped. No real harm done. In the end, pretty damn tanky on that Tom Kench, even at this very early moment in the game.
No items, but the kit really is for being hit.
The
Rhymed.
kit is for being the hit.
I wanted to go further
Papa
with that,
Smithy
but I'll leave it there.
2016.
I'll leave it there.
No more rhyming.
No more rhyming. No rhyming couplets allowed.
Oh, couplets are my favorite, though.
You have a Shakespearean air about you, Monster Mister.
I did. I acted in a lot of Shakespeare, actually.
Where are the VODs for that?
Where are the VODs for that? There are recordings of it, actually.
Excellent. Stick them on YouTube.
No, I don't think I will. You know?
A certain MLG recording needs to go on there as
Nope.
well.
That is gone, by the way.
Yeah, I believe it. When I don't see it,
Yeah,
I guess
exactly.
that's how that ends.
You know, I played Richard III.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
It's a good play.
It's a great roll.
Did you get rave reviews?
I did. That was actually my last play that I was ever in, and probably will ever be in.
What a different world that would be if you would have continued with that.
Shakespearean acting?
Yes.
It's the only kind of acting I did in college.
You could be at the Crown Vic or something right now.
I like this life better, Bob Smithy.
That's fair. Esports bowling.
All right, Secret going to get caught out a little bit. Mad Life tapping him for some damage. This also comes in to help, though. So just a Vision War and a string of blue wards, rather, going down the middle for Spenu as they start to push forward on that bottom side. We have a little bit of a different lane swap this time. Kramer and Mad Life had made moves into the bottom side to protect their tier 2. However, this results in a situation where they are actually not farming 3 lanes because Untara is not getting farm deep into Soar's side of the map. Interesting decision.
Not really playing around their vision either. Double pink wards on the top side of the map, but not looking to invade to maybe get some blue side advantage, get advantage over the blue buff side of Spenu. So they have wards down, it's just not really doing anything with them at the moment as CJ enters.
No, but they will try to have Bubbling come up to protect Untara. Meanwhile, Flawless taking the long road into a possible lane gank, or he's going to ping a pink ward and then not go for it. So he's here to back up the extension of Soar and wait for a counter gank.
Maybe level 6 also coming soon from Soar. Yep, just pings it. Lee Sin himself doesn't have 6. Swatted by a ward.
Yep, and pinged out. But this will provide Soar the opportunity to push all the way into the enemy turret and punish Tom Kench's rather poor ability to farm under turrets early, so they will deny a certain amount of CS like that. We'll see how much he comes out with when the wave is finally over.
Actually gets a lot more auto attack damage with the on-hit effect that he gets with his level 6 ping, so for now we'll struggle under turret. The Tom Kench.
There we go. Kramer doing the same, but Nuclear here and able to easily take it.
It's worth noting that if Spenu and if both AD carries are just splitting farm, then Ezreal with a tier is obviously getting the bigger advantage compared to the Lucian, who's lane dominant in a 2v2 or a 1v1 situation.
Yeah, and we do see the pickaxe coming through from Nuclear early, so a bit of a deviation compared to the build from Prey. I have to say, I do like Prey's faster Iceborne just a bit better. I think it serves as a better bridge to get into the mid game, and the Muramana timing, sure, it's delayed, but it's less of a risk.
Manamoon as a one-item completion doesn't really do a lot. It's like an extra 20, 25 AD. It's not a big factor. Honestly, Sheen is a bigger part of damage because Ezreal's about staying safe and sniping or poking from range rather than all in. And then Iceborne Gauntlet as a completed item just has so many different stats. It makes you safer because you have cooldown reduction. In general, it's the better complete. So not really clear on the pickaxe. It might have just been making the most out of the gold timing he had. Maybe it was a later tier into just pickaxe because he couldn't afford a Sheen.
Yeah, always something to consider is that leaving the base with something, oftentimes much more valuable than getting exactly what you want.
Let's assume he had 875 gold. If you're leaving the base with either a tier or like a tier Sapphire Crystal and boots, you're not really rocking any sort of threat.
So Ezreal now back into some pretty passive farming here, and lots of wards defensively placed for Spenu. They've got some deep wards in the top side, though, so they are looking to capitalize on this matchup. However, Untara has done a good job of making a comeback when it comes to farm. And now Soar catching the remnants of the wave, but it's not going to be a whole lot to pick up. So nice job by CJ just to take back an element of this game.
I really liked how CJ pathed around bot. They had the advantage between the Lucian and Ezreal matchup. They took the enemy red buff, got out. That was great. But they should have continued to monopolize the bot side advantage with Dragon. 10 minutes in, we saw so many quick Dragons picked up in the previous series between the Rocks Tigers and KT Rolster. But this time, they haven't taken that next step. They got the buff, but they could have taken a Dragon as well. And for now, it's just back to passive farm wars on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I agree. A shade disappointing, especially because they are up against that blue buff Ezreal, and there's no doubt that they have an advantage while Spenu is waiting for their first power spike around this Corki and around this Ez. Soar just attempting a little bit of a freeze right here.
Man,
Utara does have some nice forward wards, so he is going to see anything really that comes through the river at him. They've got him, so you can't come over the wall up into the top river. You can't really do anything without being seen by CJ.
Sky looked for the all-in, forced there to back up Sassen. He has Ignite on Corki. We didn't mention this, but that's curious. We don't often see Ignite.
Yeah, very true.
We would just expect heal as a stand summoner, maybe barrier in a terrible matchup, but an offensive choice against LeBlanc of all champions.
Bold, but they can drop it on somebody who's coming in. Perhaps they can do some work. I haven't seen him pop it yet for any kind of trade. Double Sheens now.
Oh boy.
So it's beginning, and Kramer is just going to get kicked. Soar is already here. First blood to Elise. Oh, was it to Elise? Yeah, like it. So Sassen actually going to fall in the mid lane. Kramer in the bottom side. Simultaneous ganks. And that means, let's take a look at what happened up here.
Sassen went for a leisurely walk in the river, died instantly.
Yep, Bad Life just flashing into position to land his Q. All too easy for the support, and that is why you don't do that.
No, you do not. Not as Ignite Corki.
They're going to try and actually put a lot of damage down on the mid turret. It could be a major trade here for CJ. Nice setup on that play, and the early mid tower is going to be hugely beneficial to CJ when it comes to map pressure, and they are going to get it. So that gank onto Sassen, absolutely huge. Sure, they trade evenly in turrets, evenly in kills, but that mid, by far the most important objective, especially because Spenu is running this poke composition.
The blue buff, sorry, the mid to bottom lane train, in terms of global gold, obviously it's identical, but the control you get from poking down that mid turret, the minion's going to push in, suddenly taking things like Dragon, and the enemy buffs get easier, but because of the recall timings, Spenu does pick up that first Dragon, delay any sort of potential stacking from CJ.
Yeah. Wow. So this is a really interesting situation because you almost never want to lose that mid turret first, but particularly if you are a poke comp, you want to gather up in that mid lane, take the tier 1, because otherwise you don't really have access to rotate freely through the enemy jungle to take out the tier 2. Now they're going to be forced to overextend in the mid lane, and that's going to open them up to some Bard ults from Mad Life. Speaking of which, not going to land. Soar gets out of it, only a single golden minion glistening in the lane.
And that's the big factor you mentioned, is that you're going to, when you're a poke comp, you want to go into the enemy mid lane turret, throw down your siege, poke at the turret, and then back away to your own turret. Without that sort of defense, any lane ward is going to be crucial. Now if you're Spenu, you need to pink ward behind you to ensure that the world's easiest flank isn't offered to CJ. And even then, someone like Tom Kench can easily get in the back line.
Exactly. Or the Bard ult will allow some sort of catch-up. But now Bubbling's going to get knocked around. Flawless just wrecks him. And here's Mad Life. You are with your jungler, but that is too much damage. 2 kills. And Spenu might be able to turn around this mid lane pressure.
They really want to capitalize on those 2 kills to take this turret. Only LeBlanc. Risky wave clear and then some trying to get into this wave. They're going to get, at minimum, a lot of damage here. And realistically, should be the answering turret.
They come in with the culling, but Secret's there with enough damage. Does pull, misses Sky. Secret going down, however, he has to use the heal in the end from Nuclear to stay alive. True Shot Barrage hits Mad Life as he magical journeys through a giant crystal. And let's take a look at this. Q lands.
Actually takes it in. Bubbling did not expect him taking it, then kicks away the Elise from the magical journey.
The W2 to block the exit was pretty damn sexy.
You weren't here for that match, but
I saw it. I saw it.
Played an amazingly. So the 5-man kick at the end of the game was a true highlight of that promotion tournament. And many more. Here's to many more.
I know. Great Lee Sin play.
Actually has a Kindle gem, so I'm guessing maybe Locket coming through.
Yeah, I wonder where he's going with that one. I mean, his build's been a little odd.
Black Cleave is an option.
Warrior enchant into swiftness. Does have the Tracker's Knife for the wards, but Flawless is not a mere Sightstone jungler.
It's gonna be either Black Cleaver or Locket.
I hope it's Black Cleaver.
I know you do. I know you do. He has double AD, so some merit to that pickup, especially with snowballing. Sassen has the package.
He's got it in the mid lane.
He does indeed. Is it time for a zoning package play?
It is, right now. Sky here, however, they do magical journey over that wall, but that poke is coming in quick. There we go, two-man Bard ultimate. Soar just ult Sky, so he can't follow up. And Tara in the mix, though. He's getting the that package will zone out the rest of the members of CJ. Tara has to pop his shield. Sky in trouble. Flawless actually flashes out of his Q follow-up. Wow, and Bubbling finds him on the flank for the one and only kill. It's not going to stop the siege, though, so mission relatively unsuccessful for CJ.
Every time Flawless doesn't pull off one of these engages, other names like Questionable and Peculiar maybe are more apt.
That was pretty hilarious. He decided he didn't actually want to go into that engagement after all.
He canceled his Lee Syndrome queue and died anyway. The best and the worst of Flawless encapsulated in about 4 minutes of play.
At least he's entertaining to watch, right, Papa Smithy?
Well, that's right. Catch was entertaining too, but for purely the wrong reason.
Yes, absolutely the wrong reasons. You were right. Looks like it's going to be a locket. I'm disappointed.
What a buzzkill.
It was.
Flawless, please.
All the sweet Black Cleaver Lee Sin plays that will be denied, robbed of this game.
Which is surprisingly even at this point. That early mid lane turret, I think, put a lot of wind in the sails of CJ.
Flawless's camera just turned off right there. He's hiding.
Till the next Lee Sin play.
Till the next Lee Sin play. Then he'll regain his confidence once again, no doubt.
He'll definitely want to use his flash more offensively than canceling animations.
That was a pretty offensive use of flash, Papa Smithy.
Sure, but in a different way. Not peanut gallery offensive.
I was offended.
I can tell. Let's clear waves, yay!
It's the best part of League of Legends these days.
Hilariously, it's not the KT series where we're making that line.
Well, you know, if this was the Coup Tigers, they would almost have won this game already with this composition.
That's true, the game would be over, basically.
Yeah. Ended in 23 minutes in the last one.
I've learned that Spenu aren't as good as CJ Antis.
Have you learned that yet? I feel
sorry,
like we're
not
still
as good as the
looking at
Rocks
that
Tigers.
one. Okay, so Sasson comes forward right now. Bubbling in trouble. Nice come over the wall. Good engage.
Nice.
From Soar. Double kill for Flawless.
Not to be denied.
Not to be denied. Sasson and Soar do the work, but Flawless gets the kills.
To clear out my previous point, Spenu aren't as good as the Rocks Tigers, but suddenly, at 18 minutes, they're pushing on.
Yeah, very good. They're going to take their first Tier 2, no doubt, of this game. We see that Iceborne Gauntlet complete now to complement the Trinity Force. And there we go. Another quick back off from Spenu. And CJ Untara is here in the top side, relentlessly attacking a Tier 2 turret, while Spenu is going to take their second dragon of the game. So starting to assert their dominance over that objective, the only two so far games.
We're going to see the replay, and the big factor here comes with the Lissandra engage. It's beautiful from Soar. This is a player that's been much maligned. Both Soar and Soul, if I remember correctly, their two top laners, both did definitely fight to deceive. Didn't really look like a big factor, but Lissandra play a lot more clean. It's crucially, we saw two Lissandra games from Soar last time out, but it was against Sunday's Fiora where he got horribly outscaled. Not that same pressure here. Obviously, we'll struggle to kill the Tahm Kench in the late game, but the wave clear is always going to be relevant.
Yes, yes it will. Though it is still relatively short range wave clear, which can make it tricky at times. Soar, though, really did execute on the teleport flash play right there. Great engage.
Just back to the farming phase. Looking at the warding, it's definitely good defensive to mid-range warding from Spenu, but CJ have good defensive warding as well, so no real big advantage in that particular regard right now.
How you play it from this point is you need to get very much some deep wards in that side so you can push up mid and then have one of your split pushing players push the wave and then join that wave as soon as you get the mid wave past where the Tier 2 would be how you would play this in an ideal setting. So Spenu now, they don't quite get that level of control. Instead, they opt for a red buff, which is, I don't know what it's doing right now.
That red buff
It actually went exactly the opposite direction in spite of no one attacking it that way.
strange.
That was one of the weirder interactions with red buff that I've ever seen. as you would call it, a hidden feature of a
Another
Smithy.
excellent hidden feature. They're the best features. You don't even know to expect them, and they surprise and delight you.
They do. I feel delighted. There were only happy accidents, right, Papa Smithy?
You got nice
That's what I learned from Bob Ross.
happy accidents.
Just a happy little accident of League of Legends. And so double stun. That's going to chain into a culling, but a really weird Bard ultimate. And so now they don't have a whole lot to beat back the poke, and CJ still going to be going after this turret. Are they going to get it? Secret's going to flash in very awkwardly and die.
That was really funny. Wow. There's a moment to forget for Secret.
That was easily the worst Alistar play we've seen tonight, although it's not really fair because
Was it a nice counterpoint to Gorilla?
we saw Gorilla play 3 games of Alistar, so. Usually Alistar's Secret's best champion, or it was last year. I'm actually surprised to see him do that.
Sandbagging Monte Cristo.
I don't think that's true.
The late game engaged will be much better.
Okay. They do save the turret, though. A worthy sacrifice of a cow and a flash.
A tale of a cow and a flash. Engage, not necessarily the biggest option. Saul wasn't in position right there, and Secret obviously didn't cover himself in glory, so the package is observed this time. Will Sarsen go for something crazy?
He wants it. You can see Flawless there waiting for a follow-up. Here he goes, right onto Mad Life. Instant magical journey and stun onto Sarsen. Actually, that was actually very well played by Mad Life. Good reaction. And Mad Life has been actually having a surprisingly good season on a team that has not won a game. He has been really the main reason that his team has stayed in some of these games.
To be expected.
To be expected. I mean, he's playing with a couple true rookies here in Sky and Huntara.
I mean, today, of course, we have both players who played in that first invitational tournament in January 2012 playing between Mad Life and Score.
Yeah, exciting. The longest tenured players.
12 seasons in.
Yeah, 12 seasons in. Some poke coming over the wall for Secret, and Huntara is trying to get some wards on the flank, but those will be quickly destroyed by the members of Spenu, who have fallen behind in gold in this game, and they really need to accelerate the pace of this if they want this poke composition to work.
It feels like that early turret going down in mid disrupted their rotations, disrupted their rhythms, and
It
now
is really hard to come back from that.
they're just sitting back, farming, trading farm. And when you're trading farm against a comp that, again, we mentioned, doesn't have necessarily a concrete identity, but isn't an early siege poke comp like Spenu have, there is definitely a late game where CJ will be in the ascendancy.
If they can find the right Tom Kench targets, if they can hit the right Bard ults, I'll agree with you. There are a lot of ifs
definitely
here.
are reigning in, but the thing you can say is that Spenu have a timer to this. No, you're not the poke comps of 2 years ago, but still, there's an expectation that they are a certain amount ahead by 30, 35 minutes.
Yeah, and right now they have fallen behind, so they have to keep looking for these turrets. But at 23 minutes, this game was over in Game 3 when the Tigers came in and rolled forward with a near perfect execution. And there's really not that much more wave clear from CJ than there was from KT in that first game of the series.
If anything, there's less.
Yeah, arguably, yeah.
They've got Lucian, who his ultimate obviously will clear a full wave, and outside of that, not really a lot.
Yeah, Lucian Lissandra Rise in the last game, so yeah, definitely maybe a little bit less. Argue for some mimics, and Secret gonna go in, bounce up Bubbling. That'll be a follow-up with the ult from Bard, and that'll be Secret knocked into the wall, but he's going to use his ult immediately. Huntara now in the river. Sarsen going to come over the wall into 3 members of CJ and get absolutely chunked by this LeBlanc. Bubbling going to come in with the repel to finish it off with the execute. Nuclear still alive, but a 1 for 2 engaged by Spenu, but they come out the losers in that engagement after some really sloppy team fighting. Sarsen went over the wall into 3 members and immediately had to flash out.
And Huntara was occupying so much space in the front line, ate the Lee Sin, was basically tussling with 3 while Kramer did not take a lick of damage the entire fight. Strong front line is what CJ picked with this Tom Kench and functioning in that fight.
Yeah. Take another look at this.
So you'll notice that just as the Bard ult comes down, that's when Tom Kench is also going into the backline. That's why I assumed that it was channeled in this space. Tom Kench shows up behind and occupies so much space. That's why Sarsen goes so crazy, because he thinks he has backup, but everyone is blocked by the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, there's absolutely no follow-up for his engage, and Bubbling is the one who finds the target, has to flash out himself.
Maybe there was a split call, because Sarsen was
Definitely.
going in, and everyone else was trained on trying to kill or get rid of the Tahm Kench in the back line.
Yeah, very awkward. Spenu still milling around, not having a very clear or clean idea of how to close this game or even take any more turrets.
Let's say you're the Rocks Tigers right now. You're just transported into this game. We sub them out, hot swap in of the Rocks Tigers. What's the first thing you do with this very similar comp that Spenu's put together that Spenu haven't been able to pull the trigger?
You have to push up the mid and try and get some deep vision so you can transition into a split push. It's going to be harder for them with the TP down on Soar to make that a reality, but number one, you need vision in their jungle so you can anticipate where they're going, but instead they're playing super defensively at this point. And Antara there gets the wave all the way up to the inhibitor turret where Soar is happy to catch it just a little bit passively.
If anything, CJ are double split pushing and applying map pressure while Spenu kind of let them. It's the LeBlanc in the top lane, no teleport, but still getting the split push off. And as you mentioned, Soar not having teleport means that their strategic options are limited. They're really paying for this at the moment, Spenu.
Yes, and it's tough though. Not having a TP for use means that they do have more limited options when it comes, because this Tahm Kench being there could absolutely wreck them at any point in time. They have to have some sort of confidence, like you said, get some wards behind them as they methodically put the pressure on.
One of the changes in the vision system, which again have been rolled back a little bit with the changes on Yellow Trinket. Not observed in this game. We haven't seen as much Yellow Trinket as I think we might see by the time the 6.1 meta shakes out. But the thing about the rotation, you were talking about, if you get pink wards specifically in a line in, say, the top red side jungle of CJ enters, you can make those aggressive rotations between top and mid, push in the mid wave, make the direct path between mid and top through the jungle, knowing you're not being spotted out. And when you're the first to rotate, that's when you always win the chip damage war. And because they haven't been able to get even spot vision, let alone pink wards, let alone permanent wards, that result is that Spenu have basically been at the whim of CJ, and it's CJ actually applying the map pressure.
Yeah, and remember, Antara did start this pretty far behind Lissandra when it came to farm, but it hasn't actually panned out into a sustained advantage here from Soar, who has had some pretty decent engages, but really it's been Antara's farm and the slow build into tankiness that has been noteworthy. 28 minutes into this game, Antara's still there with TP, and the Baron bait is going to begin for Spenu, who think that this may be the best option that they have, but they have a poke comp, so not sure they're going to have the burst to actually finish somebody off should a face check even come through.
That's right, the ideal fight for Spenu is with medium to low health members under an enemy turret, kiting backwards and winning a fight, rather than trying to force something against the Bard, who can completely disrupt Baron being taken, or the positioning around Baron, the pick power of Elise, LeBlanc, and of course the Tahm Kench can get in the back line and already is basically unkillable.
Yeah, he is. So Antara just basically free farming in bot.
It's at level 16. If we learned anything about level 16 Tahm Kench, does a lot of damage as well.
Oh, he's 2 levels up, also on Soar. Really starting to show how that solo experience comes into play.
Good luck killing him.
Yeah, seriously. Spenu have a very rough time when it comes to that. So they're turning their sights onto Baron again. This would be very risky Baron. No vision on it right now. Madlife has to walk in. He has a pink ward right above it, so he knows he can actually ward the pit if necessary. There is no vision there from Spenu.
There's not enough information from Spenu around. There's not even a ward on the enemy red buff. That's how little extra vision they have outside of the Baron pit.
Madlife's still here. Looking for a shot with his Q's. And Soar actually going to turn around onto Bubbling. Bubbling takes a huge amount of damage, but Bubbling actually coming back. There we go. Nuclear is back here to save him. Bubbling goes too deep. Soar gets the kill. The help of the Twin Shadows, or the Spooky Ghost rather, but Flawless on the other side finds his death as well. So both junglers caught deep behind enemy lines. Yeah, the Frost Queen claim popped by Soar, giving Nuclear enough time to save him.
45 seconds till Baron spawns. Both jungles will be alive, but not close to the dragon by then. Looking at the vision, CJ actually have the control of the area. They've got their first. If they pick up a second, the 5th dragon win condition certainly almost, if not wholly, off the table.
Yeah, survival from CJ, the name of the game. They've managed to outlast this push. So here we go, Scuttle Crab finds its way into the clutches of CJ Entis, and they will control that for the next dragon, spawning in just about 10 seconds.
This is definitely not the KT Rolster versus Rocks Tigers series, so we see the replay.
Yeah, turning that around on the bubbling, but you see the repel. Where is Flawless in all of this? He goes on to Kramer.
He tries to be the tank that buys all the time of the AD carry, but unfortunately had no backup whatsoever. Dies.
He also didn't have a lot of armor at that point. Has Dead Man's Plate to complement his defensive stats now. All right, so Dragon attempt here from CJ. They've got it down to about 3K. And will we see a steal attempt from Flawless? Yes, we will. He gets it and backs out with his W. So Safeguard going to turn this around. Secret is picked up and spit out, but Untara getting very low, does pop it into the shield. Soar on the backside has to ult himself, but that's not going to do much in this team fight. Kramer still walking forward, gets hit by a Mystic shot, so he can't pursue, but Spenu with the objective win.
Yeah, the smite mechanics on point from Flawless. Did use the smite there, rode in on the Q. Good play from him. CJ probably should have disengaged at a higher HP to avoid the Q damage coming through, allowing the steal for Flawless. And Tara's actually going in super aggressively this Baron.
Yeah, well, I guess he's just TPing there to clear wards.
Guess so. I hope for more.
Did you, Papa Smithy?
From the series, from that, yep.
Very awkward use of teleport. That means Soar is going to have a really good timing window to work with here, and this could be the advantage that Spenu needs to start pressing forward and taking towers again.
That's the game that's largely abandoned them. They took the outer ring very quickly. The mid wasn't answering Tara, but still had the outer ring down. At the kind of timing they were looking for, it's just pushing into the inner ring of Tara. So they've got the inner mid lane turret, but never the vision that we spoke about multiple times to easily transition into either top or bottom lane turret. And the minion waves, if anything, have been pushed out onto Spenu's side of the jungle, rather than facilitating the aggressive rotations they realistically want to be doing.
Yeah, that's the big story right here. And most of that is Untara just creating one wave of pressure that Spenu doesn't have too many answers to. If they send Soar there, there's just no way he can actually kill a Tahm Kench in a 1v1.
Not that Tahm Kench, especially. Multiple health items working on the Thornmail. He is certainly going to be a massive backline nuisance. It's just whether Sky and Kramer will have enough damage to deal with the relatively squishier front line coming through from Spenu.
Oh, they have to do something. Spenu can't simply sit here and hope that CJ is going to make a mistake, especially that they will just get outscaled when it comes to the late game, especially as this Tahm Kench gets bigger and bigger. He is going to be so incredibly unkillable for Spenu.
Saying it lightly, Tahm Kench does have outscale potential, but that doesn't mean that teamfight wins are clean as...
Oh, misbarred ult there. Madlife nearly pays for it with his life, and Flawless is going for it. He's going to be the hero. I don't know what he expected. Cosmic Binding. He's still going after it. No, W's into the pit. And the most obvious follow-up of a magical journey taken by Elise N, perhaps ever.
Don't see many enemy magical journey takes in general in competitive play. It's usually too risky.
That's why.
Unless you're Flawless.
Let's go for it anyway. Hope that he forgets to press Q and you can press Q first.
Really didn't think his nickname would be an ironic one. He went from Flaw to Flawless, and if anything has floundered since. Don't know what that says. Okay, Tahm Kench ulting.
This'll Voyage right into a couple wards. Here's Madlife 2. Two fat guys traveling through the ground together.
I object to you calling good old Bard a fat guy.
He is a fat guy.
Is he actually a person? Not really, right?
Whatever.
In your mind, it's just a bad Santa Claus costume, isn't it?
How is Bard not a fat guy?
He's a fat character, I guess.
So basically, your objection is not to be calling him fat.
No.
It's to calling him Guy.
He's certainly rotund.
Okay.
That part was definitely confirmed.
I didn't know Guy was so offensive these days.
Guy.
I can't keep up with all the political correctness. Papa Smithy, I'm getting too old.
It's true. You're hitting 30 this year, Monster.
I know, it's awful.
Time flies. Still very young for a Shakespearean actor. If you do pivot your career.
I still make it over there. I definitely haven't hit the distinguished older Shakespearean actor part yet.
That's true. You have that awkward middle ground where you just don't fit either of the roles. So CJ, predictably, they probably exceeded their own expectations in the early game, specifically getting that mid lane turret. And then Spenu and Sin kind of lost it. How to push their advantage, and the result is not much.
Yeah, not much. Another dragon here, so this could be Spenu's chance to start knocking on the door of number 5. And that will be hotly contested, no doubt, by CJ. Everyone's starting to prepare themselves for that inevitability. Kramer with an elixir on for this next little engagement. Mad Life again popping through the wall on
Tara
the Bard.
has teleport, but obviously will be slow to react. Seems like we're going to expect the
Baron.
Bard ultimate and the teleport channel from Untara about the same time. But yeah, Baron is definitely live and cheating towards it, Aspenu.
Yeah, they want to take this if they can, at least force some sort of trade or decision out of CJ. But it's a lot of dancing around right now, and Bubbling now has the Banshee's Veil to block some of that poke.
And it's opting into a fight around a choke that their comp certainly isn't built around. As Untara just freely farms to 18, basically.
Yeah, he's just been stuck in these side lanes forever. Has 18 now. And is he going to join up? Looking like he wants to get in range of his ultimate at the very least. He's now actually on the tier 2 turret himself.
Just readjusting in my chair. This could be a long one.
It's going to be a long one, Papa Smithy.
That time is a long though, so when we eventually get a fight, the game should end.
Okay, Kramer going to take the magical journey back, dash out. And here we go, the dragon dance beginning. Untara is putting down damage though and actually making a play right here.
If Sora's going to stay group, they need to go for something. They need to go for it now to justify not just wave clearing.
Yeah, and they're going to take Culling to the face instead, Papa Smithy.
Okay.
And they're going to try and take this dragon. So here we go. Spenu is all in. Here comes the TP from the side. Untara has arrived. There's the E not going over the walls. They're going to try and take it. No, Lucian gets it in the end for CJ. Sky is going to fall first, but there is a double kill for Nuclear as the split call from CJ ultimately sinks them. Kramer has to flash forward, and the noose is closing around the neck of CJ. Another 2 kills, or at least one will be the result. Nope, 2 kills as Nuclear gets it. Bubbling manages to escape to a push in the bottom side, but this is going to be, at minimum, a mid inhibitor going down.
Split call from Spenu really did cause them to fall behind in this game in a high-pressure comp, much like the Rocks Tigers were rocking in the previous game. This time, however, a split call from CJ. The dive into the backline of Untara, who is unkillable, but not when he's basically tanking 5 members, while Sky tried to make the flank as well. The other 3 members didn't seem very interested, and they just died.
Yeah, they left Sky and Untara out to dry while they focused on the Dragon. Really a sloppy team fight from CJ.
And just look at this backline, Bubbling, Mad Life, and Kramer. What do they accomplish in this fight? Untara shows up. This should be all in, everybody. Let's go, but instead, CJ take the Dragon.
Yeah, where is their team right here?
They were killing the Dragon, Monty.
Oh my. All right, well, speaking of things dying or things getting killed, Baron will fall to Flawless and the rest of Spenu.
But don't worry, CJ got the second Dragon.
Okay, they got their second Dragon. They delayed number 5. There's an extended fight. Nuclear moving on forward to help finish up the final kill in that 4-for-none engagement.
I got nothing.
It's going to be a long season for CJ fans, Papa Smithy.
It certainly is. Well, I mean, just this is the time. Hyperbolic Sleep Chamber, March. Turn that timer, March. If Futurama's a great show, March 2016. Maybe March 20th.
Just freeze yourself until then, is that what
Definitely.
you're saying?
Cartman did it. Fry did it.
You can now do it. Cryogenic sleep, the way for CJ fans to maybe be happy in the future. You know what? I would just turn it up to like next year.
The question is, when did you first go into that slumber, given CJ's last couple of years?
Yeah, I think you go into next year because even though BDD and Ghost will probably be improvements, the odds of them taking some time to acclimate themselves to the professional game, no matter how skilled they are mechanically, is high. So,
The CJ fan, during that undefeated season in the semi-final, before they placed MVP Ozone, went into cryogenic sleep, woke up next year. They probably wouldn't have missed much.
yeah. So here we go now. Flawless going to
Oh!
come in and knock Kramer out, but now he's in trouble. Is going to get chained by the LeBlanc. Secret has to use his ultimate to get out of this one, but Soar finds himself in the back line, and that's a big kill onto Sky, whom he locks up with his ultimate. Soar does fall, but they get that kill. So 1-for-1 the trade, but Inhibitor goes to Spenu.
Spenu, every time they force the team fight, they realize that their comp isn't really tuned for the 5v5. It's not like CJ have a landslide advantage, it's just that Spenu aren't far enough ahead to overcome their relative compositional disadvantage in 5v5. So they get the objective, that part's fine, but they just need to be cleaner with taking what they came for and getting out rather than trying to bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah, two members really overcommitting to that. Flawless and Soar going deep into the back line. Sure, they get Sky, but even trades when you have a Baron buff and two inhibitors probably means you're doing something wrong when it comes to pressuring with the minions, because they shouldn't be able to 5v5 you in that scenario.
Spenu going to try and get some of the easier objectives. They got double inhibitors down, so it should just be academic for them to pick up this outer top lane turret. CJ look like they want to contest anyway.
Yep, going to move up into the top lane. And Tara is very full.
Didn't get a Thorn Mail in the end.
I wish I changed colors when I was full Papa Smithy. That'd be very exciting.
It would be.
Like a mood ring for food.
Well, Spenu's going to take this turret. No way to put up opposition from CJ.
Right, here we go. Perhaps, nope, culling will crush my hopes and dreams of this game ending in a timely fashion.
Give it 10 minutes.
Okay, here we go. Final siege, the last inhibitor, and that'll be an easy pickup. Bartle not doing much. That is not an Abyssal Voyage you want to take. Guitar actually going to go in, gets punted into the backlines. He is all alone against both carries, has to use his shield. Here comes Soar zoning out the rest of CJ, and they are cut off from their tank line. Kramer and Sky in big, big trouble. And Bubbling too, finding himself in a 1v1 versus Flawless, has to flash over the wall. Flawless is going to follow him into 3. Feel like I've seen this one before. But it doesn't matter. Too many super minions, and that's just going to be the end of the game as CJ will fall in 43 minutes to Spenu, who picks up their first win of the season in their third game.
Definitely looked like two teams that hadn't picked up a victory fighting off for their first. Spenu in the end definitely had the better, more on-point draft phase. Didn't necessarily play around it perfectly, of course. Unfair to compare them to the Rocks Tigers, who really rocked a similar lineup in the previous game, but in the end, it just felt like their decision-making was the big difference, because CJ, that split call on Dragon, the second Dragon only piled on for multiple kills and then a Baron and then the final push. CJ, the draft looked a bit all over the place, and so did the game plan.
Yeah, was a bit of a mess. That draft not really bearing any fruit, even though they did a good job of stalling it out. Some pretty big miscommunications cost them in the team fights, and that allows Spenu to get an overwhelming advantage with inhibitors and a Baron. So game number 2 will be coming up. Hopefully we'll see some cleaned up play from both of these teams. I don't know if the poke comp is truly right for Spenu if they want to wait that long to actually execute.
Now, the one thing is, Spenu will be on the red side, so maybe we'll see Assassin Special. That's what we can hope for.
Oh, I really hope for that. All right. You gave me something to be excited for, Papa Smithy.
More mid-Quinn, something crazy. Do it for Assassin.
All right, game 2 coming up in just a few minutes' time, so stay tuned, see if Spenu can close it out 2-0, or whether we're headed to a game 3 as CJ might be able to take their first win of the season.
into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Time for more Champion Spring. Your MVP is Flawless. I voted for Soar.
I
Actually
also.
we voted for no one, and then we voted for Soar, to be fair.
That's fair. For completion's sake, there probably had to be a winner, and Flawless did some nice things and some awful things in about equal measure.
I mean, this solo kill was pretty fun to watch. It's true.
In first person, especially.
Ooh, very nice. This isn't actually first person, obviously. It's still third person.
Okay, that's true.
Although first person Lee Sin might be really interesting.
That's true.
Just flying with your face at a bunch of
VR,
champions.
VR Lee Sin.
No, please, that would make me sick. So Soar here once again, able to lock up Sky, and Sasin coming over for some cleanup kills in the end. They do end up zoning out the members of CJ so they can finish off the Nexus. Flawless over the wall just to tie people up while his team wins the game. And there you go, Flawless. Congratulations on your first MVP award in your rookie season here in Champions.
First and definitely not last. He's a player with a lot of potential, still yet to unlock it, but long season ahead of him to reach the expectations that maybe were overstated on first seeing him. He's still a very young player, both in age in terms of the competitive game, so give him some time. I expect great things eventually.
Now, it's kind of the story of Spenu, and they do take their first win of the season after their 0-2 loss to KT up against CJ Entis. Coach is back in the booth now. Reach there with his rebuilding project on CJ for the next season. He's got a lot of work to do, as evidenced by that last game, which was one of the worst games we've had so far this season. Hopefully we can see some more fast-paced strategic execution in this next game.
I'm not even looking for fast-paced strategic execution. I'm just looking for some cool picks from
All right,
Spenu.
all right, you set the bar low. Let's
Yeah,
go, Papa Smithy.
let's do it.
Bar set very low, and not in the hard way, like it would be if we were trying to limbo.
That's true. Lee Sin looks like a guy who could limbo.
He definitely could. All right, so Lee Sin and Twisted Fate, the ban. So second game in a row, Spenu has banned the TF against Sky. No more Flawless Lee Sin, which does make me rather disappointed, but we can still hope for that last pick red side champion for Sasin, who always seems to have some sort of bizarre ace up his sleeve.
I want to see a melee bruiser mid. You really got me going with the idea of Poppy mid, so that's the ballpark I'm looking for.
Well, Faker's not here, so I guess we're not going to see Aurelia mid,
It's true.
sadly enough.
Kuro approves of that.
All right, TF and Gangplank, our first two bans for Spenu. And no more Lysandra. So they're trying to ban out some of the picks that Spenu took in that last game and used to initiate on them. So we'll see if Spenu can initiate it with other champions.
Saw also has only played Lysandra this season, so
That's true.
We'll have to go somewhere different from the top lane. This guy was one of the big question marks next to specifically Catch last season. It felt like Nuclear, Secret, and Sasin all had varying levels of respect. So see how deep Saw's top lane pool goes after Lysandra's off the board.
So Rise our penultimate ban in this draft phase. Spenu will take out Victor. That's actually our first Victor ban of the season.
No Victor tonight, surprisingly.
No Victor. Very interesting.
Fly also wasn't picking that champion despite it being a staple of a lot of the games that KT played in week 1.
Yeah, opting for the Lux instead, at least in that first game. And then 2 games of Lysandra. So CJ here, the Corki is up. It's been very popular. Now that we're on 6.1 here in Korea.
Don't really know what to expect from Sky, whether it will actually be a flex pick Corki or whether it will just be something for Kramer. Feels like Twisted Fate at least has gotten a lot of respect, but it's the growing champion pool after the Twisted Fate that's kind of the question mark for Sky.
Callista might be the grab. It was banned by CJ in the last game. Now they have the opportunity to first pick it. It has been replaced by the Corki picks in a lot of these games when it comes to priority. Of course, was banned at least, and it will be Lulu, actually.
Is that our first Lulu of the night? There certainly hasn't been a
Well, there
big...
have been a lot of Lulu bans tonight, so yes, Lulu has been banned in every single other game.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to get through the draft, but didn't in the end, as you mentioned. So Lulu first picked.
And that means Fiora could be available if Soar wants to take that pick into the top side. Kindred now on the board, banned by CJ in the last game. They thought Flawless was a threat, so we may get another mechanical jungler from Flawless in the end.
Definitely a champion that might reward an aggressive streak that Flawless definitely has shown with his aggressive Lee Sin Qs.
Come on, Soar, first pick Riven, do it.
Do it.
You Riven main, you beautiful bastard.
You're losing it, Monty.
Oh. It will be Callista and Kindred with a laugh there on your screen from Sasin. So having some fun at least in the draft of game number 2.
Bumping, considering the Elise. Control junglers are plenty. No jungle bans outside of the Lee Sin so far.
Yeah, again the Rek'Sai really falling by the wayside this evening.
It's always crucial to try and find a displacement to deal with Kindred's Lamb's Respite. Obviously Elise can duel her pretty well, depending on who gets the jump. This is definitely who gets the jump on who when it comes to Elise and Kindred. But
On whom, Papa Smith?
on whom, my apologies. But no displacement with those 2 picks, so potential of Lamb Respite to really get out of hand in a extended team fight. But there's the displacement.
Yeah, I was going to say, Alistar's still available. Has been Mad Life's go-to when it's been up this season.
Just
so
for a little bit, yeah, just this season.
Just
that's
this season.
New pick for Mad Life, the Alistar.
He's really expanding his champion pool.
Blitzcrank, please.
I really would love to see Mad Life Blitzcrank again. It's been far too long.
It's kind of sad on some note that 12 seasons in, 3 bans against them, this CJ lineup doesn't draw a support ban.
Yeah. Well, we don't see too many of those in the current meta, at least in Korea. Occasionally a Thresh, depending on certain Thresh specialists like Snowflower, but for the most part, and the occasional Alistar ban. Now some thoughts going into the next pick. They would like to get a tank in the top lane this game to support the Kindred.
The dream. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
It's definitely the Callista goes off next to Kindred comp at the moment.
So Alistar Morgana, so deciding to go for more protection for this double 80 carry and more peel. So tons and tons of peel. All told, Fate's Call, got the Soul Shackles, and of course the Gnar ultimate.
The outside chance, once again, Morgana mid.
I suppose that is a very strange possibility, but with Sasin, I'm not willing to write anything off, Papa Smithy.
Not quite spicy enough though. That's a 5 out of 10 when it comes to the outside picks. We're looking for something crazy with this last pick.
Well, he's got a counter pick for everything. He just needs to know if it's Lulu in the mid lane or if Untara will be using Lulu in the top side instead. It would appear that they are going to go for another Tom Kench composition.
How do you feel about front lines?
This Tom Kench composition is easily the most awkward Tom Kench composition I have ever seen. You take Ezreal as your carry, so they have an enormous front line, but virtually no damage here.
Nope, none at all.
Maybe super late, but this is very odd. And that is Nidalee, and you've guessed it proper. So it will be a mid lane Kindred.
Oh, baby.
So I have seen this in certain games in this patch, I will say. I've seen 80 carry Kindred. It actually happened in the NALCS.
It did.
Yep. And then I've seen mid lane Kindred. So it is technically a flex pick. It's just not something that we see with a lot of regularity right now.
Sassen lives up to his name. This guy is
Loved it. All right. Well, we got what we
picks.
wanted. We got what we wanted. A mid lane Kindred, courtesy of Sassen. He will be a carry right here. They take Flawless on a Nidalee, actually. So another flashy jungler for Flawless to show off on, and they have a solid front line too with that Gnar. Meanwhile, CJ, not sure what they're going to be doing with their composition. They've got a lot of movement speed for an Ezreal. This is probably the worst draft that we've seen this season, Papa Smithy.
I think on both sides it's a bit questionable. Gnar is a solo front line with basically only poke squishies behind him is also interesting.
They have Kindred ult, come on.
Not for the Gnar though. He's just going to be chilling in the front line. This is something.
This is something indeed. All right, game number 2 of CJ versus Spenu is coming up. We'll see if CJ can do something with their 0 damage composition. My guess is no. My guess is no.
Not
Papa
damage
Smithy.
anyway.
Yeah. All right. Game number 2. Can Spenu take this 2-0, or will CJ get their first game win of the season and send us into game 3?
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to.
There's a moment of clarity where I knew what they wanted to roll. Been muddied since then.
Yeah. So it's very confusing, those pregame intros. Okay, Spenu comes in. Sassen in the mid lane on Kindred. We have a lot of backline damage. See if they can keep their carries alive, but you know what, Papa Smithy? I think they can. I think they can keep their carries alive because there's no one on CJ to actually kill them.
No.
They're going to be really good at saving this Ezreal.
Do you just use the Kindred ult for sustain at some point?
I mean, maybe.
During your siege, just pop it to top yourself up?
They're just going to keep on poking them over and over and over again with Nidalee spears and auto attacks from Kindred and Callista and Gnar. I don't really know what the goal of CJ's composition is. They can't split push, can't really siege, at least not early, and their team fight is very, very low damage.
Well, we've seen SKT win on similar comps, but with a Lucian AD carry. I don't know if Blue Ezreal is the plug and play. Obviously, does a lot of things in the late game, but he's always been kind of more of a hyper carry of mobility and poke rather than any sort of right-click auto-attack damage carry.
Yeah, and this may turn into Nidalee spears versus Ezreal pews in
Maybe
the
you
late
just
game.
go Trinity Force Ezreal and go full damage.
Yeah, fair enough. That could actually work. I suppose it does depend on the build, but I think we're going to see a blue Ezreal, Papa Smithy.
I would say, almost certainly.
Well, we will live in this land of despair together then.
We've ventured there. I mean, we were in a very different land in Series 1. Ecstasy, almost.
Yeah, it was a great series. This one has been plodding and slow, and Secret is looking for some sort of angle on the Lulu, but there's just nothing there right now, and the Sentinel's patrolling the jungle, so he's nice and safe, but no early movement in this lane swap. They're going to just take the Scuttle Crab and deny the vision, as well as the possibility of stacking for Sassen's Kindred.
Worth noting that this time around CJ enters a lot cleaner on the jungle follow and with the lane swap, so we'll be in the right spot to get that 4-man push off. They were a bit behind in the previous game, but fixed those issues, so that's good for them. Slight adjustment there.
Certainly an improvement, but how much of one, how much that will result, we will wait and see. As both of our teams hit that outer turret at the same time and start working away on that objective. Scuttle Crab will be taken eventually by Bubbling here. Prioritizes that as best he can, and Spenu now in the bottom side, Secret and Nuclear helping their buddy soar out and clearing out that minion wave while Nidalee simply works her way through the jungle.
So we get an isolated matchup in the mid lane. Kindred From the Kindreds we've seen, hit level 2 and just going all in, usually Bengi in the enemy jungle. Definitely does have a lot of burst potential, especially if the Lulu pushes up in the mid lane. And obviously if Flawless comes in with a gank, not much CC, but a lot of damage can come through. But you mentioned that this is starting to push up in terms of priority, starting to become more of a thing. Why mid lane, Kindred? Why not another champion? Why not another AD champion, like the Jace, for example, that Sarsen was playing?
Yeah, played
earlier.
it last week. Also, you know, we didn't see a Corki in this game.
Nope.
Could have easily gone right back to the Corki that he played last time around. There must be something about the Lulu Kindred matchup that he likes, because they left the Lulu up in this game. And see some very nice trading there from Sarsen.
Also tanks a lot of minions, but does win the damage. I guess the one thing you could say, the one thing I noticed in that interaction is that when you pop your W, the Lulu disengage from the Glitter Lance isn't enough because you just have the reposition with your Q.
Yep. Ward over the wall finds Bubbling. So a near miss there from Sarsen. He actually walked up where there's that Alistar hidden right around the corner. Could have ended up with him burning his flash, but gets a bit fortunate and isn't caught up in some sort of chain CC by the Alistar and the Elise.
You'll be pleased to know that we do get Kramer farming alone in the bot lane 1v1 on the Ezreal.
Yep, does have the tier though, so the blue build will be confirmed. Mad Life now coming up. So this is the same style of lane swap that we saw from the Rocks Tigers in our first series of the evening.
Really all about getting the Ezreal into a solo lane. Just follow that tier. Whoa!
That third proc forces a flash after the polymorph, so Sarsen with the all-in doesn't have a chance to get his Ignite off, but now he has 2 summoners against just a TP from Lulu, and he's finding ways to make this Kindred work.
I mean, this is 2 games in a row that he's taken Ignite on champions you wouldn't expect. His choice of summoner for AD carries is Ignite, but hasn't really been able to... I mean, obviously, just picking up the summoner gives you lane control, gives you pressure because you have that extra damage in a trade, but he hasn't been using it as proactively as I would have expected.
Pink ward cleared out by Flawless there ever so carefully, trying to dodge in and out of that brush to make sure he doesn't get locked down. And here's a teleport from Antara right back into the lane after being pushed up. So they're trying desperately to keep this tower from getting destroyed too terribly early and give this Ezreal some time to scale in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Sky also uses his teleport to return to the mid lane, but Kindred starting to get a bit scary. Hex Drinker already purchased by Sarsen.
This is where Sarsen wants to hold the lane towards his side of the lane so that if Lulu ever overextends for a CS, just apply that Mounting Dread, start to hit those trades, because the trades with no damage items are already looking good. Adding a Hex Drinker only going to help his case.
Well, you're wrong, Papa Smithy, because he autoed the wave and pushed it forward, so... Apparently he wants to play a little bit more aggressively this time.
All right.
Sarsen's going all out.
On the minions.
Yeah, on the minions.
Look at that. Wolves just killing them. Great.
Wolf's really happy to kill minions. I love when Wolf flips out like that.
Baby rage.
All right. Soar now, keeping things nice and pushed up. And Nuclear and Secret have found a way without Mad Life there to get even more damage down. So CJ is paying the price for this lane swap and their decisions around this blue Ezreal. And I just don't know if you do this with no wave clear in your top side. When we saw the Tigers doing this, you know, they tried to do it with the Tom Kench, but it wasn't punished, in my opinion.
Well, the punishment's certainly coming in. 3-man strong, Flawless paths around top. They get the turret. Remember, CJ are investing heavily in getting levels and time onto the Ezreal. To what end in the late game? That's where it really leads us to scratch our heads, because it's not clear what late game team fights that CJ win look like demonstrably.
Yes, and with this Ezreal too, relying on Kramer to be this absolute monster AD carry and building this composition that is entirely based around him seems a bit presumptuous for this particular player. Of course, he does have competitive experience, was on the Flash Wolves in the LMS, but he's by no means what we would consider even a top 5 AD carry here in Korea right now.
He went to Worlds, Monte Cristo.
He got benched at Worlds.
That's true. He played, though.
He did.
That's more than any of the other CJ players.
You're making me sad right now.
Well, gonna farm up down the bottom. And Spenu given what they're facing, what do you think their shot calling is about in terms of where to play, like how much pressure to put in? Like, do you think they understand
I think
where they're strong and where they're weak at?
I think you just play around Dragon. If you're Spenu right now, you have a lot of zone control. You have the Kalista to secure the objectives. You've got traps from Nidalee and the threat of an R ult into a Dragon pit. So why not just try and go for 5 Dragon stacks?
Why not?
I think that's what I would do. You can always disengage with the help of the Kindred ultimate.
Well, it's what we're expecting is some Dragon play. We haven't seen it yet. The first Dragon was taken much later than the previous series, about 12, 13 minutes in the previous game.
Well, they've just kind of swapped back down, but if I'm Spenu right now, because of the way this Ezreal is playing, he doesn't even go for the Iceborne first and instead picks up the Manamune, so just go for the Dragon. Push forward, get that control down. Kindred is unquestionably in control of the mid lane and the mid wave, so just push out, take the Dragon, try and get those objectives rolling as early as possible.
I really don't like what I'm expecting from Saw. Now, there's still the potential that he goes into a Frozen Mallet like we saw last series, but I'm guessing it might be a Sterix Gauge, which made me very sad. Here's to hoping for the Frozen Mallet.
Yeah, this Frozen Mallet did work on the Tom
Agreed.
Kench.
It seemed really powerful to get that hyper damage because you're just getting so many auto attacks. With so many turrets being down because of lane swaps, you're getting so many free autos. As Flawless during this time, he listened to you. He's going to take the Dragon.
He is, but they have no mid laner right now, so he's going to be taking a bit of a risk, but does manage to come through with the solo Dragon take with that Nidalee in the end, bubbling on the opposite side of the map with his buddy Untara here for some Rift Herald tanking.
Who's going to pick it up, though?
Who is it going to be? It is going to be Bubbling, who is in the school of thought as to who should take the Rift Herald in the early game.
I don't know about that school.
But 10% movement speed, Papa Smithy.
You get to the camps faster. Exactly what Elise needs.
You get back to lane faster after you have to recall when you take Rift Herald.
Rift Herald, top objective.
What a savings of time, Papa Smithy.
Well,
Okay, so Sasa wants to go in on this. Sky has to move on out as Nuclear and Secret try to follow up, and Sky needs to use his Whimsy a little bit defensively to get back underneath the turret.
CJ just playing back. Probably unsure what to do when you pick Lulu for lane control and just been so thoroughly out-pressured by Ignite mid lane Kindred.
You do. Highly threatening position. Mad Life comes on through to clear out wards. Sassen not quite going to be hit by the Glitter Lance. Dodges out at the end. Keeps his pink ward nice and safe on the bottom side of the river.
Big downside with mid lane Kindred is that hasn't really been able to leave lane to pick up any stacks.
Ooh, Flawless actually hits a big spear on the Bubbling right there, giving them even more vision control.
Runic Echo Spears, especially early game, really do resonate.
I mean, literally resonating with damage.
Yeah. There's no resonating strikes this game, so I had to add it in somewhere.
Flawless still playing Lee Sin even when he can.
That's pretty similar.
All right, Bubbling here, looking for the kill onto Soar. Soar is going to get flashed on, but there's no actual... Oh my, the flash cocoon is going to miss. Now, can they get it? Soar, is he going to get hit Megadar in time? The answer is no. Spat on the ground to his demise. But how much are they going to lose for this? Because there's no immediate objective to take, and the True Shot Barrage cleans out the minion wave, but Nuclear and Secret are still hungry for more turrets.
Mad Life's level 4. Wow, he's really been on the roam. Just pings 5, but level behind his opponent and then some.
Well, again, he hasn't been in lane, hardly at all. We've seen him roaming while he left Ezreal to his own devices, and that meant, of course, that Secret, who is constantly paired up in the lane with Nuclear, but there hasn't been any measurable success to Mad Life's roaming yet, hasn't been able to help out with any kills or accomplish anything on that front.
Kindred gets the second mark of the Kindred. I believe the second time that they had a favorable roll on the mark. Mark's now onto Sky. Almost said Shy, no, it's Sky.
Definitely not Shy. Sasa now wants to move in.
He's out of mana.
He's out of mana, but he does get that final Q forward for some more damage.
Kindred's definitely not a siege specialist. Obviously good for anti-engage, but the range means that Always a bit risky to do auto attacks onto a turret with the shorter attack range of Kindred.
Are you ready for the waiting game, Bob Smithy?
Oh,
There's really no wave clear on Spenu either, so it's difficult for them to push forward onto some of these turrets and try and snowball the lead that they've managed to get at this stage. Kramer slowly gathering power in his own lane, but not seeing much of a CS advantage in spite of being left alone in the 1v1 for a large portion of this early game.
I'm not ready for the waiting game, Monte Cristo.
I'm sorry. That's too bad, Papa Smithy.
Rod of Ages has been picked up by Sky, so there's another waiting game added.
At the very least, Sorg managed to come out with a nice CS edge because he has been making use of that long lane relatively efficiently. And his harassment on Untara. So here we go. It's time for some more dragon stacking in 95 seconds.
Yay!
Oh no, it's a pause.
Okay.
All right. So back in the pause, we'll see what's up in this particular game that has been moving relatively slowly. 1 kill here at 14 minutes. Wallace might have an issue with his PC here.
Not really too much to comment on. Mad Life still level 5 at 14 minutes. He certainly has been evading experience wherever he went. Obviously trying to... He was involved in many 3-person lanes because, of course, Ezreal had maneuvered to the bottom lane to pick up solo experience. Item pickups are to be expected. I guess one of the small reasons why we might be seeing a bigger suite of 80 carries, I guess you say, but 80 champions in the mid lane is that Maw really does build well and give them a much earlier power spike than some of the stacking Mana Moon champions from yesteryear.
Yeah, I really think you made a great point about that in the other game. With armor penetration being at such a premium these days, having the early Maw of Malmortius in the mid lane, like we saw from Kuro, really had a lot of value to it when it came to snowballing. Mad Life is praying right now.
What do you think he's praying for, though?
But what do you think he's praying for, Papa Smithy?
He's praying for March.
It's like, if I go to sleep now, will I wake up in March?
There's an off chance.
Yeah, possibly. Hopefully not, though.
Doesn't look like a man having a great time, but it's late. This is the 5th game of the night here. And it's going to be a long season.
It is for CJ. Now you got to just grin and bear it at this point if you're a CJ player and you're a CJ fan. And, you know, we talked about this before, but at the very least, I think this is better than the alternative, which CJ had been pursuing, which is taking sort of ancient talent and trying to continuously put them in that situation, which in some ways was more painful because a lot of the players on CJ's who used to be among the best in the world never really regained their former glory.
It was kind of that situation where the way forward was 5th to 6th, 7th. Somewhere between 4 and 8 was where they were going to fit, but there was always in the future going to need to be a rebuild. They just finally pulled the trigger on it.
Yeah, they did. I think even Mad Life is smart. He actually did perform pretty well last year, and he has actually been doing pretty well so far this year, although the season is quite new. And you have to have some sort of veteran voice on the team for people to learn from. Of course, Shy is still on CJ. He's just taking more of an advisory position, at least in the moment, taking a break. We do know he had some wrist and hand issues last year.
And I think Untara, in general, has been pretty
good.
good.
I agree.
I think more of the problems has come from, specifically, jungle and mid, those two.
Yeah.
Bubbling's the only jungler on the roster, awkwardly though, so maybe a top-up player towards the middle of the season might be important. Not that he's been catch level, let's say, but...
Well, that's hard to do, Papa Smith.
That's true. It's a unique talent. But maybe some competition would help.
Absolutely. So here we go, another push onto the mid lane as Sky has to get uncomfortably close. Mad Life will zone them out, but they get more damage each time. Oh, Black Shield is down, but guess what? Callista's in this game. So there's no chance of getting the pick right there for CJ, but they do force an ultimate. Soar still playing aggressively now on the bottom side, trying to continuously do damage to the farm score of Untara. And CJ is going to get Dragon number 2, absolutely uncontested. That is a major win condition for Spenu that has been wiped off the board.
You wouldn't know it from the wards around it because there was none. There was no Spenu wards anywhere near. So
that was definitely one of their better ways to win this game with their composition. So I'm surprised that they let it go and put such an emphasis on sieging the mid turret instead. That's definitely not what you want right now if you're Spenu.
no, it seems like a low percentage play, but they're going to do what teams have been more wanting to do. The introduction of the Rift Herald means there is a cross-map objective to take. We will now play the who will pick it up game.
It's going to be flawless.
Oh, we'll never know. Actually, we do know it was flawless.
Wow. Public actually going to flash forward on a Secret. They're going to get a quick kill with the burst from the Echoes. And Madlife now coming over. He's going to catch Nuclear under the turret. So actually well-executed gank right there as Secret and Nuclear get a bit careless. They ostensibly knew that there was nobody actually going to be in the top side because they were taking Rift Herald, so they should have known that the Dragon was going down, in which case you don't face check the river.
But it's still hopefully a sign of future CJ that there was a clear shot call, it was acted on, it was well done. Madlife came around the side to ensure they mopped up the second kill. They trade objectives, but crucially lose their mid lane turret. So obviously an overall win of the trade for CJ, but a heavy price to give up the mid lane turret.
Yeah, it's going to be okay for Spenu, but again, when we talk about their composition, when you have Kalista and Kindred, sieging is difficult. So what do you want to do? Go for the Dragon and the Baron instead. Secret just gets entirely caught out, but the Dragon had just been done. This is just sloppy awareness from Spenu.
They just overstayed their welcome, were punished accordingly, but I agree, this team fight comp from Spenu. Nidalee wants to poke around turrets, Saw wants to go in the front with another dive, but they have no other front line. And Sarsen and Nuclear want to kite backwards.
All right, Flawless now here to put some punishment onto Untara. TP going to come in, bubbling already there. They're trying to turn this around. Flawless is caught, has to flash. That was a good flash over the wall, but he's still pinned in by the members of CJ. Soar looks like he's going to get out. Kramer gets a kill, though, onto this Nidalee, and they clean up one in the top side, too. Abyssal Voyage coming down, but there's no one there as Secret is yanked out with the Fate's Call. And Kindred just not really a part of that fight as every single member of CJ is in that top side. They're going to get the mid turret right here. There is no defense.
Just in League of Swiftness boots, in League of Quick Champions, we've seen multiple games where Kindreds have never been able to set up shop and actually get a big part of a team fight done. Ultimate's available, Ignite is down, but mid lane Kindred, shouldering a lot more burden than an AD carry from the jungle, but just not really pulling away.
Yeah, and if you're going to try and run this composition, you have to be able to make picks with it. Kramer takes the blue, but sloppy play here. Untara, not the right target to make picks on. Flawless gets a flash over the thick part of the wall, but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, Soar tries to get out. Sky, though, flashes, glitter lances, and that's it.
This time the blue Ezreal had both items completed, was able to walk around and do
what
damage.
A bold Baron call, but they can't finish it off. They pop over the wall, but CJ, wise to their tricks, uses a scrying orb to find them.
That would have been a steal. 20-minute spawn into Baron's attempt.
Bold.
Bold.
Very bold. But we see Spenu, it's mostly been the vision game for CJ that's had them winning. They had a lockdown on the top side of the river, just blanketed with their wards. And so CJ safely able to counteract that gank. And now we have Spenu. They've got the outer ring of turrets, they've got a dragon, but they have no kills and they are at a deficit. And they're going to try for Untara one more time. Here we go, he's just going to TP out. There is no actual CC right there. So easily done as he swapped side of the maps. Well, let's push over here instead, no problem.
Nice play from Untara again. One of the best performers of this new CJ lineup. In general, CJ played this match pretty good. It's just
TP coming in from the flank here, but it's not going to be too far forward. Soar is in Mega Gnar. He's going to scoop him into the wall. Now everyone from Spenu is piling on Madlife in ultimate, so he's not taking that damage, but the Rend is not quite enough to kill him. Saucin cleans it up, and that is going to be a blue build Ezreal with a red buff, so you're not going to chase that one, but you do get 2 kills for none with the help of that TP. Now, where do you go from here if you're Spenu? You're going to go take a red buff, apparently, and try and check out the enemy jungle, get some wards in, but otherwise, not much of an accomplishment unless Bubbling manages to fall. He's getting low, does get chomped up by Untara and taken to safety under his turret. Wow, Kramer wants to go aggressive on his Secret, gets him with the auto after the flash. No follow-up here from Spenu and no Callista ultimate to actually save his life.
It's pretty plain, though, that Kramer will be riding double buffs the majority of this game. Late game Blue Ezreal can do a lot of things. It's just the damage to specifically take down enemies. It's hard to quantify in the later parts of this game, but for now, he's doing his job, and CJ are playing this comp well.
Yeah, they are. It's a tough comp to run, but they get another turret down with this Ezreal, so the poke working out for them, at least for the moment. But again, it's the closure to this game without an epic lead that will be difficult for CJ as the itemization becomes more threatening. Soar has gone for a Black Cleaver here. Secret going to die again, actually just gets stunned and sort of awkwardly stands there. Bubbling finishes it off.
The solo warding missions from Secret have cost him all of his 3 deaths, been picked off multiple times. CJ pick up a second dragon. Crowd seems pumped, and honestly, they're playing by far the more clean League of Legends of these two teams.
Yeah, no arguments there. They've come out time and time again, with the exception of that one TP play, which was pretty well executed by Spenu. Certainly Soar in that Mega Gnar form, got a nice ultimate, but they haven't taken down that key target of Kramer to turn this into something close to a win. Flawless takes a bunch of poke, but pounces out of the way of the cocoon.
I mean, taking down Kramer, it's impossible at this point. 40% CDR, already safe as a Blue Ezreal. Then we talk factoring in Tahm Kench, Lulu, and Alistar. Taking him down will be difficult. It's just that, conversely, it should be very difficult for CJ to be picking up kills on the side of Spenu. So an even 5v5 fight will be a delight to watch, but so far it's evaded us.
That's the big question, is what is this 5v5 going to look like? We really haven't even seen a Kindred ultimate used yet. So Sasa not doing too terribly much with his champion. He hasn't managed to acquire a large lead in the laning phase. Did get the pressure advantage, but it didn't translate into a whole lot.
Score and Peanut accepted. It's been definitely a premium to find strong Kindred play. Kindred in general has been a large non-factor in a lot of fights. You just think back to SKT. Blank trying to run the Kindred and just being completely bossed around by the multiple AD carry comp that Jin Air were running. You need to be so on point with your position. You need to be kiting backwards. You need to be grouped with your threats. There are so many conditions for the Lambs, by obviously a powerful ability, but playing around it just doesn't seem to be the name of the game just yet.
All right, more poke comes through, but they have the heal from the Nidalee. Meanwhile, Soar trying to make his presence known on the side. He's built so much damage, though, that he's just going to get a flash cocoon, has to flash himself, as the runic echo damage really hurts him, considering that he just is much more of a damage-oriented Gnar this game and doesn't really have the necessary tankiness for the team fight. This is not the build that's going to be successful with a Nidalee Callista Kindred composition.
Also, it's a build that's piloted to be in a 1v1 against the opponent top laner, so it's strange that he was in the bottom side of the map to potentially be picked off. Now finally going to go wail on the Tahm Kench.
Well, it seemed like he was looking for a flank right there, but no real opportunities to do so, and his Narbar wasn't in a place where that was really a realistic possibility.
So they have certainly not been outscaled on the damage front yet.
Uh-oh, Bubbling is cut off. Sasa now on the side. He uses his Ignite, but it doesn't kill Bubbling in the end. But here's a TP onto the tier 1. Gnar is in Mega Gnar form, but that's an easy disengage as Spenu awkwardly runs straight at CJ, who has that blue Ezreal. There is no chance of an engage there.
Low percentage play, you'd say, from Soar specifically.
I mean, Untara TP too, so at least they traded TP for TP.
They've got the timer, I guess.
They have the timer. It's a win for everybody.
Yay. Well, Spenu just trying to move back to the top. They tried that sneaky Baron at 20 minutes. That was nice to see. Just tried to pull one over the wool over the eyes of CJ, but
Let's do it again.
Agreed.
Why not?
Force that Baron.
Clear out the vision. Soar now is caught out by a cocoon, but pops.
Leaves.
Yeah, pops out of the river. That's it. Slash laugh, get out of there, no problem. More wards hit the jungle. Flawless actually finds Bubbling with a Runic Echo's proc.
was wondering when Nuclear's build would go with Kindred, because the few Kindreds we've seen in similar matches have gone very, very tanky. Items like the Sterix Gauge and the Maw Malmortis, but actually already has a Last Whisper, so erring back to more of an old Kindred build. Is a lot of armor stack already coming through from CJ, so you can understand it, but it feels like even worldwide, it's not just been a Stitch special. We've seen a lot of very tanky Callistas come to the fore.
Yeah, that has been definitely a continuing trend. I like that itemization. It does seem very appropriate in the right situations. As Sky going to be trading here with Sassen. Sassen continuously hopping backwards, trying to avoid some of these Mystic shots.
Teleports are not up for either top laner, so mirror split pushing, although big lead for Tahm Kench and turret damage.
And there we go. Trisha Barrage does hit Flawless. Flawless has a heal though, but CJ wants to charge up the mid lane. And Tara is going to get the first tier 2 turret, but because of the itemization of Gnar, he is actually able to chew through faster than the Tahm Kench. So CJ is going to have to break this off. Gnar should keep pushing right now. And finally delays his recall. They're going to get it. And we see Kramer, he's caught out, but he gets the Wild Growth onto a Mad Life, falling low in the front line. And now Sassen wants to back off. Secret nearly dead. Nuclear not able to do enough damage to finish off this team fight. Now Intara is here, courtesy of the Abyssal Voyage. They're all so low. Can Kramer clean this one up? I think the answer is going to be yes. Soar is finally here. Bubbling does fall to Gnar, and they're going to try and turn this, but Soar is so squishy for a Gnar. Will hit Mega Form, and therefore avoid death. Oh, clipped. Flawless, but he doesn't fall.
Honestly,
so 2 for 2.
Should have been punished harder there. Remember, they did not have a teleport, and Gnar was on the polar opposite of the map. They got an instant kill with the Morgana flash forward, but it was only ever going to be a 5v4. It's not relevant that Unitara didn't have teleport when you're fighting on the same side. Abyssal Voyage straight into the fight, and to come out even is a win for Spen.
Yeah, and look, they engage within range of this Abyssal Voyage too.
Abyssal Voyage comes in instantly. It might as well be a teleport in this case, and Gnar spends the whole fight walking up. The Lamb's Spite's in a good spot. They eventually get the first kill onto the Alistair, but you can see from these flashing health bars, a couple of Mystic shots go a slightly different way, and this is a much worse fight for Spenu.
Yeah, maybe the end of the game, in fact. Nutty engage there from Spenu. Definitely the wrong battle to pick. Soar there in the nick of time to block some of those Mystic shots to keep his allies alive, actually, just body blocking some of those Iceborne Gauntlet procs. So Spenu survives for a bit longer. They certainly can win this. We're not out of the realm of that possibility yet. CJ still wants to start up this dragon, but Nidalee is going to force the issue. Kramer has to Arcane Shift over to the wall, so that cooldown now eliminated for the duration of this dragon. He gets it anyway with a Q. Oh, so unfortunate for Spenu, and now the fight's beginning. Mad Life gonna punt Sassen right into the middle. Big Gnar ultimate, though, is going to be hit onto 3 members. There's a follow-up with Morgana, but they're dealing with Untara right now. Secret just dies, and now Flawless on the run, has to go over the wall. Soar pops over himself, but Kramer's there on the follow-up, and Kramer gets a triple when all is said and done. Nuclear, the only member of Spenu alive.
So Sassen tried to occupy the frontline space. One thing you can do as the Kindred is be effectively a tank, walk and occupy enemy time with the ultimate, but did not manage the self-cast Lamb's Respite. Died with his ult available, so he just died in the front line. The team changed target, they pivoted, and they should get Baron and a 1-team fight as a result.
Well, that was definitely set up by Mad Life's Engage, who found Sassen in the front here as we take a look at this, because Sassen's going to move forward and see what happens to him. Yeah, flash pull into headbutt, into stun, and he just is on the run, decides not to cast his ultimate.
He would have bought more time. Potentially they could have been trying to cut through Untara and at least be able to regroup and have a more even fight, but him dying almost instantly means that all these other squishy members kind of have to run in different directions, and it was only ever going to be a 1-team fight for CJ.
So now Spenu on the defensive. They have 1 tier 2 turret remaining, which they will be forced to give up, no doubt, but as for actually cracking this base, might be a difficult feat for CJ, and certainly they can tank a turret for a while, but there's a lot of poke damage. There's some sustain with this Nidalee, who has been building pretty much pure AP. They're going to try and get the drop onto Kramer, but Secret is found out. And here we go, Mad Life in once again onto Sassen. Nice glitter lance to start off this battle. Sassen polymorphed and has to back away. But the poke damage here, they're going to try and turn on to Sky again. There's the knock-up coming through. But here's Soar over the side. He's going to ult only Untara. Meanwhile, Kramer firing from the other side of the wall is going to pick up the first kill of the fight. And I don't know if they have the damage. They're fighting in the Kindred ult right now, but that's not going to work out for the members of Spenu as the CC dominates the fight once again from Mad Life. And that is a 4-for-0. There was no reason to fight right there.
And Nuclear was zoned the entire end of that fight, did no auto attack damage whatsoever. Kramer free hit first over the wall, then towards the side of his frontline tank line. It doesn't really matter if you don't have any other damage dealers when we're early enough in the game. That's not really a factor.
Tom Kench is here with the Abyssal Voyage, and this looks like it's going to be the end of game number 2 and send us into our third game of the evening here between Spenu and CJ. CJ will net their first win of the season. It's been rough. It took them 6 games to do it, but they finally get one, and they put themselves on the verge of winning their first series.
Cover themselves in glory in the early game, but I think they really did round out and play that comp well. They turned on the style in the last 15 minutes, pushed aggressively, used the Blue Ezreal's power spike, the 2 items and then some, and honestly looked comfortable victors.
Well, we criticized their composition, Papa Smithy, but Kramer really did carry that game very hard, and Mad Life in particular too was outstanding with delivering the initial kills, which allowed the team to chase down the remainder of Spenu.
9-0-5 was Kramer in a 17-kill game, high kill participation. The damage dealt would have been massive too. Good performance from CJ Entus.
There we go. They get their win. Much cleaner than our first game. So CJ, do they have more tricks up their sleeve? Let's take a look at the damage from that game. Holy cow.
So Kramer did 37,000 damage. The next highest on his team was 13,700 from Elise. That's a difference of 14,000. Wow.
Yeah, huge damage. So very well done by Kramer.
Maybe Ghost can take his time because Kramer really stepped up that game.
Yeah, and they put all the eggs in the Kramer basket. It worked out in this game. They got the turrets, they got the team fights, and Kramer certainly laid down the damage. Let's get into game 3 in just a few minutes. We'll see who can take this series and get their first match win of this season of Champions.
into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
It's time to unveil the MVP of our last game, who was Kramer. The only source of damage on his team actually did make it work in the end, despite Papa Smithy and I being a little suspicious that this team comp would work. But Mad Life was the source of a lot of these plays. I feel like Mad Life was a bit robbed here. He certainly spoon-fed Kramer many of these kills.
You know, stats-wise, you saw Kramer's massive damage output. Of course, it's the only thing that would have made this comp work was him going off, but he did it as expected, so I think he should be rewarded as such. I like the aggressive flash to get the last kill there. And look, his team comp was built around keeping him alive, and they did that with a plot.
Yes, they did. And Untara, too, had a very large split push advantage on this Gnar throughout most of the game, so they kept the pressure on Spenu with their team composition that contained very little wave clear as we watch Kramer make some flashy plays and finish off the Nidalee, which Flawless didn't do a whole hell of a lot with.
I mean, the Nidalee was one offender, but honestly, the mid lane Kindred got them lane control early, but never could ever path into kills. If we were talking about Kindred Rek'Sai, for example, some kill pressure, but Kindred Nidalee, damage only against a Lulu, just so hard to pin down any kills and snowball what was definitely a lane pressure advantage, but nothing else.
Yeah, no real transition out of that mid lane Kindred into anything, and there's Sasin going to examine his fingers.
They're still around.
They're still here.
The perplexed look into the crowd was great.
There's Mad Life having a discussion here with some of his teammates about how that last game went, and are they going to go for another Protect the Kramer composition, since that seemed to work well, and Untara has actually been surprisingly effective 2 games in a row on Tom Kench. Untara has been at his best when playing some of these tanks, and he may not be the mechanically most talented player, but his map awareness and some of his teleports have been actually quite good.
When it comes to top laners, obviously some of the best top laners and champions had a very long ramp-up time before they hit the highs of now Someday and Smeb both deserve to be in that particular camp. So Untara being relevant so young into his pro career, it's good to see.
Yeah. So Twisted Fate and Lee Sin banned out. Again, we are back onto Spenu on the blue side. They banned TF, Rise, and GP in their first game. So that'll be TF and Gangplank similar bans one more time. The Lee Sin has been removed as Flawless's dangerous pick.
Won an MVP with that Lee Sin. Was one of the main proponents of getting Spenu back into champions for this year on the Lee Sin. So a smart ban comes through, and they're going to also remove the Lulu on red side. First Lulu of the night getting through on blue side. Snapped up as a first pick. You know, we had some question marks on Sky and its role in the mid lane, but a champion like Lulu and its reliability really removes any potential weaknesses from the pool.
Yeah, CJ did ban Kindred in the first game, but they may not be quite so terribly worried about that pick after the last game. Opens them up some other possibilities, perhaps going with the Kalista ban. No, Corki. It was first picked by Spenu in game number 1, and they did win with it. Elise now elevated to the premier pick, and that will be Flawless, who hasn't shown us great Elise play in the past.
No, his Elise last week was definitely not the best. It was much similar to his Lee Sin, but obviously less ways to get out after going in aggressively with your gap closer on Elise. So gonna have to be a bit more on the ball in terms of respecting vision and levels of aggression in competitive play.
All right, so hovers over the final picks. Callista, more than likely the choice. Banned in game 1, taken by Spenu in the first round of the draft on red side in game 2. Alistair, once again, most likely taken by Madlife.
And the level between the first game and the second game, the moment that Madlife picked up the Alistair, he was suddenly making plays. They did that nice, smart flank play that got them an extra couple of kills when Spenu overextended. So picking a complete bottom lane is not always the best way to go, but when it comes to completed bottom lanes, that's a very powerful one on the side of CJ.
Yeah, so one of the premier bottom lanes in the current meta. Pretty much good in almost every situation except for Siege, but you can supplement that in other ways with your draft. Flawless, I'd love to see him on Graves.
They've already got an
But
Elise, though.
It's the Elise, so we'll see perhaps Sword take that, as it is gaining popularity in the top lane now that Trace and Jin Air managed to topple SK Telecom with a double Graves top lane pick.
Not sure if it's quite as ever-present as perhaps that series might have suggested. Against a champion with low wave clear like the Tahm Kench, where you can wail on both the melee champion and the turret, I think it's very strong, but when it comes to just a ubiquitous top lane pick, not convinced that Graves is there quite yet.
We'll see. As teams get more as a chance to practice him, I think we'll see him move into the meta more and more. However, Lissandra is still a major priority, and considering it was banned in the last game, and Soar actually did have some decent engages in game number 1, they will go ahead and pick it up again. So Lucian now for Nuclear.
Will we see the Kindred takeaway? Because of course it was this exact jungle matchup that Bubbling made a big impression, killing Bengi in his jungle on the Kindred. Very early level 2, level 3 gank at the blue buff.
Yeah, just walking into the blue buff, soloing down Bengi, and walking right out, getting a fancy first blood. Didn't amount to much as SK Telecom quickly regained control of the game and took CJ down from there without losing. But it was something, and we saw at least Bubbling had a good idea of when Kindred's power spikes are compared to other junglers and what was possible at that juncture in time.
And specifically damage output. Like, you need to know how strong, how much damage you'll do with your QW combo. And he had calculated it well, took down Bengi in that situation. The last time Sarsen had to blind pick a mid, or at least didn't have the red side pick, it was indeed the Jace that he was hovering.
Could go for the Varus here. Now they know the Victor's up, so few options if they want to go for a Lucian poke composition with another AD mid laner, and it will be the Jace, no Varus for Sarsen, and the Trundle to provide the zone. So much better composition this time around from Spenu, but they tried to play that poke comp in game 1, Papa Smithy, and they sort of ran out of gas in the mid game and couldn't siege any more turrets, and eventually sort of had to luck into a win with some poor team fighting from CJ.
It's good dragon control from them in game 1, though, that really proved to be the big factor, and they have again a comp that could definitely monopolize dragon depending on how much pressure Jace can exert in the mid lane. Gonna have to see if Saw can recreate his game 1 where he did make that really good flank play in the last fight to really cement a victory, and then the Trundle as well. If they do go for Maokai, Trundle is a great answer, shredding that frontline tank.
And they have enough disengage, they have the Lissandra, they have the Elise, they have the Trundle, so means Untara is going to have to impress with his TPs. And while he has been good at TPing for ganks in the bottom lane, his mid and late game TPs have not looked anywhere near that level. And we saw that in previous Maokai games that he's played. This will be his 3rd Maokai game of this season. Very good at diving turrets post 6 with Madlife. So I anticipate CJ is going to want standard lanes here to utilize Untara's strength that he's shown previously.
Just waiting for the last trades to come through. I'm not expecting there to be a top lane Trundle, but for now they're at least considering it.
Yeah, I really like this. They have Kindred ult and Alistair ult to dive turrets, with Alistair able to get people out of the Kindred ult to continue surviving while they make these dives.
And it might actually be a Trundle top and a support Lissandra.
That would be quite interesting as the counter is ticking down, so we are going to see a really surprising swap. But if you consider the Trundle top, which we've seen actually quite a bit in China so far this season, that would make sense as a counter to Maokai, so they will be surprising everybody with the support Lissandra play.
This is actually a matchup I have seen in China a lot. You do outscale the Maokai, just split push all the things. It's one of those situations where Maokai doesn't do enough damage, just disregard him and keep pushing. And the push might actually be on by Saw and this Trundle in particular.
And a 5/6 item Trundle is certainly one of the best split pushers in the game. There is no answer on the lineup of CJ Entis to deal with this should Trundle pick up a lot of items. Can Soar do it? Can Secret play support Lissandra? Stay tuned.
The world.
CJ fans loud and proud here. Bubbling would like to go back and grab an extra item, it would appear, so he will be late to the party in the river.
Do you know there's an undocumented change in 6.1? I believe it's actually early. It might have been 5.24, where if you don't buy a trinket and leave the base, it gives you a warding trinket.
It does, I realize that.
Cool.
I don't like it.
No?
No, forgetting trinkets was one of my favorite parts of the early game because at least it gave you something to discuss.
You do love the Nelson haha approach of people's mistakes. The point and laugh has certainly been one of your things. As the Trundle last second swap, I am not convinced this was a pre-plan. This was seeing Maokai and realizing that one of the counter matchups, I believe Zatai was one of the big pioneers of this. Take the Trundle, get the Hydra, and just split push all the things.
I am quite intrigued to see this. It's been a really long time since we've seen a top Trundle in Korea, even though it has seen some play in other regions.
You know what's even rarer? A 2v2.
Yeah, that's our first actually standard lane of the night. In our sixth and final game.
Let me tell you something about Lissandra Lucian. These guys can push waves.
I very much believe you.
Wait, he's actually gone Relic Shield.
Yep, I
On
guess he
Lissandra.
wants to auto some stuff. Interesting that he wouldn't actually be going for a Frostqueen's claim here.
So of course this will mean that as he pushes the wave, he'll get the Relic Shield procs, but as a counter, like Frostqueen's claim is a damn strong item and would help with pick potential. So surprising, but that's what he's going to do.
Okay, I guess just wants to be even tankier for whatever reason, even though he does have an ultimate that makes him invulnerable. Curious decision, but I'm sure Secret knows more about support Lissandra than I do.
See, in previous patches before Frostqueen's claim existed, I actually liked this. For example, Annie's support running Relic Shield, where you could charge up your passive by last hitting minions with your Q, and that made a lot of sense. But just with the power level of Frostqueen's claim, and specifically the Spooky Ghosts, I'm surprised to see any movement away from that on this patch.
Especially with a poke composition where you're trying to avoid the flanks anyway. It gives you that little bit of extra vision when you might otherwise be caught unawares. Also helps with your disengage. I do think this is really a surprising selection. But maybe Papa Smithy, he will switch it up for us a little bit later.
The only reason to do that would be for more gold generation in lane, and he's against a melee support that he can auto attack. So I feel like that's not really a thing.
Yeah. Very, very odd choice here on our support Lissandra. Flawless gonna chill with the crab. And now starts to take a look. Bubbling is also here, coming through the lane, looking for the counter gank. And Sentinel, what will you find? You will find an Elise in the brush, and they're going to go in. Nuclear already punted over, exhausted. Secret going to get the Ring of Frost down for a couple of stuns, but Nuclear has to hop out of this one. Kramer gets low, as does Bubbling. I'm surprised they decided to go for that engage after they saw Elise.
I mean, Mad Life just pressed the all-in button, flash exhaust straight on to trying to get a pick, but at the end of the day, the 3v3 certainly wasn't landsliding the advantage of CJ, so everyone has to back away.
No, 2 summoners for what? 5 on CJ, burning through both of Mad Life's, or one of Bubbling's 4, excuse me, and Kramer's heal. Meanwhile, a heal and an ignite only used for Spenu, so not even a flash gained in the end. Meanwhile, this boring lane is going to be continuing for a while until, of course, Soar is able to manhandle Untara's Maokai.
Don't expect to see the camera on top too much. It's going to be tank wars and then some, harkening back to the start of summer season.
Yeah, and killing the Trundle early, trying to take him down, trying to slow him is a viable tactic, especially with a Maokai who has that crowd control. But Bubbling going for the quick gank on the bottom side instead. They were trying to punish an overextended Lissandra Lucian combination, but the gank was already there and Flawless was already set up in the river.
Now we see this mid lane where it's going to be a lot of poke between the two. Once Sky picks up his Death Ray enchant, he'll of course have that ability to power down the backline minions, but Sassen should have excellent wave control as well, especially when he picks up blue buff. So again, wave clear wars, mid and top.
What do you expect? Here comes Soar with some TPs. Got himself a fancy new pickaxe. Pickaxes are not supposed to be used for combat, by the way. They're actually mining tools.
It's true.
So
I've played Minecraft, I know that.
Why would you sell them in a shop for people in Summoner's Rift? I mean, maybe if you're facing Malphite, it's actually useful.
That's fair.
Looking for some gold in there.
Should be a hidden passive there. Does 1 extra damage to Malphite.
Bubbling is waiting here for Secret. He's going to face check this bush with a pink ward. Mad Life over the wall, but without a summoner, there's no actual follow-up. And here comes Untara. Flawless makes his gank at the top side. Untara going to flash over Soar with the counter flash. First blood to Flawless. They can't quite give it to Soar, but they take it from Untara anyway, setting him maybe a little bit behind. He already had a slight CS lead. Going to pick up some Boots of Swiftness now.
Swiftness boots have really been propelled up. Obviously, we've seen the popularity of them as a boot choice, but frequently I'm seeing top laners, junglers, mid laners just picking up Swiftness boots before any other effective items. Double door and Swiftness boots, just because you think about what these boots accomplish, you're going to be more likely to get the trades when you want them with that extra flat movement speed. You're going to get away from ganks better. For 800 gold, you could argue that versus, say, a Sapphire Crystal and a Ruby Crystal, you're probably going to get more done offensively and defensively with just Swifty's Rush.
Right, and if you're confident in your mechanical ability or predictive ability, dodging some of those skill shots can also come into play instead of just trying to tank them with a Ruby Crystal instead.
I mean, you just think about it. The jungler walks in with sometimes no boots, in this case probably just regular boots, and you've got Swiftness boots. You're fine.
Yeah, and when you have a lane with no hard CC, extra bonus. Flawless lurking in a pink ward, hoping that CJ wants to make this play. There's going to be a cocoon on to Kramer, and holy cow, the burst. And that is instant death for Kramer, and you have to be careful. Lissandra with Ignite, even in the support role, will do some pretty hefty damage even pre-6.
She won't get too many Relic shield procs, though, so I don't know about that, but otherwise, getting what he was looking for. With percentage health damage from the W and just Kindred suite of damage, should be able to pick up the Rift Herald as well.
I assume we're going to put this on to Bubbling because the Rift Herald jungler has been what we've been seeing tonight. And no, Untara benefits from the purple runes.
Misplay. Makes too much sense, therefore it must be wrong.
It's been a long night of junglers taking Rift Herald buffs and then running around the jungle with them.
It's been a long night in general. First 6-game night.
It was our first 6-game night of the season.
Well, first 3-game series yesterday, backing it up with first 6-game.
Somehow we'll go into 7 games, I'm sure, tomorrow.
Not you, though, Monte Cristo.
No, I won't be here.
You have a flight to catch.
I do. Goodbye.
Goodbye, cruel world. It's not a flight of fancy either.
Nope. Just more work. More work on the other end of the flight. As always.
Sour's got the Tiamat. We know where this is going.
Oh, we do. So Tiamat, now Untara wants to come in for the trade. Actually, some very big damage from the minion wave hits him. One of the advantages that the Rift Herald buffs gives you is insane trading ability as long as those minions are attacking your opponent.
Attack speed is the big buff on them. They don't have the extra health or resistances that you see from the Baron buff, but the Rift Herald buff does mean that you take the trade damage that you wouldn't want to get.
Speaking of movement speed, that also going to help out with these boots of swiftness, magnifying that item.
Holy, that is a quick tree.
It is a very fast tree, the fastest tree you ever did see.
It's not role-playing very well. Trees aren't supposed to be really fast.
Yeah, tumbleweeds maybe. You give a tumbleweed enough space, you know, just going through.
Well, use the empowered recall as well, and obviously get a couple more backs in.
You know what's interesting about tumbleweeds, Papa Smith?
I'm listening.
You know how we always associate them with like Western movies
Yes.
and everything like that? You realize they're actually a Russian plant that is an invasive species in North America that was brought over by Russian settlers.
So it's basically a vermin.
It is,
Of the
absolutely.
plant variety.
And you know, they get huge, like absolutely enormous before they start tumbling. It's actually coming from Colorado in the West. It actually can be a problem where these immense, like 10-foot diameter tumbleweeds start moving around and like getting in roads.
Wow.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
What happens when a 10-foot tumbleweed goes into a car?
Well, they're very light, obviously,
true.
because they dry out and die, but it's mostly obscuring vision.
Yeah.
It's not like a tree hitting you, but
Or a kangaroo,
Or
which
a
is a
kangaroo.
real concern where I'm from. Seriously.
kangaroo hitting you. Have you ever seen a man boxing a kangaroo, Papa Smith?
I haven't, but I have seen the results of a kangaroo going through a windshield. It's not good.
So you've seen a kangaroo boxing a car?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a bit of a line ball on who won. Certainly not the driver. It's not really something to laugh about, but it's okay. Be very, very quiet.
We're ganking Sassens. Oh, and there we go, Flash, but no W follow-up. Flawless is there. Have they overextended? Here comes Soar. He's very squishy, though. I'm not sure about this. And the Chaos Storm almost kills him. Are they going to turn this around? Secret is here, and he comes in with a nice ultimate, blocking off 3 members. Flawless now left alive, is going to repel. Meanwhile, Nuclear is chasing Kramer up. He's going to flash the Callista ultimate before it nails him. But 2 kills off of that teleport in another sloppy series of plays. Questionable TP there from Soar, but they make it work somehow.
Yeah, obviously.
Secret mostly.
And Untara, overrating just how quick he was, wasn't in range of the Flash W, and then was punished by the teleport coming in. So even though Soar looked like he was going to die, it bought enough time for the positioning. CJ were a little bit overextended, and the kills go over to Spinner.
Yes, they do. So, couple down to Flawless, 1 onto Sassen. And this Trundle is starting to take over the top lane. 3 assists, 2 deaths so far for Untara, who has lost his farm lead that he so carefully acquired pretty early on in this game, and now he's playing on the defensive against a champion that is essentially guaranteed to outscale him.
There's just no way. The kits just don't match up when it comes to the late game. It's to the point where you get enough health items and Soul will disregard turrets and the Maokai wailing away at him. The base damages are not enough. A lot of Aegis Maokai is not going to come out, and still again would not be enough. Spirit Visage is the big item here, where his sustain from minions and just his general health regen will put him over the top. Lifesteal as well, of course, from eventually the Ravenous Hydra, but it could, I guess, be the Titanic Hydra if he wants to pivot a little bit differently.
Yeah, always an option. And the Sterix Gauge starting to be built here, and of course, when you get that procced on the Trundle when he's in his ultimate, just the effective stats you get from the additional HP, very, very nice when you're already stealing a ton of armor and magic resist from Maokai.
Yeah, health and AD, that's all you really need is Trundle. You'll steal the rest.
Yeah, take it right away. Flawless now, once again, trying to zone Untara out. They want this turret, which will be the first of the game. Mad Life threatening on the side with the help of Bubbling in the enemy jungle, so they want to trade evenly, but that Callista not going to be too quick on the turrets. Meanwhile, Nuclear still has the culling up, so they're going to turn their focus to the Dragon instead. Definitely a more likely objective at this point in time.
First stack, again, quite late, 13 minutes, especially by Series 1 speeds. I believe that Trundle this patch no longer gets the auto attack reset doing extra damage to turrets, but of course it's built AD and in general is doing just fine. So to keep onto Untara, can Flawless get here fast enough?
And there's a flash cocoon. Untara's going to get hit by it. That's it. Right there. Soar smashes Untara with his police baton. And that is just a horrible demonstration of police brutality right there in Summoner's Rift. Nuclear now bounced around. Bubbling is going to be ulted. Nuclear exhausted. He's trying to get out, but the Chaos Storm is enough. Secret now on the retreat under his turret. Bubbling jumps forward, and can Sky finish this off? One last auto, and that will be a double kill for Sky as he roams into the bottom side. Sassen was busy occupied doing blue buff with Flawless at that time, so probably a smarter idea would have been to retreat. Everyone stacked from Spenu onto the top side of the map.
Feels like Nuclear and Secret are the ones to take the most from rewatching these games. 2 games in a row, they've been overextended in situations where their team has been in the ascendancy in other parts of the map, meaning that they were sitting ducks under their own structures. Just bad position, I'd have to say, from Nuclear and Secret.
And unfortunate blue buff timing, just miscommunications across the team. But, I mean, we can say that, but Spenu actually is going to get the mid lane turret, so they actually got 2 turrets off of those pushes and a kill in exchange for 1 turret and 2 kills.
But you know what else would have been better? If they hadn't given up any deaths from just pointlessly overextending.
Yes, quite clear. Flawless again here. Otara is in a world of hurt. Sassen coming through, wants to move into hammer time. Secret now, gonna Q, and there we go. Pops into the skies for the kill. Sassen follows up on some of this support Lysandra engage, and despite that 1 death, Secret has honestly been better than expected on support Lysandra.
It's making plays. That's, 4 assists, 4 out of 6, a 75% kill participation. All that work for 1 kill and not picking up an objective means they're gonna probably lose this mid turret.
Nope, Soar is there. Gonna come around, block off this minion wave. Nuclear comes up through the lane.
Giving free time to Jace on this inner turret will be a pretty big problem. Of course, Jace with the overdrive W can do a lot of damage to turrets.
Still working on his first item. We saw Coco do this to tier into Yomu's Ghostblade. So you have that armor penetration, just earlier power spike right there.
Means you can be a madman in hammer stance form as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do find an opening, and honestly, Ntara in no position to be able to tumble, even with a single armor item, just so far behind. It's kept up in CS, and Maokai obviously will always have his role in a team fight, being that reliable tank with his ultimate, but any hope of Snowball is certainly far away, and that's why you see the Ravenous Hydra. It is the start of Trundle really putting on the pedal to the metal in the top lane.
Yeah. So Hydra going to be the first completion here. We'll see if he goes into the Sterix Gauge after this now.
Worth noting that you can freely swap between Ravenous Hydra and Titanic Hydra, so when he gets a couple of health items, can just pivot towards that.
Yeah, we've frequently seen that on Fioras this season, who start with Titanic and then swap over to Ravenous for the late game as they get some more HP items. So now Spenu, though, they remove these pesky last outer turret from the Rift. Soar playing conservatively while his opponents push forward, something that perhaps Secret and Nuclear could learn from. And now they're going to get another tier 2 as Soar backs off deep into his own jungle. And this is a really unfortunate series of trades from CJ.
This is not a swap you want to make. You might think, oh, we have double AD, Kindred, and Kalista, but you have no match compared to a champion like specifically the Jace. They're going to keep going, and CJ's woefully out of position.
As Soar is here now, he's trying to delay Sky, their form of wave clearance. Spenu is just powering through turrets. There's no defense. They're going to have to back off, but oh, they're still going for it because Soar is still stuck on a Sky, and they see bubbling. Eventually, the turret goes down to the top side. They know where Kindred is. Sky nowhere to be found. Soar did an amazing job of trapping Sky in a situation where he could not get back.
But you just know that that was one of those mixed shot calls where people were talking about getting back and someone saying, I'm occupied here by the Trundle. The result is they basically lose their inhibitor in the bottom side of the map for free. Baron's going to certainly be a big contention so early in the game. How often do you see the base broken at 18 minutes in what was, in all intents and purposes, a very even game?
Yeah, truly a appalling display of shot calling from
That's a strong
CJ
word.
Entis. Well, that's honestly what it was, Papa Smithy. There's no sugarcoating this one.
You're correct. Strong, but necessary.
Oh boy. So they got a couple turrets for it, but hardly worth it considering here at 20 minutes we're in a very real situation where this Baron is under threat.
Also, we have a Maokai with Righteous Glory and a Glacial Shroud trying to deal with super minions. That's not going to go well.
An unenviable position
Quite.
for this CJ Entis team.
I almost want Flawless to go back and sell his locket for a Banner of Command and watch what Maokai does against Banner of Command super minions at this point in the game.
You can't Banner of Command a super minion, unfortunately. That's one of the tragic aspects of Banner of Command.
No double-double.
You could only go for cannon minions or range minions or melee minions. So it actually really is disappointing to me too.
You just want to see those super-powered minion waves.
I do. I won't lie.
Can you stack Rift Herald and Baron buff if you took it on spawn?
I don't know, actually.
Imagine that. Those would be the minions to end all minions.
So Rift Herald, we're going to find out maybe though, Papa Smithy. This game could answer our questions. Score is by himself, but he has ulted. Now Mad Life coming around, no help here, he has overextended. So here we go, the play onto Soar continues. He's life-stealing a little bit. He's now back in his small form, and that will mean that Bubbling gets the coup de grace on him. Nothing done by Spenu on the other side of the map.
Minion wave's not here. It looks like they'll be able to group just as the minion wave breaks, so won't be able to get too much turret damage in, but they're going to try.
Yep. Moving forward, they try and zone people off. And Tara's coming in with a TP, though, so that will prompt a swift retreat from the members of Spenu Sonic Boom. And there's a TP gone to waste as they can't close the deal. Meanwhile, Soar up in 10 seconds, so lost the pressure, but Death Timer is simply not long enough at this point in the game to really make a move.
In a row have we seen Kindred literally never get to ult?
Yeah. I really stand by my statement earlier tonight where the only Kindred players that have impressed me so far are Peanut and Score, and that's it.
Can really win games solo with the Lamb's Respite. Just how powerful an early duelist Kindred is, but the non-factor Kindreds really seem to weigh down their teams.
It's like Rengar, you know, similar situation where at the top end, that's an extraordinarily strong pick. Not currently, but in the past. But in the medium end, it's so hard to play accurately, and it requires such a degree of teamwork that you can make it look really bad.
We definitely saw some ripe Rengars last season. Score tried to play Rengar a few times. Even that wasn't good.
It wasn't good. Dandy will forever and always be the true Rengar master.
Man, that was a while ago now, I guess. Those days. Behind us, as the Spirit Visage we talked about, Ravenous Hydra Spirit Visage. Good luck doing anything if you're the Maokai.
So more zoning from the support Lysandra. Finally with W. Jace will take down the tier 2 turret in the mid lane. The methodical closure coming through. Surprisingly, in spite of the fact that they have 3 turret advantage and an inhibitor down, Spenu only up by about 4,500 gold.
The gold lead certainly doesn't reflect what feels like a big lead, but so early in the game still.
So here's another turret though that will add to the mountain of gold that Spenu is working on piling up in this game.
Hurricane Blade of the Ruin King means that Kramer is actually pretty decent at dealing with these super minion waves. That inhibitor should be respawning very shortly.
Soar going for a defensive build now. Warden's Mail and Spirit Visage. I think he could go a little more crazy here and be perfectly fine.
Honestly, you don't really need more damage at this point. I can understand. But cooldown reduction is actually such a great stat. Frozen's Heart would be pretty good here just because I guess in previous times it was about just the auto attack reset doing bonus damage to turrets. I don't believe that it affects it anymore. I think on this particular patch it was removed. It might be the next one. I could be saying a lie, but they are changing the Q proc from no longer affecting turrets either imminently.
It's this patch.
It's this patch, okay.
Yeah.
So before it was 40% CDR, meaning that you literally exploded turrets as if you'd bought more AD. Not quite anymore.
Well, no Baron attempt yet. The inhibitor is back up, so Spenu wants to retake that before doing much else. And CJ now in a tough spot. They don't have a TP for a flank engage on the poke line, so this split push is going to be very effective when it comes to getting that necessarily damage down to take out the inhibitor once more.
Smart to actually rotate Victor over there, though. He actually does have wave clear.
Yeah,
can threaten Soar, at least sort of.
He's also the response to the poke that Spenu rather is trying to put down onto the team of CJ. Otherwise, they've got pretty much, what, Callista Q. Oh, they're going to go in. Sasin actually gets caught out in the front line, but he flashes back immediately, turns into Hammer Stance, goes on to Untara, and here is Soar with the TP, and another great ultimate from Lissandra, but are they going to turn this around now? Soar is an absolute monster. Untara is dead, and so is Secret. Big AoE, but they have to back off. Flawless and Sasin too low, and Soar not there at the start of that fight.
Both Nuclear and Sasin weren't able to fight. Sasin was exhausted during the majority of it, and Nuclear just couldn't get in range to do damage, so the result was a very muddied fight, but good job for CJ. Kept their inhibitor alive despite all the pressure and drew out that teleport from Soar. So slightly less split push pressure for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, 2 TPs up, of course, for Sky and Antara, so now they have ways to deal with the split push. Comes down to Spenu trying to bait this Baron now, it would appear, after taking a dragon and moving their wards up to that side of the map. They can try another poke, but the flank situation is going to be much more intense in the next push from Spenu.
Maokai's already in a pretty decent position to body block. We do see the Lord Dominic's Regard finished for Jace, so does have the finished Last Whisper item. But still isn't the old Last Whisper, so will effectively tickle the Maokai in the front line. Nuclear going crazy on Kramer.
Yeah, definitely putting down a lot of upfront damage, but again, there's really not anything he can follow up on right here. So culling used, but everyone else from CJ there, no opportunity gained. They're still split pushing with Soar in spite of their lack of TP.
Very, very risky to do this when they had 2 members not grouped in the bottom. Even a 4-man just seems like...
They do have good flank pink wards, though. They've got one in the tri-brush behind them. They have one next to the blue buff, so they know that there aren't any wards to TP to behind them right now. They've actually encircled themselves in pink wards, so surprisingly well executed for Spenu.
Playing with fire nonetheless.
Still, I agree. Risky situation, but they're willing to take it right now. Maokai still up in the top lane. Flawless has his Raptor buff popped, but they just can't quite get here. And is this the point in the game where Soar just doesn't even have to pay attention to Antara? Popsmith?
Yep, that's the point.
Halfway through, 1 inhibitor turret already.
Only gets worse.
That is very true.
And that's just the reality, but they do have teleport on Victor. He can do more damage than the Maokai. Maybe that's the lane assignment they'll have to do, but of course they will then lack wave clear around this exposed inhibitor.
Yeah, no damage on the inhibitor yet, though. Spenu tentatively going in. They actually send Bubbling into the top side.
He doesn't care about him either.
Yeah, Soar really not taking damage. So here's Antara. He's actually TP'd. Oh no, he just walked down with Righteous Glory. I got excited. Now he's actually cocooned and then chained into a Lissandra ultimate. They'll trade Flawless for this.
Meanwhile,
Bubbling was the one set up into the top lane and Maokai brought back down. But Bubbling is now at 1/3 HP and lost the turret. So this isn't much of a deterrent, actually.
keep the pressure on. There's no reason to back away. There's nothing that Bubbly can do apart from just try and dissuade.
Yeah, best thing you could do right now. Oh, geez, Mad Life nearly gets finished off. And here we go, Bubbling actually may just straight up die to Soar. No, has to pop the Lamb's Respite. And Secret taking some trades. Sky on the run, has to flash out of his auto attack range. But there's no stopping Trundle.
Well,
oh. No, where's the rest of the team going? Oh man, they actually gave them an opportunity to come back and defend that inhibitor instead of continuing to press forward. So here we go, Antara with the TP, he's got the home guard. Soar has no mana, so this will be easy. Popped up into the air is Soar a couple of times with a Pulve and an Arcane Smash, and CJ may be going for a bold little Baron play.
Left their officer out to dry. Officer down, Monty. I don't believe that's how they're supposed to fight. I think that's actually not good, but did it anyway. And
yeah, a policeman should really never be alone, right? That's why they always work in pairs.
It's true.
They're really dangerous. No split pushing police, please.
This Baron is being DPS down.
Yeah, it is. Now Poke coming into the pit. Sasin going to catch Mad Life on the outside. They get the Baron, though. Kindred will take it. Now the Callista ult coming in. Flawless up in the air. Has to flash out. Sasin now the target. He gets locked down, and Nuclear needs to make something happen, but it's not going to. 2 more kills for CJ.
And this was so easily averted by keeping the pressure in the bot lane. Even though they'd fallen low, the Trundle was literally 3-4 auto attacks away from finishing that inhibitor.
One Papa Smithy. One auto attack.
Maybe even just a single auto attack, but left him out to dry, lose the Baron from it. These calls from Spenu certainly not on point.
Yeah, so now they have to fight in this Baron pit. There's just not enough here. Mad Life again doing a great job of zoning out the jungler.
Ifos was looking for an optimistic steal, but it's completely zoned out by Mad Life once again on this Alistar. And it's the superior numbers. It's the reality of the superior numbers. They get some more exit kills. They still have the Baron. And they're trying to break the base with this Baron buff.
Wow, in spite of losing a 17-minute inhibitor in this game, CJ is somehow bouncing back. So they're moving on forward. Maybe they could take an inhibitor of their own right now, even up the gold. They still have to deal with this Trundle, who is somewhat, for some reason, dealing with the minion wave instead of just rushing toward the inhibitor right now. They're definitely giving up one. CJ doesn't have any other tier 2s to trade. Trundle will get to the inhib, and he will take it.
See if he can finish it off. It would have healed up a little bit. We do expect him to take it. Speno need to keep the pressure on. Yep, we'll get that inhibitor.
So there you go, trading 1 for 1, but mid is down. They have another one exposed if Spenu can outlast the Baron.
And then they'll be able to set up the unenviable position of the Trundle split pushing in bot, Maokai not able to match him, and then attempting to fight at the next Baron. If those things are all clumped together, very hard strategically for CJ to hold both of those objectives.
Yeah, there's really no excuse for Spenu right now. This is the phase of the game, even under the current conditions where they've traded evenly on inhibitors, where CJ should be able to hold against Spenu. We've seen that they've managed to create this protective wall of pink wards around them on the siege. They have that big split pushing edge with the Trundle. They have a teleport available to them right now. So it's just a matter of waiting out this Baron buff and seeing what they can do.
Just PvE for Trundle. He's down the bottom. That's exactly where he should be. It will require multiple members, and neither of them have teleport at the moment. So Trundle should be the strategic hole that really punches the win for Speno, because CJ should have no answer for what he's doing right now with the only teleport available on the map.
Yeah, they're much further behind in the turret race. 3 turrets down. In addition, they're having to make some headway against super minions.
Well, maybe it's time for a Mad Life play. They need to get a pick right now, because the race is not going to go towards CJ, and that's why you can see 2 members backing already.
Yeah, Sky and Intara down there, maybe hoping they can find something. Righteous Glory is stuffed by a pillar. Soar now backing off. No laser hit either, so Soar diffusing the engage. Follow-up was incoming from the rest of the CJ and his team.
The Rylai's proc probably wouldn't have been enough, but still was avoided by the Trundle, who gets away. But that's the sort of pressure that, as you can see, CJ understand they need to send multiple members to deal with this Trundle, so that's a big strategic hole to navigate around.
Yeah, 2 minutes until the next dragon, but really that's not going to be a factor in this game. It will end before anybody can get all the way to number 5, unless there is some sort of very strange occurrence, considering we've only had 3 here at what will be about 34 minutes.
Baron just pushing up. Again, Baron buff being on the field is where their comp really kicks into high gear. That's where you set up a split push who has a big advantage over his opponent on the polar opposite side of the map. Before then, I guess we might see a fight around Dragon, but third Dragon versus second,
well,
not too much on the line for that Dragon.
We had a 21-22 minute first Dragon in this game, so the reality of stacking 5 is very, very small.
The draw of Dragon is real. Sometimes people just want to fight it, even when the buff to our trained eyes doesn't seem like it's worth any sort of commitment.
It's definitely not in this particular scenario. Much more about that open inhibitor for Spenu down there in the bottom lane of CJ that they took about halfway into this game so far, but haven't been able to retake since.
Trundle's going back to base, doesn't have an item to purchase, so changing lane assignment now, going back to top. I guess perhaps the inhibitor's respawning soon.
We shall see. It was taken down after the mid, so it should be in short succession. Baron now up in 2 minutes, and that'll be the main objective to play around moving forward. But Trundle still in that top side with the naked inhibitor, the downed inhibitor rather, and CJ just not giving an opportunity to get into a split push situation in the bottom lane as they move over and prepare for this dragon. Uh-oh.
Start the dragon.
This may be an overcommitment here by Spenu. And there we see Untara coming down from the bottom side. Flawless is going to get caught, but actually Jace steals the dragon, but they sacrifice their jungler for it. And now Secret is double killed here by Sky. Madlife thrown forward by the Kalista ult into the front line.
What did I tell you about the lure of the dragon?
It's a noob trap.
That's fair.
I think those were your words, not mine.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. We'll have a fun to look back at.
There is no proof, Bump Smithy. But anyway, now CJ has their minion wave in the mid lane and looking to maybe finish this with only 3 members left up. It was only the support in the jungle who died, so they still have to contest with 2 carries and this Trundle, so they have to satisfy themselves with just an inhibitor right now. Big minion wave at the Nexus turret at the moment of CJ. How low is that getting? It may actually die.
Nope. Because the inhibitor respawned.
Oh, what a shame.
What a standoff.
That's actually a really good timing for the inhibitor to respawn because now the super minions from CJ will clear that out.
And slow push back.
And slow push back. So anyway, Soar going to get caught into the mid lane right now. He's actually going to fall. Untara tanking the culling. Kramer and Sky following up, and they take out the main threat. Saucet on the run, and Tara flash W's in. Madlife with the follow-up CC, and now CJ Entis is on the verge of a huge turnaround.
I'd call it an upset, but we set our expectations higher for Spenu, low for CJ, and it feels like we were slightly off on both barometers.
Yeah, Spenu just unable to close this game in spite of the massive edge that they got through CJ's poor shot calling early. CJ cleaning it up, playing the defensive game, and outlasting their second Baron now taken. So can they push what? Oh my, what?
Saw just walked into an area that had no vision whatsoever, and look, died instantly given how tanky he was. And from there, Sassen on Jace, it's all about keeping space. No way to do that against the flash W from Maokai. Spender got punished for just a misplay.
Yeah. And after that initial fight that saw them lose a few members, charging forward into the darkness, not the greatest plan, but it was a good pick set up by CJ, playing around their vision and baiting out the face check.
Remember that CJ were the ones that had more gambits to get over. They still have this mismatch between Trundle and Maokai, but it hasn't been a factor despite the fact 17-minute inhibitor should have forced CJ into all situations where they had no chance to really pick the right choice. Interesting to see Ravenous Hydra is finally swapped for Titanic, but probably not a major factor given this game looking like it might be over very soon.
Yeah, quickly taking out the top lane inhibitor turret. CJ surging into Spenu's base, and those minions doing a number on the inhibitor so far. Kramer will find a few auto attacks to get there. Madlife just playing a zone game at the moment. Bubbling has to play on the other side of the wall. Untara actually gets ulted by Secret. That is not who you want to ult.
Triple Baroned up cannon minions. Make short work of the inhibitor. They can back away. CJ's playing the inhibitor game smarter than Spenu could do, despite the fact that Spenu gave themselves so many win conditions, both in their late role swap between the Trundle up to the top lane and just taking that early inhibitor.
I mean, Soar Flame Horizon Untara in this game. He had over 100 CS advantage, and he could not take advantage of it because of the way that Spenu was playing the map and the lack of coordination that they had as a team in order to put the pressure on. It was so close here for Spenu.
Close but no cigar, the story of League of Legends.
Well,
Graves doesn't get one,
nope.
Spenu doesn't get one.
Nobody gets one.
No cigars.
Cigars are illegal. Okay, CJ now trying to finish off the remainder of the turrets as they continue to use this Baron buff to its fullest extent.
And you just know how this game is going, where Trundle is grouped, even though he has teleport up.
Does seem rather inevitable at this stage, doesn't it, Papa Smithy? Okay, CJ now going to use Righteous Glory. They want to move forward here. They're going to get ulted in the backline. Sky actually hit by Lysandra, and now Bubbling falling low, but remember, he does had that lands respite, and Kramer now takes out Sasin. So this is going to be an ace. Utara is alive still and will trade the kill in the end, but the ace comes through for CJ. They come back at 40 minutes to take the second game win of this series and the match in what looked like going to be a Spenu win. They rob it and turn it around.
Highway robbery from CJ Entis, but what a confidence lift that this will give to a squad that wasn't thought much of either by us or by the fans. Everyone thought it was going to be purely a rebuilding season, but remember last season Spenu only picked up one win. It's one series win the entire season. Third time asking, CJ already punched that ticket for the first time.
And of course too, Sky, we criticized him coming into this game, but in the end his stat line 7-0-7 on this victor, turning in a significant improvement on that performance. But really, is there any question about who the MVP was? Madlife, 0-0-17.
100% kill participation.
What an insane hard carry performance from him. Wow, I mean, he played great tonight. There's no question about that. He is the one thing I think that's holding CJ together.
And this season's always has been as is clear from the opening cinematic about turning back the clock, and that's what Madlife did on the first champion he made famous, Alistair. His performance over those two games was outrageous.
Yeah, I thought he was the MVP of game number 2 also. I certainly hope he gets it for game number 3.
I have a good feeling about that.
I have a good feeling too. Hard to argue.
And Spenu, I think, going to be in a bit of disarray here. They would have come in expecting a win. There's going to be so much for them to learn rewatching over the video because they put themselves in good positions. They just never capitalized on what they were able to establish.
Well, they look like they really just don't have a solid grasp of how to play poke compositions. They did win with one in game 1, but not because of the poke composition they were playing. You want to see that one played well, dial back to game 3 of KT versus the Rocks Tigers, and you will see how a beautiful poke composition is played.
Decisive definitely wasn't the name of the game for Spenu, you're right. They tried to look for team fights around Baron with the poke comp. Were so far ahead in the end that it didn't matter, and they won that game 1, but next 2 games went down the purview of CJ, and surprisingly, first series win.
Yeah, absolutely. So CJ falls down in their first week against very challenging opponents. Of course, the CJ fan base here in Korea is rabid, and Madlife will be rewarded with the 100% kill contribution, 0 death, hard carry support performance.
Just to have 100% kill participation in this giant unorganized game where there was multiple threats being put forward, multiple pronged attacks from Spenu, so that you know just how important Alistair was. And this zoning play on Flawless got them that first Baron.
Yeah, his pulls were quite exceptional in this game, and choosing the right targets to focus down one by one, help guiding his teammates to some of these team fight victories.
2 Alistair gods and also Secret playing Alistair today.
Still probably Secret's best champion. I was impressed though with how Secret played the support Lysandra. He did a lot.
Here we go. Zoomed in Alistair play.
And
that was where Saw decided to walk around for no reason.
Yeah, his teammates had just spawned, but they weren't quite ready for a fight right there, and CJ turns the game on his head with that one pick play.
Just felt like everyone on Spenu took their opportunity to make a big mistake, like a high-level mistake during this series that we mentioned multiple times. Secret and Nuclear. Saw just walked around that side. Sasin had his mistakes on Flawless as well, so honestly, they paid the ultimate price with a series loss when in points of every game, they looked like they were in the ascendancy.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to go into our MVP interview. George is here to translate for us, and we'll be hearing from the members of CJ Entis. We're all set up over there in the interview lounge, so take it away.
All right, Champions fans, this is George again. So today's match first, Spenu versus CJ. Although Spenu was able to get the first win, CJ was able to overturn the matches and they won 2-1. And today's MVPs are Kramer and Madlife. Congratulations, first of all, for Kramer. You know, it is your first victory. How do you feel? I'm just very happy. I was so nervous. and I just don't know what to do right now because I'm so nervous.
크레이머 선수는 롤드컵 당시에 그 대만의
I know-
플래시 구도에서 활동하셨잖아요.
I know you played in Taiwanese league,
프로 경험은 있지만
and
롤드컵
you
챔스 무대는
you actually had some previous experience in professional gaming, but you don't have any experience in the championship in Korea. So how do you feel? After the victory, I was really nervous, and then after the victory, I got even more nervous. So, can you tell me about how do you feel about the team? I really like it here. I'm just happy about today's win.
혹시 그때 딜량 확인했나요?
So did you check your damage after your first game? How do you feel? I was really satisfied with my damage.
CJ 선수들 모두 합쳐서도 2천 너무 높았는데
I know you had more damage than all the team members combined. What did they say? I was just focused on using my skills, and
근데 초반에 2세트 초반에
in the beginning, in the second game, you were able to just assault from hiding the bush at one point. What was the situation? I actually told my team members that we can get the kill here, so I just encouraged them to just follow me and just get the kill. Oh, so were you the person in order making all the orders? Oh, I think we all just made it all together.
들었습니다. 맞나요? 베나 선수 옆에서 함께 춤을 하시는데
제가 뭐라 해야지? 숙소 때는 되게 초라해요. 숙소에 있으면.
When I'm actually in the dormitory, I'm just I don't even look good. I just wear glasses. But today I got my makeup, so
그러면 마지막으로 여기 또 서서
finally,
응원해주고
I know there are a lot of fans cheering for you. Please say something to the fans.
정말 추운 날씨에 와주셔서 감사하고.
Thank you for coming here despite the cold weather, and I'll try my best from now on.
네, 축하드립니다.
All right, congratulations. That was it's for Kramer. Next will be Mad Life. A lot of cheering for Mad Life.
베나 선수 필승승 역전승 성공했습니다.
I know you guys were able to overturn the matches. How do you feel? Despite regarding the last game, I just felt like we were able to going to win this match today. I know you had 100% kill contribution in the third game.
어떻게 준비했나요?
So how did you prepare for the match today? After we played against all the very good teams, I think we had a lot of experience we learned a lot from it, and I think that actually built up for our victory today.
힘들어하는 얼굴이 카메라에
I know before second match, it felt your face was shown on camera and felt like you were really tired and exhausted. I know all of our team members are very new, so I really had to make all the orders and I had to encourage all my team members, and it felt like I was gonna
그랬군요.
I was gonna feel like I felt like I was gonna get dehydrated as well.
맞습니다. 네, 3세트 초반부터
On the third set,
유리했고 계속해서 압박을
I know
했어요.
Spender was
적의 발언으로 그 역전
leading the game. So after the Baron fight, you guys were able to overturn the game. Did you actually feel like you were going to get the victory after you guys won the Baron fight? I felt like our composition was a composition that can give them the counter damage. So I felt like we were going to win after winning the team fight. So I just encourage everyone.
이제는 사실 CJ 신인 선수들이 정말 많기 때문에
Now there are too many new players and CJ members, so it feels like you're the senior there. So what do you actually give? What kind of advice do you actually give them? Because it's not a solo rank game, it's like a team game. So I just encourage them to play a team game and get good chemistry as well.
부담감도 있을 것 같아요. 어떤가요?
Do you get nervous as a leader of the team making orders? Sometimes it feels like I make order and then it feels like it's the right order, but however sometimes we lose the fight. So in that case, it's kind of hard, but sometimes it's you need to make orders.
많은 노력이
So I think I need more experience.
필요한 것 같은데요. 끝나고 나서 코치님 부스 안에 들어오시면서 울먹울먹 하시더라고요.
After you guys' victory, your coaching staff was almost about to cry when they were actually entering the booth. So what did they say? they said we need a long way to go. So he was encouraging us to. Please say something to the team member as a whole. Today, it was a very dangerous game, but we did a good job. And we all have our problems and we make mistakes. For bubbling, Sky, we're all not a very experienced team, so we should just practice on that. And Kramer, you got the MVP, so you did a good job. Then I hope we just play more games together as a team. All right, that was MVP interviews for the two members. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, George. That'll close out our evening. A very long night as we head into our 7th hour of casting now. And our results 2-1 to the Rocks Tigers over KT Rolster in what was a very exciting series.
A superb first series. It was definitely 6.1 League of Legends on full display. If you missed it, go back and watch the VODs. It was a great one.
And if you missed this one, not as imperative to go back and watch the VOD. CJ Entis does take the win 2-1 over Spenu Sonic Boom. Hopefully a sign of things to come for this CJ Entis squad, and they're rebuilding, and Spenu takes a harsh second loss for the season. And that'll mix up the standings. So far, our perfect teams are Samsung and the Tigers. KT falls to 3rd place.
And look, I think CJ Entis will look back on that victory as a bonus. They're in their rebuilding phase. They're probably not expecting much until maybe mid-March or later than that. But if they can just get these wins, get off the bottom of the table, that gives them some time to blood their new players and not have to worry about relegation.
That's right. And Samsung versus SK Telecom T1 tomorrow. Samsung looking to keep their unbeaten streak alive. Early in this season, Africa Freaks versus Jin Air Green Wings, our second game. Jin Air on a bit of a roll too.
And which SK Telecom will show up, both in play and lineup, it's all up in the air.
So to round out our week, we will have Spenu Sonic Boom versus EM Fire as an undercard to a very exciting game, which is Longzhu versus the Rocks Tigers. At this time last year, no one expected much from the Tigers, and they went on an amazing win streak, just reeling off victory after victory. They're looking like the strongest team in Korea early. We'll see how it goes. Can they do it again? Will we see them at MSI? We'll find out.